I'm happy. Happy. I'm happy. Ngabatshela ukuthi ngisothethe njengesawundi. Oh, ngobatshela.
camera.
The shortest format, the biggest thrill.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina ehlala iqakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywood Bets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywood Bets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uza nawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Bolsbar.
Oh, just like that.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honour. Number one, I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys can start the campaign off really well. How do we carry the momentum? It's a very difficult question to answer, considering we've got quite a lot of movement this year. So I think the best thing is there is some continuity in terms of a lot of our, a majority of our players are still sort of the same faces that we've seen. So getting the likes of Mitchell, Connor, Josh, those are sort of the leadership guys to sort of carry the momentum that we had from last season, and try and get us off to a good start come this Thursday.
Hello and good morning. We are coming to you live from the DP World Wonder Stadium in Johannesburg. The umpires are in the middle and day 2 is about to get underway. An intriguing first day with 12 wickets falling, a whole clutch of wickets in the first session and a magnificent partnership in the middle. A superb 100 to certainly savor the day, and then the Lions finishing on an all-time high, having picked up 2 wickets late in the day to have the visiting Dragons team 23 for 2 and still 216 behind. It's a beautiful sunny day, much warmer than it was yesterday morning. Out of your picture, the Lions are all in a huddle, making absolutely sure that they take early advantage on what has been not the best of pitches from a batting point of view. A trickier one is at best, as it always is at the Wanderers. And that is why some of the batting that we did see yesterday eventually that saw the Lions team get to 239 was considering that they were 25 for 5 and at 40 for 5 at lunch, that if they even mustered a score of 150 would have been perhaps acceptable. But clearly the likes of Connor Esterhuizen and Delano Potgieter had other ideas, and they fashioned together a partnership of real quality, 152 runs, and that really launched them back into the game in some way. And now it will certainly depend on how the pair of Wiaan Libbe, who's undefeated on 2, and Mikael Prince on 12, resume this morning, and how they can weather the early morning storm. An early morning storm under bright blue skies, and it gives me an opportunity to say hello and welcome for the first time in this match, and this morning, Gordon Templeton, a good old friend. Good morning, Gordon. Welcome.
Thank you, Aslam. Yeah, very good morning. Yeah, indeed. It was quite a good partnership yesterday between Eastvaal and Delano Potgieter. Yeah, 152. Obviously, the Eastvaal Renault Dragons took advantage of the overcast conditions and the rain in the previous 2 days. And as we all know, the Wanderers pitch is quite alive. First session up, so that 45 for 5, them just occupying the crease afterwards really made it for a interesting day of cricket. Listening to the commentary yesterday, I was actually surprised that you went on to quarter to 6 yesterday.
So play gets underway. Luther Sipamla around the wicket to the left-handed Mikael Prince. Now, in fact, it's the skipper in his number 27 shirt, Wiaan Libbe, as I've just mentioned, not out on 2. A tricky period it was certainly for Libbe and Prince last night, with Swanepoel Sipamla in real good form on the ball. You know, generally what happens is when teams get bowled out for 239 and you have them at 40 for 5, there's generally one standout bowler that, you know, has a day of his own, you know, with a 5 or 6 wickets to his name. But yesterday was a fantastic team performance from the Dragons boys. Beautiful lift and a bit of movement, just a hint of it. And it was a team performance with the ball. In fact, that session right up till lunchtime at 40 for 5 in 30 overs is a clear indication of how well they bowled in tandem. Each one of the guys that opened yesterday. Rowan de Swart was excellent. Alfred Matoa, his first spell was magical, 6 overs, and he picked up 1 for 11. And then Onken Yaku, who was perhaps the pick of the bowlers, if I had to pick one yesterday, he was outstanding.
Luto,
another one of those beauties.
Luto clearly getting his spot very early up, taking advantage of the bit of movement that there would be early on. And here, Uncle had a brilliant opening spell, but his second spell looks like they took him to the cleaners.
Yeah, you know, I can't understand, because eventually at tea time, Craig Alexander was out in the middle with him, and they were literally studying his lineup and where he was landing and those type of things. But it just seemed that whether he was over or around the wicket, he wasn't getting it right. That's nicely played. Pretty straight delivery on this occasion. So worked away nicely by Libber to the onside. He's got a top score of 91 this season. He's entrusted with the leadership once again, and entrusted obviously with that leadership, and he's clearly having a very good performance because they've been there and thereabouts in the last 2 seasons, and they've had a very good start to this particular round of matches in the 4-day series.
Yeah, top of the table clash this. The DP World Wanderers, Lions, DP World Lions against the Eastvaal Renault Dragons. Yeah, just outside off stump. So we are clash of 1 and 2 in Division 1 of the 4-day competition. And as you say, Luba taking advantage of his vein of form.
So, yeah, and you know, it's still early doors, and then it'll come to an abrupt halt. There'll be the T20 series that starts in the whole of, and will go right through the month of November. And then the 4-day series only resumes next year in February. And for those guys who are in good form would want this to continue.
Indeed, especially now that there's not much international cricket for us this part of the world. And with their form, they would like to must have as much runs as possible so they can stand in contention for selection next year.
Yeah, 25 for 2, first over gone, 10 runs, no addition to the, 2 runs added to the overnight score. And I got the feeling that Ludus Ipamela was actually feeling his way into a good rhythm and just hitting the right spot. And he'll take a bit of a break. And the gentleman that impressed us with his first outing for the Lions, Bayes Swanepoel.
Yeah, he took those 2 wickets yesterday, looking to get back into his stride and get the Dragons on the back foot, as it were, today. His partnership, 13 runs so far, so he would also be looking to break that partnership as he runs up, and the batsman wasn't ready, so he aborts his run up and goes back to his mark. It is a beautiful day out here today, Aslam.
Perfect day for cricket.
He is straight up, right up, and it's off the pad onto the onside.
Is it? I'm keeping an eye on the umpire, and there's no signal. So there may have been an inside edge onto the pad. And Prince does go to 13, so the scoreboard confirms it as well. Yeah, Bayes was very good. He was hostile last night, compactly built, very powerfully built. And I was curious to see, and he must have been very, happy bowling at the Wanderers. First up with a new cherry in the evening on a green top. Everything was tailor-made for him as he runs in again. So 12 wickets fell yesterday.
Yeah.
And not unheard of or not surprised that it actually happened at the Wanderers. It's never easy to bat on this particular surface, especially on the first day. And we saw exactly how they actually all performed. Because if you take away the 71 and the 100 not out by Potgieter and Esterhuizen respectively, none of the other batters got beyond 10 runs. Oh, beautiful delivery. That's just hit the right mark. And that's really well left. That's good defensive batting, because if he hung his bat out or looked to defend it on the back foot, he may well have got an edge.
Sure, it swung beautifully. So yeah, those other batters that got out early in those first 40 odd so minutes, clearly a indication of the underground conditions, or the pitch conditions, playing a huge part there. And then 2 batsmen just knuckled down, occupied the crease.
It's well left. Just to mention on the point that you're covering now, or you're talking about now, is that when I would have been tempted to ask the guys, what do you think happened yesterday with the ball? And I'm quite certain the answer would be, listen, these guys just batted so well.
Yes.
Because not much changed as far as the overhead conditions were concerned. Obviously the pitch itself was not going to change much in nature. And I just think that those guys knuckled down and they batted beautifully. There was a chance close to the end of that partnership. Oh, that's going to run away for Baez. He hasn't offered a stroke. I'll keep an eye on the umpire, and he's confirmed that.
Yeah, Sapano also lost sight of the ball at fine leg. As the great Hashim Amla comes around, could Hashim have had a word with Easthuizen and Potgieter prior to them coming out, and have given them advice as to it gets easier the longer you're out there?
Well, when Easthuizen came out to bat, it was 25 for 5. What do you tell a player then? Just hang until lunchtime, maybe.
That's
beautifully played.
Beautifully picked up off his toes on the leg side and goes for a 4. And that's the end of the over. Eastvaal Renault Dragons 30 for 2 after 11 overs.
Yeah, what do you tell, I mean, great Hashim Amla with close to 20,000 international runs, has batted on the surface a lot. And I'm sure the only message out there was just hang 10, choose the bad balls, watch the good ones, and see the shine of the ball, see through the spells of the bowlers as they come through, and then look at the clock as well and just play for that. And I tell you what, I mean, it's an analysis which I made yesterday evening, particularly with Delano Potgieter, because 25 for 5, it's when he actually walked in. 20 for 4 was when Connor walked in. 25 for 5 when he walked in. And both of them must have realized that if anything else can go wrong, we could be all out in the first session.
And very early in the first session, that ball beautifully swung after it passed the wicket or the stumps.
And Delano Potgieter, I then made a note, 3 hours and 4 minutes at the crease, 130 balls, 71 runs, but he struck 14 fours, 66 runs in boundaries, which tells you that the other 5 runs probably came off singles and twos. The point to make here is that that's how you consolidate. There was a period where they went right up to lunch, where they scored just another 15 runs, and that was in the remaining 8 overs. So for me, I mean, this was an exceptional innings, and a wonderful demonstration of wait for the bad ball, and it'll get better, it'll get easier. But he left very well. They blocked very nicely. The two of them they had set their stall.
Sure.
And I think for those, especially the youngsters who were watching, there was an abject lesson in that as to how to actually go about refashioning an innings when your team is in so much of trouble. That's a lovely uppercut. Waiting for that short ball outside the off stump, and Prince plays a typical one-day shot to get himself off the mark. And a third boundary for him so far, 34 for 2.
Sure. With the slip cordon, 3 slips in the gully. Yeah, he just beautifully played it. Played it over the cordon there, and yeah, one day shot, as you say, to the boundary. Yeah, Aslam, your point is well taken. As traditional cricketers believe in occupation of the crease and then waiting for the bad ball, and as you highlighted there, only 5 of Easthuizen's runs were not boundaries.
Correct. Oh, beautiful delivery. There he got the fuller length and certainly had the better of Mikael Prince. So good attacking field still. These guys are 205 adrift. So early morning pressure is the key, really. They need to pick up at least 2, at the very least, in this session, to make sure that they just stay in control of this contest. So it's an interesting field set. There's a backward short leg, Delano Potgieter under the helmet, and then 3 slips in a gully, and then just 3 other fielders saving one at point, mid-off, and mid-on.
Attacking indeed.
Yep. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Has they struck the inside edge? No, from umpire Lateghan.
Everybody went up. It must have been a noise. I wonder if the bat touched the pad, or the thigh pad, or the ball.
Probably even brushing the pocket on its way through. We'll have another look. This is another telltale sign that you look out for. We'll just watch this replay first. That, to me, looked like it was a little away from that pocket that I'm talking about. So there must have been some sound, but Mikael Prince's reaction told you immediately that he didn't touch it. Because either his head would have been thrown back, that I've just given it away. So now really overemphasizing getting into line. Shimmies across that offside, gets into line, and then gets the thick outside edge. The ball runs away to that vacant third man area, and they'll pick up 2 more runs.
End of the over, 36 for 2.
So yeah, we had an interesting morning yesterday, and part of the latter part of the afternoon, once that partnership was broken, 12 wickets fell on the day, and some fine bowling, and we'll get an early sight of it. This was Mohamed de Swart picking up the first wicket, that of Josh Richards, and then a a great catch there by Makwetu. It was Prince, and then that was Forrester picking up the catch at point. And then the ball of the morning, without a doubt, from Onke Nyaku when he dismissed Mitchell van Buren. And then Nyaku into Esterhazen.
Cleaned him up.
No, in fact, that was the replay from the other angle. And then here was the outside edge after a wonderful innings. That was eventually the end of Delano Potgieter. And then Latuka, his single wicket that he took, a lovely bouncing delivery. There wasn't much Sipamla could do with that one. And gloved it, and a very good catch by Herman. And then Esterhazen. This was the run out that saw the end of the innings. Wonderful reactions. And then later in the day, in reply, back live we are. Bayes has bowled 1 delivery. So short leg has been dispensed with, and for Bayes they've decided 4 slips in a gully is what they're going to go with.
And that's the reason why. Beautiful arch swing, just outside off stump and moving away from the right-handed batsman Mikael Prince.
And when the captain makes a subtle change like that, where he takes this is the replay, when he removes the short leg and says, this is what I want you to do. I want you to attack that area outside the off stump, that area of uncertainty, especially early on, and get the ball to move. So the bowler gets the message immediately. It's 1 fielder on the boundary, long leg, maybe for the top edge of the pull. But that's a wasted delivery down the leg side and beautifully dispatched to that wide mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Balance transferred beautifully. A bit straighter, a bit fuller, and yes, Mikael Prince took advantage of the loose ball. Once again, emphasizing your point earlier, Aslam, of waiting for the bad ball and ensuring that you take full advantage of that bad ball when it does get delivered. Would that be a gully, or would you say 4.5?
Yesterday I was describing it as a fine gully.
Yeah.
Because it could be 4.5. I'll tell you something else that I used to notice at the Wanderers in my early days. When you had the likes of Rupert Hanley and the left arm seamer Gordon Macmillan, I think maybe even, what was his name, Doug Nielsen, and then of course Vincent van der Bijl came across, and it was quite an attack. And David Dyer and then even Clive Rice, the two captains, they always preferred the gully to be back, because if the guy happened to hit the cut,
yes,
it would go to hand. So you saw an unusually deep gully fielder, almost at like a short point. And it was quite a regular thing that we saw. And I've actually mentioned this during internationals as well. If I do remember, there was one time, it may have been Michael Vaughan, where he adopted that kind of a field set. In the early period of Hashim Amla's career, when they were at the Wanderers, I noticed that, and that still stands out to me till today. Oh, beautiful delivery.
Oh, that swung back beautifully, and everybody went up. Batsman clearly looking for the outswinger, and the ball swung in. Into the over then, 41 for 2. And what you point out, Aslam, is would that be as a result of the pace of the wicket or the bounce of the turf?
Yeah. Do you remember they used to call the Wanderers the Green Mamba?
Yeah.
And when Rice took over, he made sure that the guys wouldn't see the straw color in the pitch at all.
Sure.
They'll only see green. That last delivery was actually, I think, what Bayer Swanepoel was looking to do in that that delivery that he was hit for 4. Because once you've got those 4 slips in a gully, you're expecting the ball to go away. He was leaving, anticipating the ball going away. It came back. And I tell you what, had he castled him that would have been a brilliant piece of thinking. You know, the 3-card trick. Well played, Payers, yeah. Now we have 3 slips in a gully. Short leg in position. Interesting, that ball just shooting through.
And it didn't carry.
Yeah, just into its 13th over.
Yeah, Aslam, is quite a bit of activity at the DP World Wanderers here today. I see a number of school kids having come in. And the parking lot rather unusually full for an individual like myself that visits every so often, but you did point out there are 80 offices that are occupied.
Yeah, lots of businesses being conducted, run from the Wanderers. Otherwise it was a totally white elephant. So the new CEO put it out there that there's lots of office space available at this iconic ground, with lots of facilities, good parking, lots of eating places at the ground as well. At most of the other grounds around the country, those eating places would be closed. But here at the Wanderers, they're serving the office workers. Oh, that's a good delivery. I like what I see out of Lutho Supamla this morning. He's got the ball to come back at the left-hander. He's running the one away. He's doing a bit of both.
Yes.
But consistently on that line, just outside the off stump.
Yeah, he's certainly hit his straps already. Also being a resident out here, that would have made it a lot easier for him to ascertain exactly where he would want the ball to be pitching. And what line he would like to bowl. The right-left hand combination doesn't seem to affect him at all either.
Yeah, much straighter. So a probing spell it has been so far, with 1 or 2 in the early overs that missed the outside edge of Jan Libber's bat.
Getting back to your point about the corporates occupying the office space here, effectively in the good old days, only 32 days of cricket was ever played at any stadia in South Africa.
Yeah, so listening to our CEO in the early days when he took over, his intention was that the Wanderers is no longer going to be a stadium where cricket is played, where Wanderers is no longer a cricket stadium. It is the stadium where cricket is played. And what we've seen in the last 3 years, a whole host of events happening throughout the year. And that does augur well for sponsors as well, because you know that at literally every month, you're going to have a few thousand people entering the stadium, not really just to watch cricket.
And your brand gets exposed?
Your brands get exposed, and I must say that being a board member, I've seen that, and we've seen all of the reports. Many of the corporates that are involved here are very, very pleased, and it is through a lot of hard work, I must say, that the office does here to make sure that it remains the premier stadium in the country. It's the first stadium in the country that has had the drop-in pitch also just fitted now. About 5 pitches to the left of the one we're playing on. Oh boy, did that go to hand? Was that a chance?
No, I think it's dropped just short of him and went between both hands and his legs.
We'll get a replay, we'll watch that again. I get the feeling that it was a lot closer than we think. Yep. But you have to be really sharp to pick that one up. When I wasn't keeping, and the new ball was in operation, that was my position.
Short leg?
Short leg. And let's just say that I certainly didn't enjoy myself in that position. Being right there, allowed to chirp a bit because you're right under the batsman's nose. And at the same time being able to pick up some catches, some class bowling. Jack Manak, Abu Manak, the veteran, Ashraf Kolia, Dr. Musaji himself, Hussain Manak, Nazir Dinda, the other quick that we had, Imran Umar. So wonderful attack. There was a short time where we had the services of the late Tiffy Barnes, and also a class left-arm spinner in Miley Kassem. So a lot of fun being up in that close-in position.
When did Ali Kalicharan come through? Did you ever play with him?
No. Kalicharan played Premier League cricket for Lenasia in the early 90s. I think it was 94, 95, 96. So I was playing, that was Premier League cricket, I was playing in the division below, so never got to play with Alvin Kalicharan. It was quite a surprise to a lot of us when Alvin was signed to play for Lenasia, and I must say he was embraced quite warmly by all and sundry. But I say that because, remember, he was a West Indian rebel.
Yes.
And man, if we can go into all of the interviews that he did have and how he used to justify our beautiful delivery once again, brings it back in, does Bayer Swanepoel. Certainly has the better of Mikael Prince since being struck for that 4 in the previous over. Yeah, so he made comments about it's not for us to comment about the laws of the country. We are here to play cricket, completely ignoring that there was a major cultural and sporting boycott where even the United Nations were involved in blacklisting players and performers. Oh, that's cleared the top. It's run over the top. He continues to have the better of Mikael Prince. He gets away very luckily with this top edge that runs away for 4.
Lifted just outside off stump. Mikael Prince,
2 minds.
Yeah, was in two minds whether to go forward or backwards, and then eventually the ball sped up and got him and just edge over the slip cordon all the way to the 3rd man boundary. 47 for 2 is what the Eastvaal Renault Dragons are standing at now. And let's see what Bayes now does with his 4th ball in this particular over. I beg your pardon, his 5th ball. The 4th one went 4 of 4. Mikael Prince tentative. watching the ball a lot carefully now?
Well, he's got to 24. He's added another 12 runs to his overnight score. He's in that he's hit 2 fours. Out of that, he's hit 2 fours. Half an hour spent at the wicket almost. So this is when you're telling yourself that, listen, I've done part of the hard work early this morning. He's taken a blow on the inside thigh. And as I described it yesterday, Base Swanepoel does bowl a really heavy ball. So I'm sure he'll be patching that cover, that color of blue, pink and yellow on that inside thigh. And maybe at the break he may even get the cold spray on it, the ice spray on it. But a very good over. I mean, you have to say that he's really made Mikael Prince struggle. But that's really what long innings are about in the longer version. That you have to play through these tough periods.
And these tough periods are what makes a batsman stand out.
Correct.
Runs, yes, but also occupation and seeing off the new nut. It's Pamela going a bit straighter, and Lube just playing it on the onside for the fine leg fielder to come up and field, and they threw for a run. Yeah, Aslam, now that you brought up the history and going back to your playing days, a memory just came to mind about you at short leg, playing against you as we bring through all the youngsters. Soweto playing against Lenasia as we watch the Pamela running again.
Keen to hear this one. Again, double steps across, very much like what Connor Esterhazen was doing in the early part of his innings. Prince, but continue.
Yeah, just making sure that he covers any movement off the track and any plans that the bowler might have. Yeah, and in those days we played the longer format of the match, although it was one day. So the team batting first would be out there for 60, 65 overs, and then the team batting after lunch. Oh, Sapamla. Definitely getting a lot of movement there is Luto.
That particular one, I think there was lots of shoulder, lots of back in it, lots of good bounce. Just keep an eye on how high this bounced as it was passing Mikael Prince. You see that exaggerated movement. Now, you're trying to play a cut shot literally when you've committed both your feet in front of the popping crease, where really you should be stepping back, getting on top of it and giving it a rasping cut.
Yes.
So that's not going to help him. And on the Wanderers pitch, new ball, early morning, that kind of thinking is very important. He gets into a lovely position here, but straight to the field head point.
The ball is certainly rising quite a bit, and that particular ball that we're talking about, Eastvaal actually took it about mid-riff as it was coming through to him. Yeah, so on that particular day, we were playing at the Lenasia grounds. So wickets obviously not covered overnight. Ball doing quite a bit, as much as this particular ball is doing here. And you not having the gloves on, but standing very close as we watch the Pamela go in again. And the ball rising, jeez, keeper took that above his head.
He's actually made that look like a good delivery because he's committed himself so much to get in line. Whereas again, if he's just standing on his mark, obviously the normal, I think the captain's just pointing to him that's how wide it was, that's how short it was. And the minute he's hitting those green areas, the ball is really bouncing. So apply yourself, keep an eye. I think that's what Liver is telling Prince. But if you just sort of hold your hold steady, you leave that ball and you make it look like it was wasted. The previous one that he should have actually hit for 4 would have allowed him to get psychologically above the bowler. This is a bad ball, but it goes to Plaiki, who does very well, covers it up quickly, and gets the throw in to end the over. Indeed, 49 for 2 after 16. You may continue.
Yes, and yeah, that ball was pitched rather short. Now that you've highlighted exactly what Luba was, was highlighting to Prince there, and what the ball was doing. But yeah, on this particular day, the ball was doing quite a bit. The pitch was doing even more, and one didn't really have to play much. And you came up after a while, realizing that I wasn't paying attention to a lot of what you were saying, and the question that you asked was, who taught you how to play cricket? And one of your teammates came up and said to you, Uncle Aslam, why are you coaching him?
Yeah, it was in the early 90s as well. Right?
Correct, yes, it was in the early 90s.
I think that was when I was playing for player coach at Tasmanians.
I can't remember.
Was it Lenasia Cricket Club? I can't remember either.
Bayes bowls a slower ball. Looked like he mistimed his run up there, and yeah, was in his stride when he delivered, and the leg by is indicated by the umpire. Yes, something definitely went astray with his run up there. He's indicated to the umpire he wants to come around the wicket now. Bayes Swanepoel looking to probably come straighter at the left-handed Vian Luba.
To his 4th over of the morning. He bowled 4 yesterday, picked up 2 for 13, including a maiden.
And that extra bringing up the Dragons 50-run partnership. 50 runs. They still trail by 189 runs at the DP World Wanderers Stadium. Doesn't look like it's getting easier for the batsmen. The field position is still exactly as aggressive as it was, and looks like Dean Potgieter has come a bit backward a square.
Backward short leg.
Yeah, backward short leg, yes.
So with the angle with the right arm seamer into the left-hander, that's about right. Good to see that they're just maintaining a bit of patience. Dominic Hendricks not getting overawed or over anxious about throwing the ball around to the other guys and to see if he can pick up wickets. What we saw yesterday was extraordinary. It's not necessarily going to repeat itself this morning. So into his 4th over, as I said, I'm sure that we'll see a change in bowling in the next few overs. Hits him on the pad.
Straighter.
Umpire is unmoved. Arno Jacobs. Again, it's always that angle that's at the bowler's disadvantage, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Wide of the crease, if you see that. Very wide of the crease. Invariably, the umpires watch that, and sometimes they almost set their minds, they condition their minds to those type of things. That's how wide you're coming up. It's invariably going down the leg side. That's well played. Beautifully timed as well.
Not going to make it to the boundary. Fielder gets to it about 10 meters or so from the boundary, and the batsman threw for 2 runs. Oh, did they run at all?
They ran 2, yeah.
They did?
Yeah. They cruised the 2 runs. There's no urgency in the running between wickets. It was well struck. It's unusual that, and that's the shorter boundary at the Wanderers for this match. Misfielded.
And they threw for another 2. Just trying to see who the fielder is.
maybe a 13th man, number 18.
No, it's
4 standard slips, regular, and then the fly slip. The fly slip is a fielder halfway between third man and the slip cordon. It may be for that uppercut. Are we going to see that shorter delivery? No. It's on a length and it's well played.
by his hard ball or a full ball, as you indicated earlier, certainly does come through in that. So, is that the position that you're describing that when you're watching?
Yeah.
What did you call it earlier? You didn't call it fly slip though, you called it in your day?
No, the deep gully or the deep backward point would be literally catching with his hands on his knees, not even walking in. Lifting delivery, nicely negotiated to the side, and good bit of fielding.
And good.
Make
good
sure
call.
that the batsman had to rush through. Yeah.
Sure, good call. And they rushed through for a quick single there. Does Prince and Luba. Yeah, this left-right hand combination does take up quite a bit of time for the bowlers. Just north of the Yukska, yeah, where the Warriors are visiting the Titans. The Titans were actually behind in their over rate yesterday.
So it's a staggered slip cordon now. 4 slips in position for Swanepoel, but it's again down the leg side. Maybe trying very hard to just look to hit that fuller length, middle and leg, trying to york him. The one thing I remember as when coaching youngsters, and as soon as a left-handed batter comes into the nets, the youngster goes around the wicket, and I run to the kid and I say, "What's the reason you're coming around?" The answer is because he's a left-hander, and that's not the right answer. And then I'll go down to the middle of the pitch. I'll draw a square, maybe say 1.5 foot square.
Right.
Or maybe the size of, say, 2 handkerchiefs. And then say, if you're bowling to the right-hander, you got your off middle and leg stump. Hit the spot and imagine there's a right-hander there. Now do the same thing and imagine there's a left-hander, but stay over the wicket. You're still testing him. The only thing is you're doing, it's a slight adjustment, where then you're looking to attack that middle and leg off stump.
And did
beautifully played. That's a glorious stroke, beautifully timed, square off the wicket. No rush in that. In fact, he allowed it to come right under his eye and then just worked it with all of those strong wrists for 4. Both batsmen now really looking good, encouraged with the fact that their partnership has gone beyond 50, 68 for 2. At the end of the 19th over, I think we're going to see the end of Swanepoel for now. He's bowled 5 this morning without much luck.
And you're going to see the end of me. Good opening session, Aslam, and yeah, good to be behind the mic again. Actually, at the last time you and I were in commentary together, the drop-down pitch was still on the side of here. And that
Correct.
was against the Lions were playing against the Dolphins earlier on the season. Well, last season, towards the end of last season.
That's right.
Earlier on this year.
It was down here during the SA20 and also the international. So the tray had first been put in here and then wheeled in. And it came in 2 parts, by the way, I must tell you.
Played off his hip down to fine leg, and let's watch the umpire. Is it off bat?
Yeah, no, that's definitely off the bat. It went quite quickly to the fielder. So yeah, it came in 2 parts. That means it was sliced in half and then put together here in the tray. And what you see there out in the middle is the complete version of what it is. All it needs to do is get bedded down, set itself nicely with lots of rolling and watering.
For the roots to take effect.
I think the roots definitely took effect already. They just wanted to make sure that it was even and it was sort of well nurtured before they actually bedded it down there out into the sunshine. And I must say they treated it very much like a pitch when it was off the field as well, beyond the boundary, where they covered it from time to time, treating it exactly like you would a pitch out in the middle on that huge table.
Delano Potgieter coming in from the caller drive end. Gentle medium, but effective. With the DP World Lions looking for that break, trying to break this 50-rand partnership now. Gone beyond 50 now, but looking to get another batsman in the hut as Campbell warms up behind us. He's going to replace me in the commentary box here, joining Aslam shortly after this over. The outfield also looks a lot greener for this time of the year, considering that there hasn't been too much rain since the spring season started. Must have been a lot of watering taking place here as well then.
They've had to do that because, as I just mentioned to you, the ground has been used for various events, and if you look here under the stand, the Unity stand end here, there's a lot of brown patches. So clearly a good few downpours will help. And the Wanderers too have a reservoir of their own. So they're allowed to obviously water it as much as they can. But there's nothing as good as natural rain.
Sure, indeed. As Delano runs in for his last ball of his second over. Oh, and that ball moves off the track through to the wicketkeeper. And I take leave of you, Aslam, making way for Campbell.
Thank you very much, Gordon Templeton. So run rate 3.5, which is actually quite good given the circumstances that they found themselves in last night. But the pair have weathered the early storm, and the Lions were certainly looking for some sort of answers out of this pitch this morning. And clearly they're asking more questions right now because there's a very good partnership that has been put together. These two came together at 12 for 2, and that was in the third over. And of course they faced 7 overs in all last night. 69 for 2. So we do get a look at CSA Plaiki for the first time in this match. The hero of the previous encounter. He's 5 for 64, being the key performance in giving the Lions a well-deserved win against the rivals across the Yurtske. So we'll just keep an eye on the field set to give us an idea. Medium fast, I would describe him as. It's almost what we would describe as a regular field. 2 slips of gully, backward point, a sort of wideish cover, wideish mid-off, mid-on, and then a square mid-wicket. About 4 pitch widths. But this ball is beautifully played. He is certainly a wonderful player on the leg side, over-pitched for the first delivery from CSA Plaiki, and he's just helped himself to a boundary. And looking ever so comfortable at the crease right now. 73 for 2 is now certainly comfortable in the seat alongside me, Kamva Nyakana. Good morning and welcome, and good to be working with you. I'm curious to hear you through the next 45 minutes.
Good morning, Aslam. It's an honor and privilege to be with you behind the mic. Looking forward to this. A couple of months ago we were supposed to have an opportunity to be together, but finally we have moment together, and hopefully you'll enjoy the next 45 minutes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, brilliant start has been here by, in particular, the Dragons in terms of the batting stocks. They've really looked comfortable this morning in terms of how they went about their business in terms of batting. But I have to give credit also to how the Lions have bowled this morning, in particular the first initial overs. They were very tidy, asked a lot of questions of the Dragons. Maybe a bit unfortunate not to pick up wickets, I must say, because they asked a lot of questions, picked up the outside edge, inside edge a couple of times, a couple of oohs and ahs, I must say, but unfortunate not to pick up an early wicket.
Yeah, I agree. Subhamla in particular was unlucky this morning. I just thought that Swanepoel maybe tried a little too hard. There's a forcing shot. It's on the up. It's come off the higher part of the upper part of the bat, so not timed to perfection, but he certainly found the gap for a single. Yeah, so you're right. I mean, it was a very good. I described Sipamla's spell as a probing one this morning, and I thought he was the better of the two bowlers. Swanepoel almost gave me the feeling that he was not so comfortable coming around to the left-hander, and we saw that just prior to the end of his spell. And you did get the feeling that you tried too hard. You got a new cherry in your hand, the pitch does the talking, as they say. Just hit the lengths, stick to your plans, and hope it works. When it doesn't, your skills then become part of what the captain will demand out of you. Plaatje in again. Short and cut, and that will run away for 4. It's a very quick outfield, and that's the longest boundary at the Wanderers. And well played. Got low down on that one, did Riaan Libbe, and knew exactly what he wanted out of that particular delivery. So 2 fours to start with for CSA Plaatje. He needs to make a quick adjustment. It's not going to be easy, as you say, left and right combination.
Yeah, that ball almost set up there for Riaan Libbe, where he really just jumped onto it and created a beautiful cut through the point region. But he's also looked comfortable. And you talk about Swanepoel this morning, you would have thought the way he bowled late last night, picking up those 2 early wickets, you would have thought he would have continued with this business the way he went about his work. But a bit unfortunate this morning, he didn't hit his lines and left.
Short delivery, straight to the fielder. Yeah, look, I must say he was pumped up last night. It was his first appearance for the Lions at his now adopted franchise, and wanted to obviously put in a good performance. You've got Alan Donald, the veteran and legend, as your bowling coach, and you wanted to make a statement. He certainly did, and I got the feeling that that's exactly what he was doing. I must say what I enjoyed about him was that the short part of the spell against Mikael Prince, and he was certainly unlucky on 2 or 3 occasions against Prince. Plaatje runs in to finish his first over and finishes it on a high. That's a much better delivery. Can he hit that area consistently and give Libbe something to think about? 78 for 2 after 21.
Yeah, it's a brilliant finish to the over there by CSA Plaatje. Didn't have a really good over to start off with. Gave away a few boundaries in that particular over. Maybe not too impressed. Maybe still trying to find his feet, trying to find his lines and length. So you can forgive him for that first over where he maybe really didn't find his lines. But to speak about that opening pair and Swanepoel not being able to find his lines and length this morning, but you had Sipamla where he managed to find his line and length and back up his other bowler where he kind of pretty much struggled, you could say, maybe to find those consistent areas in terms of. And then you had the likes of Sipamla really hitting those outside edges, picking up those outside edges, and I was very impressed about how he went about his business. And we just hope that these 2 change bowlers will back the 2 guys that have come in initially.
So Potgieter continues.
Yeah, Potgieter also has had a good start. Batted brilliantly yesterday. He's obviously bowled these 2.1 overs already now this morning just for 6 runs, but had a brilliant time with the bat yesterday, scoring 77 of 130 balls in that brilliant 152 run partnership with Connor Eastvaal. Pretty much an inning-saving partnership that was.
Yeah, and he's, to me, he gets that most valuable player title every time I've watched him. Very impressive player. And a more than handy player. You know, when you talk about a handy player, that means, yeah, he gives you a performance now and then, you know, you can maybe rely on him. But this guy is really a superb cricketer.
The real deal.
Yeah, the real deal. To think that at one stage, about 3 or 4 seasons ago, he was looking to throw the towel in. But a resurgent career, played a match-winning innings in the cup final. At that time, I think it was his highest, and then he just ran past it 2 weeks ago, putting together the 169, and again in combination with Eastvaal and putting on that huge partnership Also somewhat of a recovery it was. So just good to see that he continues. In the meantime, I mean, from a Plaatjie point of view, and he's obviously not in action right now, he's having a cool drink on the fine leg boundary. He was obviously identified earlier because he played for South Africa under 19. He's I think I've made my notes well, and he debuted for the Warriors against the Titans. And then his best figures, 2 for 76 and 5 for 64, 7 in the match, was key to the Lions' performance. So it's good that he's just put his name on the board. It gives depth of strength to the squad. Oh, that's beautiful delivery. He just got it to curl through the air in towards the bat, but Mikael Prince has covered up quite nicely for most of his innings and got into a good position there to negotiate that swinging delivery out to the onside.
Oh yes, indeed. It's been the blueprint of these two batters at the crease at the moment, where they've really found ways to defend really well, and when they've seen the bad ball, punished it at regular occasions. And it's going to be important for them to do that here, because you want to bide your time and take your time as this inning progresses. As we see Delano Pokuta hitting his lines there, that back of the length area, and being able to pass off a defensive shot from Mikael Prince. And that brings us to the end of the 22nd over with the score on 78 for 2.
As you see there, trailing by 161 runs. Overnight it was 216, the deficit, in reply to the 239, which the Lions were eventually able to muster. So the captain in deep conversation with CSA Plaatjie.
You talk about CSA Plaatjie, and this is the stage where he will want to prove himself, particularly in the 4-day stuff. As a man, you know, as a cricketer, you want to be able to come through here in this stage. As we see the crowd here, the young boys playing there on the banks. It's what
mini cricket. Good to see.
Exciting stuff. I'm sure they're enjoying themselves out there, watching their heroes play out there this morning.
Still too early for the end of year exams, right?
It's actually currently the end of the exams now already.
I know, but the matrics, they've just started, right?
Yes, indeed. Maybe the youngsters haven't necessarily. They usually start a little bit later because their exam period is a little bit shorter than the seniors. They'll have probably a week or two in terms of when they write. So they'll probably be enjoying themselves in now up until maybe mid-November, and then they'll wrap it up probably just towards the end of the November's time in terms of the exam period. But nice to see them out there in the field in the sun, enjoying some of these beautiful conditions we've had this morning.
Short again, but this time he bails out of the uppercut. There's a fielder placed there in the deep, at a deep point on the deep point boundary.
We talk conditions here, Aslam. It's been beautiful. Blue skies today.
Not a cloud in the sky, actually. Absolutely beautiful. Now you're right. It's a perfect day for cricket. We said that this morning, Gordon and I did. Yesterday there was lots of moving clouds. There was a bit of breeze as well, just as the game started. And then, as you see the trees now, pretty still. That was certainly on, but he didn't get in position to actually execute that shot, did Vian Lever. I was just hoping and depending on his hands to come through nicely. So yeah, just to mention that certainly the conditions all round are very good. What the two batsmen will be hoping for is that the Wanderers pitch just eases out the ball into its 23rd over now, also gets older a lot quicker, and that they can also do exactly what the pair of Esterhuizen and Swanepoel did yesterday, Potgieter did yesterday, to do the same and to grow this partnership. It is now worth 66 runs.
As you see, Vian Leber just dropped that in the mid-wicket region, and they're pushing for 3, that is, but they only pick up 2 with brilliant fielding on the boundary. You can see the players down there. You almost think that maybe he landed uncomfortably. It's just out of screen from you guys at the moment. But with that brilliant fielding effort brought maybe a bit of an uncomfortable landing for him. On the boundary, just trying to see the number, who the player is there.
Yeah, he's struggling, and I must say that Hashim Amla, the physiotherapist, and Russell had just passed that particular area, and now they're going to take the walk all the way back. I'm not sure who the fielder is that hurt himself. Is it Bjorn Fortuin?
I couldn't really see the number there, but irrespective of that, it would have been unfortunate. You don't like to see those kind of things with players going down, particularly in the field. A lot of that usually happens when maybe we had a wet outfield and maybe the players get stuck on the field, but you wonder what's the reason, maybe what could have caused that, maybe just probably an uncomfortable landing.
Well, look, I mean, it was his effort that perhaps was the reason why he's hurt himself. If it is Bjorn Fortuin, it's not a good sign for the Lions, because they'll need him. He's the lone spinner. I know that the captain has turned his arm over on a number of occasions as Dominic Hendricks, but he's the key spinner. Has been the key spinner in all formats for the Lions for a long, long time. So 80 for 2 it is. There's a short break. The players will have a drink, and the physio has managed to get through to the injured player out in the deep there. In the meantime, that is the summary with just over an hour to go on the second morning. 2:39 all out were the Lions overnight, with 2 superb innings from Eastvaal and Potgieter, and then a wonderful bowling, a team performance with the ball from the likes of Swart, Nyaku, Matau and Latuka. And then this morning, 44 and 26 for Prince and Libber respectively, recovering their innings from that precarious 12 for 2 overnight. And they've taken it to 80 for 2 with a partnership of 66 and growing, 68 in fact and growing. The deficit is 159. For those of you who are interested in watching us on YouTube, Kagiso Rabada has just scored a half century against Pakistan in the second test in Rawalpindi. This will possibly be one of his most important contributions with the bat in test cricket, because at one stage South Africa was still 93 runs behind with just 2 wickets in hand. So Gordon Templeton has just dropped this little stat in front of me. Pakistan eventually 333 all out. So the Proteas are currently 389 for 9 with a lead of 56 runs. And I must tell you, this morning driving to the ground, when I was listening to the sportscasts, it didn't look like South Africa were going to get a lead. So a valuable lead of 56, and I think a psychological one, because they certainly won down in this test series, and they'll need to really up their game here to try and just even things out by the time we get to the 5th day. So an interesting test on the go there.
Yes, interesting test indeed for them, and they're looking to be able to come back into that series, as they lost that one, the first one. They would have wanted to correct the errors that they made, and very importantly, did you mention 56? You want to be able to win tests in the subcontinent as the world test champions. You want to continue your merry way of being able to perform. They lost their first test in about 12, they had 12 in a row if I'm not mistaken, and having lost that one, they would have wanted to make right in the second one. So we just hope that they add on to that by 56 run lead, be able to pick up early wickets and get Pakistan into trouble. They bowled really well in the first innings, but unfortunately to miss quite a few opportunities, quite a few drop catches that they had in that first innings, and they probably would have been disappointing their fielding efforts. But they made a way, be able to come back nicely with the likes of the bowling of Keshav Maharaj picking up 7 wickets in that first innings, being able to bring his team back into that game. And yeah, they'll be looking now to stamp on and be able to have another brilliant second bowling innings for themselves.
I must say the player is now up on his feet and walking alongside the physiotherapist. Yeah, looks like he's okay.
He looks okay, but he's looking like he's walking right across to the dugout. Might not continue. He's right next to his physio, so you maybe think maybe he'll sit out for a bit, maybe try see what's the exact issue with either his He looks okay. He looks okay. Physio's walking alone now at the moment as he's a bit off screen from
Well,
the
I must just tell you, out of picture again, I see Evan Jones. So he did come onto the field for a short time during the drinks break, but now he's actually gone beyond the boundary, so which means that it looks as though Bjorn Fortuin will continue.
And
no, in fact, that is Bjorn Fortuin with a towel over his shoulder, and he is, in fact, trudging off with, he's limping. So he's obviously got some sort of an injury, and there's pictures to confirm.
And you can see there, it must be the knee. You can see that the leg area, there's a big chunk of dirt on his leg there across. You must think that's the knee that he's limping with. Must have landed, maybe a bit of wet outfield, maybe a bit of dampness in the outfield. Maybe his knee got stuck there. We've got CSA Blakey coming with two slips and a slip in a gully.
And Evan Jones is the fielder at deep square leg. Yeah, those injuries. There have been some debilitating ones in the number of years that we've followed cricket, and that soft ground where the knee digs in and all your weight on it at speed. It's almost like a motor car accident, so hopefully he'll be okay, because as I said, from a team point of view, they need him as the spinner, because he's been such a fantastic performer. So much so that he's got international call-up as well. Blakey continues. Oh, that's a great catch. That's a superb bit of cricket. Blakey gets his wicket. Beautifully taken. The softest of hands, the neatest of catch you would find. Diving to his left. Connor Esterhuizen has finally helped in breaking this partnership. 80 for 3. That's the end of Vian Liver.
You spoke about the importance of Blakey, the hero of the previous game. Picks up an early wicket now in his spell. Look at that again. Oh, what a delivery. Really jags away from the outside edge of Vian Liver, and a brilliant take. Nice take there by the wicket keeper. Just really went out with his one hand, his left hand, and grabbed it comfortably. First slip was probably thinking that might be his, but keeper had all his name all over that. Yes. Brilliant take.
26 of 96 deliveries, 3 fours for the captain, and he spent all of 96 minutes at the crease. In fact, the deliveries he faced was 61, so 96 minutes, 61 balls, and 3 fours. And I remember describing it earlier when I was on air with Gordon, that if they hit the right area in that, according to Vian Liver, you may well just get him to play into that cordon, and that's exactly what Blakey was able to extract out of the pitch. I think the length and the line was perfect to induce that edge, and Connor Esterhuizen just made that look so simple. He was like Superman.
Yeah, he's bringing that confidence of that 100 that he scored yesterday with grabbing that one with the one-hander. And we know, as I mentioned on that the delivery, that particular delivery, we know Vian Liver is a bit susceptible to that ball that nips away from him, and he really kind of pushed at that one. He maybe couldn't afford it to be the one, but credit to CSA Blakey for bowling that delivery there and asking that question of Vian Liver and picking up that important wicket just probably about 45 minutes before lunch. And much needed wicket was a ball really well this morning, and didn't get any rewards from that. But we spoke about the second pair, this partnership of two bowlers coming in today, able to back up those two that came in of Sia Pamla and the likes of Swanepoel that came in early this morning. Didn't manage to pick up wickets, but they come in and pick up an early wicket.
So that was the end of the over, the 23rd. I'm sure we'll have another look at that soon. Just good cricket, and after an hour, just over an hour of really good batting, stout batting, stubborn stuff from the pair, and it took a delivery like that to get him out. So another look at it, Blakey. Brilliant. That angle, the angle is so important. If you hit the right line and length, you certainly will induce the batsman to stretch his hands out there to look to play. And what a pity, because it was a really good innings from the captain, trying to lead by example, and unfortunately found himself trudging back just after a really tough hour's work out in the middle. So this is exactly what the Lions needed. They'll be looking for another few to just make sure that they stay ahead in the game. The deficit now 159. And the form player, by the way, Ruben Herman, has joined Mikhail Prince.
Straight down the bound, straight to the fielder. And one thing about this, the Wanderers Stadium, that if you pick up a wicket, there's a likelihood of you picking up another one. Usually you are able to put back-to-back wickets here. If you obviously you do bowl the line and length on this pitch, and it is generally rewarding for you to pick up another wicket back-to-back. So interesting to see how the next couple of overs play out, with Delano Poklita coming in now for his fourth ball of the over.
Yeah, Prince looks a lot more settled at the crease right now. Not that exaggerated movement. He's played some lovely strokes. He's shown his prowess on the front foot on both the leg and offside.
Yeah, he's looked solid this morning. He's looked untroubled, and he's left really well. He's played convincing strokes, came out of the middle of the bat, and he must be really impressed with his batting today. And you look to convert that 44 that he has at the moment to maybe a 50, maybe potentially to 100.
He tends to favour the front foot, because Gordon and I were keeping an eye on him, especially in that spell against Sipamla, where he was all at sea with anything short, not just at the body but even outside the off stump. He did play the uppercut to get himself off the mark this morning. That got him the 4 runs, but apart from that, he seemed to be maybe in a spot of bother. But anything up to him, he's been pretty clinical in the way he's handled it. In fact, 2 brilliant boundaries of the bowling of Swanepoel early this morning, and then 2 cover drives as well.
You making that point, Aslam, as we come to the end of the 24th over with the score on 80 for 3. Would you generally think maybe it's would they maybe with the Lions would rather go for that option of maybe bowling shorter to him to maybe induce a mistake?
Well, as you and I were chatting, I saw Hashim Amla and Russell Domingo, who spent a lot of time together in international cricket as player and coach. Hopefully they've made a note of that, and it'll be a chat that they'll have at lunchtime, that maybe just go in there and a few more short stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised that before the close of the session, you will see Bayers and Sipamla back in the attack. So hopefully they'll be able to do something from a Lions point of view. It's time for Gordon Templeton.
Good morning, Gordon.
Good morning, Kamva. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Kamva.
Kamva, yes. It's Xhosa.
It's Xhosa.
Yes.
Xhosa from the Eastern Cape.
Whereabouts in the Eastern Cape?
East London, to be specific.
Ah,
yes.
Emond,
yes.
My mother hails from the Eastern Cape as well, from Matatiel, Mount Fletcher. Beautifully played cover drive of Blakey's bowling. Ruben Herman, the informed batsman, as Ashlam has indicated earlier, for the Eastvaal Renault Dragons. Blakey has certainly done the job for his captain, coming in as first change from that end on this particular morning.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant start for Blakey, picking up the wicket of Vian Libber in the previous over. We look to continue with that. Now he's got 2 slips and a gully at the moment, and they look to continue bowling those lines back to.
I'm impressed by his bowling action. There's nothing like the traditional or the old style left hand high up, follow through with the delivery, and then running down the wicket, all smooth in one action, not breaking up at all.
Yeah, if you just look at the action as it comes in, it looks really solid in his action. He doesn't look... he falls over, looks tidy, and looks very similar to Sia Pamla, to be honest. Oh, back foot punch through the covers, and brilliant fielding on the boundary there by Jones, and only restricts the Dragons for 2.
That's the same area where Bjorn got injured as Jones dove there, restricting the ball from hitting the boundary rope and going for 4.
Yeah, it's very similar way how to Bjorn Fontaine got injured in the about 2-3 overs ago, and similar efforts, but he couldn't get up after his effort of that fielding of that boundary. Oh, huge call for Sia Plaiki, but that impact outside the line, I think. And an umpire probably agrees with me as well.
Let's have another look at that, because all the Lions players went up. Totally convinced that they've got their man. As you watch the replay. Hit him outside off, maybe just a bit too high.
In particular, main cam and some capture umpire.
Prince was off his feet almost there when the ball trapped him on his front leg. And you probably think it's definitely maybe impact out the line and a bit of height on that as well. But nonetheless, good bowling from Sia Plaiki.
Oh, no, indeed. Indeed. Just gone for 3 runs in this over so far. And he darts his last ball just outside off, tempting Prince to have a go at that. And Prince knowledgeably just leaving the ball and letting it go through to the wicketkeeper as Plaiki bowled the outswinger there. Early on, Aslam and I were talking about the beautiful weather, and yesterday I would have thought, no, the clouds are going to drop lower and definitely come down raining hard. But a beautiful day out at the DP World Wanderers here today. Couldn't ask better for cricket weather.
Did you say raining hard?
Yesterday, that was my suspicion. That was my because it seemed like it was grey, a misfield there as the players steal another run.
I must say your predictions were very off.
At the end of that over, like he just losing our 5 off that particular over. As the 25th over had been bowled, and the Eastvaal Renault Dragons are 85 for 3 at the moment. Umpires out in the middle of both were checking. I wonder what they were looking at.
Just I was going to touch on this first session. So Gordon, and the Dragons have added on to 62 runs in the overnight score since the resumption of play this morning, and the Lions only managed to pick up a wicket. What do you think, in particular, this innings, this first session has gone to? Is it Dragons' first session? Which side will be more impressed going to lunch, as we probably have just about maybe 40 to 30 minutes to go to lunch? Which one would be the happier side, rather, is the question,
Ooh, Delano bowling slightly full and the ball moving away. Comfort. I would predict that from a batting point of view, the 2 batsmen, the overnight batsmen that were at the crease, saw off the first over. So I would give that session through to them. We did see the field very attacking at the start of play and then slowly opening up. So yeah, I would say in total, it is a balanced view. There's another 40 odd minutes to go until lunch. So I would say it's evenly poised at this point in time.
Yeah, it's certainly evenly poised. I certainly agree with you there. But I tell you what, if the Lions decide to manage to pick up about two or three wickets, well, maybe I'm pushing it by 3, but maybe 2 more wickets here, I'd certainly say they're on top with the way they managed to. Oh, what a shot!
It's class. That is pure class. Ball slightly over pitched on the leg side, and Ruben Herman just continuing his rich vein of form, dispatching of that ball to the boundary on the onside.
If you look at that shot again, just leans onto that one almost, all the way along the carpet, and brilliant stroke.
Used his feet walking towards the bowler.
Ruben Herman, man in form.
In great form, indeed he is. Delano now making sure bowls a better length. Ruben comes forward and just plays a forward defensive shot.
You talk about Ruben Herman being in form with that SAA series that we had about a month ago.
Against New Zealand,
Against New Zealand, eh? He, in the ODI series, he didn't play the unofficial 2 tests, he played the ODI series, and he scored a mammoth 280 runs in those 3 ODIs.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Sumptuous stroke. Looking extremely comfortable out there, almost playing an ODI kind of innings at the moment.
Textbook stuff that here, and there's nothing as classy as watching a left-handed batsman play on the cover, on the offside. Although left-handed batsman playing the cover drive is still the shot for me, but that was just immaculate.
As a right-hander, I'm almost jealous to see left-handers play these strokes. It's like, I don't know how they make them look so good. You know, if you look at his strokes, it's just so amazing the way he plays them. Again, this time finds the gap, but this time around a bit edgy, but finds the gap in the cover region and picks up the boundary for 4. And that brings us to the end of the 26th over with the score 97 for 3.
3 boundaries in that over of Delano Potgieter. Yeah, that shot that Ruben played on the offside. Not too sure it was intended to go to the square cover boundary. So I think as much as it was a 4, the battle there was won by the bowler.
He'll tell you that was very intentional. He's dealing in boundaries this morning, Ruben Herman, finding the boundaries on regular occasions, as we see Siapaki coming in again.
Right, this time everybody goes up, and the umpire doesn't hesitate much, and sticks his finger up, and that looks like Blakey has done the trick again, having Prince fall short of his half century, just 2 runs short of his half century, scoring 48 runs in the 125 minutes that he spent out in the crease since coming in yesterday afternoon.
Brilliant delivery there by Siapaki. You see that replay there, traps Prince right in front, and rightfully so the umpire gives it out. Siapaki man in form and continuing that form that he had in his previous game and bringing into this game here in these bowler-friendly conditions here. The wonder is you look to continue to pick up more wickets. We spoke about more wickets here and in how in this particular session, how it will change and sway the session for the Lions, that is. And I'd certainly give it to now closer to the Lions, the way they're picking up wickets and the way Siapaki is blowing. You'd like to think you might look to pick up a bit more, maybe give his team another wicket, as we just have another look at that beautiful delivery that just sort of, you see it jags back in. Maybe you'd say it's a straight delivery that was played maybe across the line there by Prince. Could have rather maybe played it a bit straighter. you think there's not much movement on that delivery, just more of a straighter delivery that he maybe the wrong selection, I'd say.
Indeed, Kamva. We've got two new batsmen, albeit that Ruben Herman has been there for, well, it's faced 7 balls in his 13 runs that he's put on the board thus far. But this session certainly favouring the DP World Lions now, in that you would have 2 new batsmen, and by the looks of things, 2 left-handers at the crease, as Sia Blakey comes around the wicket to the new man at the crease, Rian de Swart.
Interesting that he's gone around the wicket. I liked him over the wicket. Picked up the wicket of Rian Libber. Now the changes, I don't truly agree. I remember I was listening to you guys when I was off air. I think Aslam mentioned the fact that he doesn't totally agree with them coming around the wicket, and then now he's made that change. And for me, I don't really understand why you're having picked up the wicket of Rian Libber. But let's see how it goes. Maybe he might prove us wrong.
What I've picked up over the years is bowlers with their bowling coach work out certain plans for certain batsmen coming in. Without hesitation, he went around the wicket immediately. So they probably worked out that Rian de Swart has a certain weakness around the wicket for the right-hander. But the point that you made, that he got Libber beautifully bowling over the wicket. So the only thing I would possibly think is the reason is the fact that they probably have a plan for de Swart and coming around the wicket to him.
A widish one there to come with their second delivery, and rightfully so, given wide by the umpire. And maybe you think that the bowling plans may be around the fact that you're cramping up the room and not allow him to free up his arms, maybe coming around the wicket. But I'm a big fan of that over the wicket, where it's tied to his body still, if you bowl your right length, and then that odd one that maybe is a bit wider from him, where it allows him to free his arms and induces that football stroke. So I'm not too sure if I'm in agreement with this particular plan, but you would have to execute it the right way in order for him to be able to pick up this wicket of de Swart. Goes a bit shorter there, digs it in. Really good pace.
Indeed. Also, like his last 3 deliveries, his third being wide. His third delivery in this over being called wide. But I think the plan is to bowl it probably 6 stump to de Swart, who seems to be a free player, likes to throw the bat to the ball.
Aggressive delivery there, but not well directed. Maybe if you want to bowl those shorter ones, you want it to on that badge, but tighter to the batsman, particularly new batsmen. I'm a big fan of making the new batsman play a lot more, forcing them on that front foot, bowling that shorter one, and it's easier to leave, it's easier to duck, and you're not really asking questions of your technique, and particularly on the surface that is allowing for swing bowling and movement. You want to utilize the condition as best as you can and utilize that ball before it gets too old.
Exactly like that. That's a much better delivery. Yes. Question the new batsman. Create some sort of doubt in his head as to what is happening, and also having taken the 2 wickets of the batsmen that seem to have been settled in, especially because they've been there overnight. Let's look at this replay again. Yes. Pitched outside off and moved.
And I still feel that's the most dangerous delivery at the moment, this particular pitch. The fuller length delivery, the one either nipping in or away from the bowler. And the fuller one really will ask of the technique of the batsman at the moment, particularly on this pitch.
I was just about to compliment Plaiki for the over he's bowled so far. No run coming off there. And he puts it short, and De Swart getting on the back foot and pulling it onto the leg side and deep mid-wicket, fielding the ball there. So Swart through for 2 at the end of the 27th over. The Eastvaal Renault Dragons 100 for 4. Run rate of 3.8, not too bad.
I'd say that's been a good bowling session from the Lions. Haven't allowed the Dragons to get away really. Obviously they've given up a few boundaries here and there, but in terms of allowing them to get regular singles or rotate the strike on regular occasions hasn't been the case. Maybe to the fault of the Dragons where they haven't looked to rotate the strike as often. But we'll get a change in bowling. And we'll get the return of Baya Sonapul changing ends now, coming from the corner drive in. Maybe looking to get a change in fortunes in his bowling. He didn't pick up early wickets. Looked a bit different to what you saw last night. Picked up early wickets last night, and this morning didn't manage to really hit his lines as he would have liked. So maybe the change in end might be change in fortunes.
Certainly is, and immediately on the button there as Herman comes forward and defends that ball, and Sonapul's teammates approving of that particular ball. Yes, it might just be a change of fortune. He does bowl a heavy ball.
Indeed.
Big shoulders he has, Sonapul. And he's bowling around the wicket as well. Bit straighter, ball moving away slightly off the wicket.
So for me, coming around the wicket to the left-hand as a right-arm bowler, for me, if you are looking to bowl from around the wicket, you have to be a bowler that's able to nip it away from the left-handers. If everything is coming in, it's pretty much too predictable for your left-handed stroke players. They kind of line you up at some point. In particular, a player like Ruben Herman, in form, you'll definitely know very quickly if you're not bowling the right areas, because he'll punish you. He's an aggressive stroke player. So now, if he manages to get those few that nips back in, and then that odd or two that surprisingly that nips away, could have Ruben Herman in trouble.
Bowled outside off, dipping in, and Ruben just plays it around the corner, down to fine leg as they go through for a quick single. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, let the batsman play, and especially if the batsman is in good form, as Ruben Herman is, let him make the mistake. All you do is you just patiently work away at him, and possibly make sure that they keep the new batsman, who's De Swart, facing.
One jags back in, but a bit too high from Baya Sonapul. Good delivery nevertheless.
Indeed it was. I'm not too sure if Rian De Swart is totally comfortable with what the pitch is doing here. We saw Plaiki had him in trouble a bit early on. Yes, from the replay there we can see it probably was going down leg side.
Yeah, it's going to be important for these two to settle in now. It's going to be a challenging period now for these two, Ruben Herman and Rian De Swart. They'll look to build up a partnership now. Still very, very early doors for this partnership, only 4, this partnership of theirs, but they'll look to have a solid base now, try to rebuild again for their side, and look to settle in just before the lunch break. They want to lose any more wickets now. Any more wickets now will cause a bit of trouble for them. So they'll look to take their time, bide their time. but leg side is clipped away. Straight to fine leg though, just a single.
And yes, that brings to an end Delano Potgieter's, Beyers Swanepoel's first over from the corner drive in this morning, and brings a total for the Dragons at 102 for 4 after 28 overs. Indeed, they would need to consolidate, try wear out the bowlers, and now that Bjorn Fortuin is off the pitch, your trusted spinner and sole spinner in the DP Lions squad or team for this particular match. So you've only got seam bowlers that could, Dominic could try a few offies, if I'm not mistaken. Sia comes in, outside off, bit wide.
Before they look to settle in, they've got to get away this man in action at the moment, Sia Blakey, with his tail up, picking up 2 early wickets in his first 4 overs, only going for 19 runs at the moment, bowling brilliantly. So they have to see him off. But you mentioned the injury of Bjorn Fortuin, how important that is for the innings of the Dragons, and also how important for the bowling for the Lions. What you want is you want this bowling attack to come in for 3rd, 4th spells. Brilliant cover drive there by Ruan Tuswat through the covers for 4. Convincing stroke, confident stroke that is, in the front foot. Sia Blakey punished again from a bit of a loose half volley, I would say.
Indeed, it was a magnificent shot through the cover area. And just looking at Rian de Swart after he had made contact with the ball, didn't even make an effort like to run after the ball past the fielder, knowing very well that he had hit it in the middle, placed it exactly where he wanted it. Let's see what Sia's response is.
Responds to the wide one again. He bowls that wide delivery, a bit frustrating for me, honestly. We mentioned the previous over he bowled, came around the wicket, and we spoke about the fact that you'd want him to come over the wicket, bowled so brilliantly there. Asked so many questions, now comes around. I'm not too sure about the plans. You obviously want to back his plans, you want to back his thinking, but he's certainly not executing it. He's far from executing his plans at the moment. We bowled one good delivery in the previous over that asked the question of Ruan de Swart's bat, but never again bothered him in the during that over. So he's really lacking consistency from this particular over and the previous over.
Yes. I saw Bayes chatting to him as he was going back to his mark over there, and Sia indicating something about his arm. So clearly the bowlers working in tandem have a plan, and they're sticking to it irrespective of the runs being scored or bowling short or being forced to bowl wide, as Sia has bowled loosely on more than one occasion, and that one umpire looks, no, doesn't call it.
But fortunate. It doesn't call it. Very similar to the first one that wide he bowled. He's probably starting to think about now coming over the wicket again, because he just looks out of sorts since he's come around the wicket. And I worry, because you don't want these two batsmen in particular to settle. They're aggressive, they move the game forward, they generally get their runs quite quickly. So you don't want at all to allow these two to settle in and find their feet and find the middle of the bat on regular occasions, or at least be comfortable on this pitch.
Indeed, and that is a beautiful nut. That is well bowled by CSA Pamela, bowling the ball just on a good length. The Swart leaving that ball. Let's look at the replay. And it looks like it just shaved the top of middle stump. Just missed off stump. That would have been a great gunner. A gunner.
Which one is that one?
Yeah. Top of off, just nipping the bail.
Never heard that one before.
Yeah.
Gunner.
Aslam, when Aslam comes back, he'll explain more in our day of play what a gunner would be. But a cherry of high standards. That brings to an end the 29th over. 107 for 4 are the Eastvaal Renault Dragons. Just north of us on the subcontinent, Pakistan 333 all out. South Africa leading by 71 runs, currently 404 all out. 404 all out. And the last two partnership, listen to this, 169 runs. My word.
Brilliant.
Yeah, Mutsasami having scored 89 in that particular innings. Kesaf Maraj 30. Oh. And Kagiso Rabada's test best of 71, as we see Ruben Herman, left-hander there, emulating what Kagiso would have done north of us on the subcontinent with a beautiful left-handed cover drive, effortless. Didn't even move his feet much, but the timing of the ball was just immaculate.
Even the way he played that was so upright and so convinced. It's almost something like a Quentin kind of cover drive, real upright kind of stroke.
Bayer's response is on the money, having Herman play back and defend that one, attacking the stumps a lot more with that particular ball. Sonderpool was.
You know, just to touch on that 71 from Rabada, I've been waiting for him to get over that 50 mark. He's come close so many times, and I've always seen him as a guy that can play, you know. Oh, what a stroke, what a brilliant, shows the full face of the bat and straight down the ground that is from Ruben Herman. Another boundary in this over from him. Man is looking in great touch. Fine in the middle of the bat on regular occasions he is.
Reminds me of coaches saying the biggest insult you can give any bowler is hit the ball straight past him and not even move, which is exactly what Herman did there.
Seems like it's a left-hander's day. Rabada scoring, Ruben Herman scoring.
A friend of mine just sent me a text now, and he says no, he's no longer KG. He's now BC Rabada, Brian Charles.
And he's just so classy with this stroke play. You'd think he'll score so many runs.
Sorry. Yes, indeed. When he was still a schoolboy at St. Stithians, Kagiso Rabada, a good friend of mine, Colin, took the under-17s to the Coca-Cola week. And I forget who the opposition were. But it was a star-studded Lions team that went to the Kayamajola Coca-Cola week. And with a good number of wickets down, Kagiso comes in as we watch Bayer's bowl. Short outside off, forcing a false stroke off Herman. And Colin Glower comes back and tells me, before Kagiso walked out, he told his teammates, yeah, it's a big chaser we have, but we're going to win this. And needless to say, went carting the bowlers all around the track in that particular week. Played off his toes there, did Herman, for a single on the leg side, and that single brings up the end of the over. The 30th over, 116 for 4. 9 runs, Bayers cost the Lions in that over. Well, his figures don't look so good now. 2 for 50 in only 11 overs. So he's going about 4 and over.
Purely because of these two batters at the crease at the moment, clearly looking to be aggressive. I have to say though, the bowling has been a little bit looser from the Lions, and they like to fix that up and tighten it up a little bit more.
Gee, Aslam just whispering, I'll relate to what he said now, but back here we see a change of bowler, as you were saying, Kama, that the Lions bowling a bit loosely, and Luto Sipamla comes back into the attack for the DP World Lions from the golf course end. Aslam was just whispering in my ear there that Asif Afridi took 6 for 79.
Outside edge, picked up by Luto Sipamla on his first ball, already asking questions of Ruben Herman. And Ruben Herman gets away with that one and gets a boundary just past the gap between third slip and the gully, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And no chance there. Goes over, went with hard hands and flayed his hands there, and rightfully so, gets a boundary.
No. Certainly took advantage of the ball that was a bit wide, but clearly not middling it in total. So yeah, getting back to the Pakistan-South Africa second test in Rawalpindi, Asif Afridi is 39 years old. Almost 39, and he picked up, and he's on debut as well. Yeah, he's on debut. Herman plays for defence as Luto bowls his third ball of the over. So yeah, Asif Afridi in the Pakistan-South Africa test match in Rawalpindi, on debut, he's nearly 39 years old, picks up 6 for 79 for Pakistan against the Proteas.
Absolutely brilliant, eh? And you'd probably think as a 38-year-old, 37, maybe somewhat your career is coming towards an end. Shorter one there by Sipamla. Hits the midriff of Ruben Herman.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I was just to finish on my point there of, as a 38, 37-year-old, you think, well, he's 39, you said, you think, my career is over, probably won't see international cricket, get an opportunity at 39, make your debut, and you pick up 6 for 79. How proud can you be as a 39-year-old towards the end of your career?
Proud, yes. What message are you sending to the selectors that have overlooked you for all of these years?
I'm sure there's been tight competition.
Sipamla runs in, beautifully bowls, ball that entices Herman, and then at the last minute, not too sure if he left it or the ball moved away, but ball going through to the wicketkeeper. SA isn't. Sipamla certainly coming around the wicket and certainly causing a bit of doubt in these two left-handed batsmen that seem to have been getting settling in.
I'd like to think that Sipamla would execute the plans of coming around the wicket a lot more than what maybe Sia Plaiki did. Outside edge and picks it up, and he does indeed. Sia Pamla for a wicket for his first of the morning, well deserved, and that's Ruben Herman gone.
Beautifully picked up or caught there by Van Buren in second slip cordon. But is that possibly not what the plan was there, Kamva? Yes. To the left-handers?
Definitely was the plan, and well executed. That was by Sia Pamla. Picks up the outside edge of Ruben Herman. He looked good, he looked aggressive, but this time around caught, and he had an earlier one this over where he played and went over the slip cordon, but this time wasn't as lucky, and he was dismissed.
And the pendulum now shifts, going to your earlier question about this particular session of play. So the pendulum now shifts towards DP World Lions, in favour of the DP World Lions, having picked up 3 wickets since this morning.
Swan's first wicket of the morning and the third of the morning, and this session you'd like to think now it's going towards the Lions, having picked up 3 wickets this morning, and you probably want to press on and pick up a few more with just about 15 minutes to lunch.
15 to lunch. Ruben Herman would be upset with himself that he didn't go through and bat through until lunchtime, and allowing new batsmen Dean Forrester at the wicket. Aslam just shouting from the back here that Herman lived dangerously and he paid the price for it. So the Dragons 120 for 5 currently. Sapamla having picked up his first of the match and the third of this particular session. Dragons 120 for 5. Lions back up. And I think to support my earlier theory, as we see the end of this particular over, the 31st over, to support my earlier theory, looks like the Dragons are left-hand flush, left-hand heavy. So the plan that the Lions would have probably orchestrated is to work at their weaknesses as a left-handers.
Yeah, indeed, they've proven us wrong. We spoke about them coming around the wicket, and we were a bit worried about that, in particular how Sia Blackie went about executing that plan. But we had Sia Pamla come in, very similar man in stature in terms of bowling action as well, and just does a little bit different. Maybe bowls it a tad bit fuller, and then picks up that outside edge. Here comes Bear Swanepoel. Brilliant delivery, and he shouts, and the umpire is moved, and it's gone. Another wicket for the Lions. Back-to-back wickets, that is brilliant from the Lions.
Kamba, there was a bit of doubt as the Lions went up in appeal. The umpire hesitated for a bit as well. Let's watch the replay as Bayes runs in.
Inside edge it is, and umpire took his time. Really took his time. I would have thought at some point he's gonna give it out, and then he slowly picks up that finger for the jubilation of Swanepoel. He was happy with that. The team were up, everyone was up, and everyone was sure that was gone. And we had one to start walking, and the score is at 120 for 6. It's just after 31.1 overs. Dragons in trouble.
The Swat walks off there shaking his head, almost to indicate that he doesn't believe that he touched it. But yes, the man of the moment, who took all the wickets, caused all the trouble for the Lions in their batting innings. Okay, Yaku coming in. Yaku. Oh. Just watching a replay again. Yeah, watching a replay again, it actually looks like the ball made contact with the bat and then swung to the keeper as like swung away. So not quite in the direction of where it was bowled.
And to speak about that swing just after the ball passed the bat or picks up the outside edge, inside edge of the bat, those are usually quite difficult for the batsman. In terms of, you see Ongenyanga taking his guard.
Right, what guard is he taking? That is what's confusing me.
It's an off-stump middle guard, you'd like to think.
Right, it's a first for me.
We'll see how it works out for him as we coming to the early start of this over of Bear Sonnepoel as he picks up a wicket. Here he comes. Huge shot.
It was a bit high. It was a bit high, although it caught Nyaku on the back foot.
You've got our own umpire in the box in Aslam. Called that very early on, saying high, high, high. And his hopes were high, as you said.
Sure.
Ooh, maybe not. Maybe not.
The DP World Lions certainly have their backs up. The volume has increased. The field has changed. You've got a short mid-wicket in. Square backward to square, just having come around slightly, also closer to the field. I wonder if he is going to be walking in or stationary over there. Still got 2 slips for Bayers bowling to the new batsman, the right-handed Onke Nyaku.
Yeah, we look at that again, that stance. You'd probably think him taking that off-stump guard, he's looking to do exactly what he just did, then leave a lot more to avoid him picking up that outside edge. But that makes him more susceptible to that ball that jags back in. As you see that first ball he faced, at first up, wrapped him up in the pads and didn't look comfortable at all. So, in this particular pitch where it's moving a lot, the ball's nipping around, you have Bear Sonnepoel with his tail up. Not too sure if that's a good option to take that off-stump guard, but you'd only think that you want that ball to be only nipping away from him and for him to be able to comfortably leave it more.
Indeed, bowling a bit straighter, and Naku just working around the corner for 2. Now, let me throw your question back at you. Whose session was this then?
Oh, word. I have to give us the Lions. They've picked up 4 wickets in this session. They started really brilliantly when they started, and one rewarded with their bowling. Couldn't pick up early wickets, and yes, there was resolute batting in the opening pair that came in for this morning, but they reeled it back in and picked up 4 quick wickets, you could say.
Indeed, they have, and getting close to the into the Dragons' tail, as this over ends, the 32nd over. Dragons 122 for 6.
Yeah, just to finish the point there. Definitely that first hour was the part where you could say the Dragons were in control. They really took their time, scored runs, and not at will, but in terms of they're comfortable, they're front foot. Maybe the outside edge was beaten quite a few times, but in all, they looked comfortable in terms of the first hour. And then you had the first full wicket, which really brought back-to-back, which genuinely happens there at the Wanderers. If you pick up the first one, you can genuinely get in the next one, and be able to apply that pressure. And you've seen that. You've got CSA Pamela coming with 3 slips and a gully. He's looking to build a lot of energy this morning. Pamela. He's getting that ball to talk. He's getting that ball to move around, and hasn't allowed any batsman to be comfortable with when he's come in. And he's looking quite strong and healthy at the moment, say Pamela.
Certainly running in with intention. I wouldn't say 3 slips, I would say 4 slips, with a little gap between 3rd and 4th slip. And looking at your backward point, almost coming in as a gully at that particular area based on his proximity to the wicket.
Okay. I want to be a bit more technical about your fielding understanding of that particular scenario we're seeing now with 3 slips in a gully that I call it. You call it 4 slips. What makes a gully, in terms of, if you want to educate the viewers in terms of exactly what you're seeing in our picture right now? I believe there's 3 slips in a gully because of that particular gap. What makes a gully fielder, being a gully fielder in that position?
Just looking at the position of Joshua Richards, who in my view, is in the 4th slip position. He's not quite 45.
Okay.
To the left-handed Forrester. If he were to move around a little bit more, he'd be 45 away, and that would be the gully area. Standing next to Makwetu at the moment, you see that gap is closing a little bit as well.
Fair. Okay, now I'd have to say I'm a bit swayed. My perspective is swayed. I was a little bit hard-headed there at the beginning.
So Pamela runs in again, bowling outside off to the left-hander, Forrester. That was the plan, to the left-handers, outside off, let them free their arms and try make a game of it.
Yeah, I think for us, I think the reason why we were very, maybe I'd say negative in terms of the plan, I think it wasn't really well executed to what we would have liked, particularly what we've seen over the wicket. So we were very impressed already by them coming over the wicket. Into the body by Sia Pamela, bowling with some serious aggression, hitting his back of the length lines with some aggression, and also asking questions and showing discomfort.
Certainly is, and just looking at it again, batsman Forrester didn't move forward much. Yeah, I suppose the ball was going down the leg side, and that's probably why the umpire didn't give it. But Pamela was quite determined in his appeal there. He does run in with such intent, though, doesn't he?
Loving his energy. And that's what you certainly want from your so-called senior bowler, I'd say, in the side. I think he's the guy that they look to, the Lions, in terms of for breakthroughs and to open up the team, open up and break through, the spine of the middle order. And he's done exactly that, picked up a wicket, backed up his fellow bowlers. And his bowler energy started off great this morning, but unfortunately not to pick up wickets. But it really set the tone for his change bowlers that came in after him.
Indeed, and having replaced Blakey from the golf course end, your words when he came on, would he be executing the plan more accurately? And he clearly has.
And that's what you look for your senior bowler. That's what you want in terms of the coaches would like to look for in terms of when you are trying to execute plans.
Players Sonnepool continuing from the corner drive end. Nyaku coming forward, playing a forward defence.
Talk about Nyaku, you have to just look closely again at his stance in this particular over where he starts off and where he finishes off. He did mark off on between that middle and off stump line, and he's maybe about more middle now more than anything else. And he pulls that one over the mid wicket, just over mid on rather, and won't get to the boundary. And they're pushing for 3 years, and they indeed pick up the 3 quite comfortably.
Not a convincing stroke. Yes, the ball was short, maybe a bit slower, and that's why it didn't look as convincing as a pull shot would be.
Maybe a bit of a surprise delivery for him. You'd seen Bears trying to bowl quite faulty in the previous over and hitting it up in his pads and getting close to that outside edge, that first stump line consistently. Then maybe that one caught him maybe a bit napping, maybe in terms of it was expecting to go on rather on the front foot, and you could see even almost how he played. He was looking to play on the front foot and then kind of rock back late.
Correct.
And you look a bit off balance.
Indeed.
Good thinking from Bear Sonnepool.
And this time he comes around to the left-hander, around the wicket, and a bit fuller. Forrester coming forward and playing. Forrester has yet to score a run in the 8-9 balls that he's faced thus far.
I'd say I'm not too perturbed by that, in the sense of his team are in a bit of a spot of bother at the moment, and there's no need for him to rush at the moment. There's no need for him to be looking for runs. It's about spending time in the crease now. As I say that, gets a delivery, brilliant delivery from Bayer Sonneberg that just nips away from him. Doesn't make it any easier.
He was not too convincing moving either forward or backwards. Just look at the replay. From his stance, middle and leg. On middle, shimmies a little bit. Didn't move much, did he? So, yeah, well bowled by Bayer Sonneberg. Causing a bit of doubt there for Forrester, and yes, going for the legs there.
I'd say credit to Forrester as well. He didn't really prod at that one. As much as it did beat his outside edge, he's pretty much stayed in the line delivery and allowed the ball to nip away from him rather than him pushing at it. And that was probably the most important part of him playing that delivery, because if he had really would have tried to push at that one, probably would have picked up his outside edge.
Indeed.
Another good leave it is, and it brings us to the end of the 34th over with the score 125 for 6.
I wanted to point out my gully third slip, fourth slip scenario as Bayer's bowled now, but hopefully they will set the same fields when he comes and bowls for his next over. Luther Palmer coming around the wicket to the right-handed Nyaku, who's gone down the track to do a bit of gardening, and yes, takes guard again now that I can see it. Yeah, I can see it from the corner drive end,
and it's looking like again that middle off a stump, but he starts on middle.
He doesn't move his back foot much at all.
He's very still in terms of his movement in the crease.
Would that be to negate the swing that he takes at guard?
That's what I was thinking initially as well. He was probably more concerned. Maybe he backs himself to take care of the one that comes back in, and maybe he's a bit more concerned about that his off stump. So you'd like to maybe not play at anything that goes away from him and allow to leave. Exactly that, and he's probably looking to do that because he wants to be sure about his off stump. He wants to be sure where he's standing. So he feels more comfortable if he stands at that middle to off stump guard, where he knows anything outside of that he can leave comfortably. Anything coming back to him, he can block comfortably because he knows he's right in front of his stumps. But to be interesting to how he actually responds to that one that is on that first stump line, because that will be the danger ball for him, and how he deals with that one, because he will ask questions, he will think about it, because if he starts around about that off stump line, then nips away slightly to that fifth stump line, it will cause troubles. Let's just see a push up on that. Oh, exactly that delivery. Exactly what I'm talking about, how he thinks about what that ball, that one he rather leaves and being sure about his off stump. And whew, that was close to the off stump again.
Indeed, that ball did come back. Probably created a false expectation in the batsman that it will be the outswinger, and then it nipped back. As we have another look at it, yes, batsman was probably anticipating it to swing out.
Solid defense is Ange Nyaku. It's been a brilliant session of a bit of everything, I must say. Saw some solid batting in the middle, fight early on in the first hour, as we come to about the last over of the session. Should be, and it's been a brilliant session, it is, and with a huge fight early on, but broken by this brilliant bowling by the Lions.
Oh, there he bowls that ball again. Just shaving past Nyaku's off stump, and Pamela in disbelief goes down wondering how did that miss?
Cat and mouse game it is. Maybe a bit too short. It's a good line that he's bowling, but maybe not full enough. Interesting how Nyako plays it when it's a tad bit fuller.
Yes, that would be interesting to see, because he left that very well. He knew exactly where his stumps were. Last ball of the over. And a maiden over by Lutho Sapamla. And 125 for 6, as it looks like the umpires have called lunch. So the first session would certainly have gone to the Lions, having picked up the 4 wickets, and the Dragons coming in 23 for 2 overnight. And just waiting for the summary, but looking at the main scoreboard there, the Dragons 125 for 6 in their 35 overs thus far, at 12:15 this afternoon. Top scorer for them in the session, Prince. Yeah, there we have it on the screen for you now. 125 for 6 after 35 overs are the Eastvaal Renault Northwest Dragons. Michiel Prince top scoring in their innings thus far, 48 of 78 balls. Ruben Herman, 27, aggressive 27 of just 21 balls. You had alluded earlier that playing one-day cricket, as it were. Vian Luba, the captain, playing a very conservative 26 runs there that he scored off his 61 balls that he faced. Obviously rather conservative, trying to consolidate the innings there. And Yanaman Malan, 8 of 9 overs. The bowlers for the DP World Lions, Bayer Swanepoel, 3 for 55 of 13 overs. Sia Plaiki, having got the breakthrough, took 2 for 24 off the 5, and Lutho Sapamla economically bowling 11 overs, taking 1 for 26.
And as we come to the end of that first session, brilliant first session was, and we will enjoy lunch now, and I hope you guys enjoy lunch back at home. And please do join us at the end of the lunch break. It will be about 45 minutes, 40 minutes. We'll be back, and you'll hear the voices of Gordon and Aslam at the second session that they'll start off for us. And for us, we'll be out now, and we thank you for joining us in the first session.
I've got him. This water.
back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium, where the DP World Lions are hosting the Eastvaal Renault Dragons from the Northwest Province. In the morning session, having started their day in 23-4-4-2, 4 wickets have fallen in this session, and the Dragons batsmen, mostly left-handers, falling to a targeted attack of the Lions. At one stage, we had thought that that wouldn't happen because they were all coming around the wicket, but as we indicated, there were clear plans. So Prince falling first, and then the captain Vian Lube for 26. Ruan de Swart then fell afterwards. Apologies, I had called him Ryan earlier, but Ruan is his first name. Came in for a swashbuckling 7 before he fell, and then the inform Ryan Herman scored his 27 runs before he played a loose shot outside the off stump to Luto Sepamla, and Van Buren taking that catch at second, third slip area to dismiss him. So we're back live at the DP World Wanderers, and coming in with me for this particular start of the commentary afternoon session after lunch is the seasoned Aslam Kota.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gordon. So a session of 2 halves it was, not necessarily dominated by the batsmen, but we saw some really dogged batting out there, and then the introduction of CSA Plaiki saw 2 wickets fall in a wild and woolly little spell of his, but he picked up the wickets, and that we saw a mini slide in the last hour, 4 wickets falling, the last one falling to this man in your picture, Swanepoel, who picked up the wicket of Ruan de Swart. So it was certainly a period of 2 halves where, from an overnight score of 12 for 2, closing at 12 for 2 it was in fact yesterday evening, they took it to 80, and in a partnership of 68, which was fashioned quite brilliantly by Vian Lube and Mikael Prince, was broken. CSA Plaiki introduced into the attack after the first 70 minutes of play, and immediately got the wicket of Vian Lube. An excellent delivery it was, in between some real sharp stuff that he bowled and a few wayward deliveries, but he got the one perfectly pitched, and we'll get a look at all of that in a short while. There's a small package of highlights as well on offer, but it was a period in which his 2 wickets then saw another 2 fall, one to Sepamla and Swanepoel, to give Swanepoel his 3rd. They saw the Lions go pretty happy into lunch, having picked up 4 wickets in that session. I remember saying early on that if they pick up another 2 at the least, and not have too many runs scored, they'll be happier. Well, they actually picked up another 4 wickets to have the opposition down at 125 for 6.
Many a spectator would say that you had jinxed the Dragons with that expectation, as we watch the batsman Dean Forrester pull away as Bayer Swanepoel ran up, and he just pulled away just in time, something bothering him.
Certainly not a B. Sometimes what tends to happen is you're getting your mind set, you've taken guard, and suddenly you see the bowler in halfway through his run-up. It's wiser to actually back away, because then you're not in position to face the delivery.
100%.
So the batsman is allowed to do that.
Or one of the close fielders may have said something and disturb your concentration as you watch the bowler coming in.
Although the rule is that as soon as the bowler reaches the top of his mark, the batsman should be ready.
Aslam, Kamva and I had a discussion early on, and I'm sure you would have heard it. Just looking at that slip cordon. Is that a gully, or would you place that as a third slip, just a wide 33rd slipish? And the reason that I ask that particular question is, as I had explained to Kamva, is the 45-degree angle, and Bayer Sonnepoel bowling a beautiful hot swinger to close off his maiden over. First over after lunch. After 36 overs, 125 for 6, the Dragons are. That ball almost looked like it was pitched on leg stump and then moving away to the off stump where the wicketkeeper Eastvaal took it.
So to answer that question, I must tell you that the origins and derivation of common cricket terms and expressions, I've carried this with me around the world, this document. It's about 4 pages, and it explains field positions, its origin and derivation. And gully, it says, is the name apparently derives from the more general meaning of gully and suggests a narrow channel or gorge between a point and the slips, between point and slips. Gully is a fairly recent term for the position formerly called short third man or backward point. It became a position in its own right following the development of off-theory attack towards the end of the 19th century. Of course, there's the funny side to it as well, that when you're having fun late nights with your friends in those dark alleys, you'll find some interesting happenings in the dark gullies as well. So when you're fielding in the gully position, you're normally supposed to be one of those court jesters in the team, you know, and you are put into that gully position to field. But yeah, when they talk about the off-theory attack towards the end of the 19th century, maybe we can just add to that point.
We're starting things I don't understand again.
Oh, beautifully played off his legs.
I don't have enough time to set up.
To the onside and picked up by the fielder fielding in fine leg.
So the famous leg theory with 6 or more fielders on the leg side was a norm in world cricket right until the Bodyline series of 1932 in Australia. And when the England captain decided that he's going to form a new line of attack with 6 close infielders on the leg side and attacking literally the body all the time, that was called leg theory.
Spamler comes in.
And I think, and I stand for correction, that when the rules changed to a maximum of 5 on the leg side with only 2 allowed behind square, they then changed that to, and then obviously, as it says here, gully, the position gully was then a derivation sometime into the latter part of the 19th century, perhaps even at the turn of the 20th century. But that's one of the reasons that gave sort of birth to the term. Obviously, as I say, stand for correction, not absolutely 100% sure, but just going back, I think that was perhaps the whole reason behind it. But I do have a number of other positions that are discussed here, and one that is modern commentators are having to get used to, especially with the advent of ladies cricket now appearing on television and sometimes on radio as well, that the position of third man, when women are playing in particular, you'll hear the commentators just say that ball has now gone to third. So I still feel that these are cricketing idioms that as long as the game has been played, and to make it, to change it because of the gender mix that we see in the game now, and the fact that the ladies' game has obviously gone into the stratosphere. There's a World Cup on right now as we speak. It's more of a fact that commentators need to just respect the fact that you are actually watching women play. Yeah.
As with no longer man of the match, but player of the match now.
Yeah.
And Pamela is still attacking the wickets there. Looks like these bowlers have certainly come on and carried on where they left off before lunch. Because after lunch, not a single run has been scored. No, I beg your pardon, 2 runs have been scored after lunch.
So I'm going to read this out as we go through this over. What the Michael Siprasad is the gentleman who actually did all the homework on this and got to the bottom of how all of these terms for the field placing actually evolved in the great game of cricket. 128 to 6 after 37. And it's interesting, it says the term third man originally denoted a position that was beginning to be used more often with the spread of overarm bowling and the development of the off-theory attack. To supplement the more established close offside field, and let's read it again, to supplement the more established close offside fielding positions of point and short slip. The new fieldsman was thus the third man. So from what I understand here, the third man wasn't necessarily on the boundary. He was in that gap. So when we're doing the ladies' game, we can say the third person.
Beautifully bowled by Bayer Swanepoel coming from the corner drive end. Ball still swinging. And we're in the second session of the day.
And then, of course, there's this whole sensitivity about using the word Chinaman, because there'd be obviously people of
Asian descent.
Of Asian descent, Chinese in particular, who don't, if they don't know about cricket and its history, will wonder why have they involved them, a nation that don't even play cricket. As Bayers makes his way back to the mark, let's read it quickly. The origin of this term is reported to have come from the 1929-30 series between England and the West Indies. The West Indian left-arm spinner Ellis Achong, who was of Chinese descent, bowled a ball that Walter Robbins missed and was stumped. The story continues that on returning to the dressing room he exclaimed, "Fancy getting out to a bloody Chinaman."
Oh, Bayers bowls beautifully. Oh, ball still swinging, Aslam. Magnificently.
This takes us.
You wouldn't call that a Chinaman.
No. That was that Need for Speed?
Yeah.
We've been talking about this yesterday and today about right arm seamers choosing to go left arm around. And there's a beautiful example of how much more difficult it does become for a left-handed batsman to really handle the ball going across him. Unless, of course, it's self a pitch like it did there, but Forrest unable to penetrate the offside field. And it ends here by saying a more likely possibility as to the term derives from the politically incorrect connotation of deviousness that is attached in English with the words Chinese and Chinaman. So I think these days we basically just use the rather simple term of he's bowled the wrong one, or that he's a typically left arm wrist spinner. Dropped.
He did drop that, our gully, or was it fourth slip? It went in and then out.
Yeah, Bayer's not going to be happy with that.
Correct. As you watch the replay as Swanepoel comes in.
And that's what we're talking about, the angle that's on offer. If you don't get into position and you start flailing at it, there's every chance that you're going to get the 8. So he looks a bit downcast, but it's all about getting ready for the next delivery. It's been a very good over. Probing over from over the wicket to the left-handed Forrester, still on naught.
Probing indeed. They have been since the lunch break. Have Swanepoel and Papa. I think this is the third maiden in a row since lunch. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 125. So they have had 3 runs. The other good news from a Lions point of view is I've just had a look and I see number 45 is on the field. So after that injury, which was pretty scary at one stage, the spin bowler, John Fortain, is on the field. So they attended to him in that period before lunch and I'm sure during the break. And sooner or later we'll see him turning his arm over. The seamers are dominating, as they did yesterday.
Aslam, valid point. Would that require, and please educate us here, would that require that Bjorn wouldn't be allowed to bowl for the period of time that he's been off, if, let's say, the captain wished to bring him on as a bowler right now?
I think that rule still stands. I know it does with batters as well, if for some reason he's off the field. As we saw in one of the matches just about a week ago, when Junior Dala opened the batting for the Titans, because one of their openers was off the field for a certain time, so that rule certainly applied. But right now, really, I mean, it's all about the fact that the like of Plaiki has taken 2, Swanepoel's got 3, Sipamla's got 1 as well. So all the seamers have picked up wickets, and I'm sure that whilst the ball is still, 39 overs old, on a very good bouncy pitch, we'll continue to see seamers in action.
And clearly also is the fact that the ball is still seaming 39 overs into this match. So there's quite a lot still in it for the seamers. So Bjorn would have been, or would have to wait for that period of time before he can turn his arm. Nyako looks like a very organised batsman. Oh. Well left.
Yeah, that's
It's
a good
hanging
lead.
well.
I agree with you. I agree. No, you know, the thing is, I just, the little bit of homework I tried to do, and what I did pick up with Nyafu was that first of all, right arm fast, and then 31 years old, 200s and 750s to his name, and a score of 201. Now, obviously, that may have been in the
second division.
In the second division, but still, I mean, if you're scoring 750s, then you must be a capable batsman. I'm sure if we hear stories about him at club level, he probably bats also up in the middle order.
So you would consider him an all-rounder then?
Yes, definitely. I mean, without a doubt, because he has good numbers, both with reasonable numbers with bat, but he's clearly a fine bowler. Best bowling 3 for 27.
At the end of the 39th, 128 for 6 are the Eastvaal.
So he got 3 for 36 in this in the Lions' first innings. I see his best is 3 for 27. He's picked up 24 wickets in 15 matches. So he hasn't played that much to actually really be able to have a sort of a real idea of what that play is.
Sure.
But as we know, numbers don't tell lies, and 750s to actually go into his full career stats. Because for me then, if you're scoring 50s against, say, some of the lowly teams, then other guys would come and tell you, but listen, you don't know that this guy has scored that against, all the wooden spooners all of the time. Or others will come and say, no, he's a quality player because he's got those 50s in difficult circumstances. So, for us to get a true picture of his abilities, but I must tell you that he was superb with the ball.
Sure, indeed. Yesterday, could the overcast conditions yesterday have contributed to his bowling?
Well, overcast conditions, the swing bowling is sort of comes into question. But he got a few deliveries to jag back off the pitch, which means he was seam bowling quite brilliantly. And what we both noted yesterday, Hussein and I, was that he was able to bowl both the deliveries, going in and away from both left-handers and right-handers. So it told you that, and I also remember mentioning one thing, is that your skills actually then come into question, because now you're having to bowl to a left and right combination. What best choice do you make? And I must say that every time he did that, like good old crafty bowlers, especially those veterans, when they hit the mark and then they're bowling those that go away and they surprise you with the one that comes back. You see that at international level as well. And all that came through yesterday.
At 31. Swanepoel bowling the slower ball there. And Forrester doing well to keep it out as they chopped through for 2 more runs in this over. 31, which goes to also illustrate the point that we made about the Pakistani international on debut, 60 odd days away from his 39th birthday. Not to give up. Which brings me to the other question, Ashley. The outside leg is where the ball bounced, so clearly not in play. Brings me to the question I wanted to pose earlier on. The defranchising of the teams or the provinces, with that, in your view, in the second, third season now, has that improved or decreased the quality of our cricket, our first-class cricket?
I think firstly the fact that the franchise system came into play in the early 2000s was in itself maybe unfair to the fact that we had a number of players that were coming into, remember we were new in international cricket, and what I felt at that stage was to reduce the teams from 11 to 6 was a disservice to the first class game. Whatever the financial impacts and aspects were behind it, I felt that we needed to have a middle of the road type of an approach where you find some sort of a balance. So 8 teams would have been good. I know one argument that came out of there was players were leaving South African cricket because of the newly introduced quota system, which is only partly true, because when you reduce your first class numbers from 11 to 6, there were a whole lot of players who from the time they were in high school were determined to play cricket at a higher level. Suddenly they're not given the opportunity. You can only sign, 15 or 18 players into the squad. So that diminished the quality that was coming through, especially at that time, because South African cricket was certainly on a high, and we saw what happened after 2003 when Graham Smith took over and South Africa enjoyed the best 15 years. We'll come back to that.
Spamla going to a very attacking slip cordon and field. Only got 3 fielders on the onside. And Nyaku being very watchful of the ball and leaving extremely well. Please continue with your point.
Yeah, so what happened was there was this whole surge of, or an exodus of players into English county cricket, all begging and knocking the doors, and you saw them picking them up, not just at county level, but even minor counties, and lots of club cricket. And it was at the same time, looks like he mistimed it, but the fact that it's in the gap will allow him to maybe turn around to complete the third run. That is the longest boundary of the Wanderers, given that the teams are playing on the far right hand side here at the Wanderers, the eastern side of the ground. So 3 runs taken. Nyaku will enjoy that because he's got off the mark after lunch. So then we also had that, what was that rule that came into play, where it allowed international cricketers to then qualify for England through, what was it, what rule was that? I'm just trying to think of it.
It's at the tip of my tongue. I'll get it now.
I know those who are listening to us and watching us probably banging away. But so all that sort of came in all at the same time, and I must say that it did a bit of, it almost rattled South African cricket. And for a long time I remember whilst, either writing or even talking on air, that I felt that that was the problem. The reason for the exodus was more about the fact that the teams were reduced in such big numbers. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. That's exactly the area that Supama should be looking at against the left-hander. So the fact that we've now sort of reversed the trend, it means that you've got to allow the new teams that have come through that are now going to play against the top teams to improve their game. Well, I feel by now we would have had a very solid system going. There would have been more of a strength versus strength
competition.
Yes, and I think we would have solved that problem. That left a bitter taste for many who wanted to play at the highest level and were not given the opportunity. Now at least what has happened is we see the spread of players, and we'll see more of it as the guys get into their sort of early 30s and get out of favor in the main sort of centres for the main unions. They'll all go and play there and take that experience along with them, and hopefully, raise the local players in that area. I also mentioned yesterday that Craig Alexander actually made that point, that what they need to do is try to grow the strength of players in the Pot region, in the Northwest region, because there's been this whole call for, because it's a franchise system, coaches want to win trophies, the union want to win trophies. Now you have the relegation and promotions set up, so there's more pressure, and it doesn't surprise me that coaches will look to have the best material in their squads. But I do think that that's a noble effort in trying to improve the game in the locality and see things happening. Hopefully it will be happening now down in Mpumalanga and Limpopo and such provinces. And I'm saying it needs to be given time, because I think we're going to get there.
Indeed.
And that also allows, one other thing is that players who are tossing up whether they should be retiring or not see an opportunity there. I can help along, maybe even captain those boys and take some experience across.
You read my mind.
A little uppish between the two fielders on the leg side, but in the end safe enough to pick up 2.
But your Sonderpool still crafting away the air from the corner drive end.
He stood mid-pitch with his hands on his head, saying, how come that didn't go to hand?
And it was in the air for quite some time as well. And it found the space between the two fielders, mid-on and mid-wicket. Nyaku certainly does look very organised at the crease. Early on we had spoken about the guard that he took, as well as his foot movement. His back foot doesn't shimmy across at all. He doesn't go back across at all. It's just his front foot. and that moves.
I learned something from Daryl Cullinan many years back when he was playing, and he was one of the few South Africans who was consistently scoring on the subcontinent. And one of the things he did is, because the ball was turning so much, you either stand on the off guard, where you're completely safe, where you know where your off stump is and you can judge the turn itself. And then the other way to do it was to perhaps stand outside to be able to counter that, so that you've got those fielders around you either on the off or leg side. That comes off his thigh pad and he's running away towards that fine leg area.
Goes to the boundary. No, looks like it made contact with the bat, according to the umpire. It's 4 runs.
It sounded like it would. It sounded like a bit of a thud, but you may be right. The umpire is obviously close enough to judge this. So it may have been off the gloves. That's why I was a little doubtful.
Sure.
But in the end, well played by Nyaku to pick up another boundary. Hiding it with the angle that was on offer down the leg side.
Sonapul responds by pitching this on off stump on a good length. And Nyaku just comes forward and defends it comfortably. Yeah, so that negation of the turn then is based on where you are or what guard you take, and that way you have more time to then play the ball.
And the line of attack. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery, angling in towards Nyaku. That's the length he should be persisting with. Slightly fuller, got the ball to angle in through the air. So a hint of swing. Nyaku obviously would be rather disappointed, but his feet were together when the ball struck the pad. So Swanepoel picks up his 4th and 139 for 7. It's been a tough period after lunch. It's been a watchful one. Once again, that's a beautiful delivery. He was walking into that drive. He wasn't too sure whether he was defending or hitting. It didn't seem that there was any purpose in his movement. But that's the end of Nyaku, 139 for 7.
He scored 16 in the 34 balls that he was at the crease for in the 42nd over. Next batsman in is Tobile Tlaku, coming in for the Eastvaal Renault Dragons. Satuka. Well, looks like we're getting into the tail here, the Lions are, and the deficit's still a good 100 runs that the Lions are well ahead. 7 wickets down for the Dragons. As that wicket fell, it was also the end of the over. And Lutho Sapamla at the top of his bowling run-up, coming over the wicket to the left-handed Forrester. Now then, Aslam, would this mean or indicate that their plan earlier on, and coming around the wicket to the left-handers has now changed after lunch, with the sun baking down on the wicket now?
I think it's really been a patience game. That's what the point I made in the first session as well. And they just hung in there, even though the partnership was looking pretty good between the captain, Libber, and Prince. They just hung in there, and all they needed was the break. They got it with Sia Flaky putting in a fantastic performance just before lunch, when they period after the first hour of play. And now it's just about hitting the almost that nagging length outside the off stump. One of you was saying earlier there's been a number of left-handers in this lineup. So it's all about just playing the patience game, and as you get the breaks, you open up the one end. I think Nyako's dismissal does mean that they've opened up one end, because now we're into Hlatuka and then Klute and Matoa to follow. So clearly into the tail, and Forrester hasn't done much in the period that he's been there. He was there before lunch. He's faced 33 deliveries for his 2. So how does he in fact approach the game is going to be key. He does play a nice looking off drive. Return for the 2. Does he then in fact look to protect the tail end who's come in, and maybe take most of the strike to make sure that at least at the very least to keep the bowlers long into the session, so that as they get to the halfway part of the session and you've got the bowlers to bowl a whole lot more under this hot sun, that you can tire them out. So it's all those types of things that come into play. Whether he'll get the support from Hlatuka, I'm not too sure, because I'm looking for details on his severe record stats, and I'm not too sure if he's on debut. So I don't have anything in front of me. What I will say is that if he's been sent above Matoa and Klute, then it means he's a bit more of a batsman than the other 2 are.
Great. Indeed. The DP Lions smelling an opportunity here. I see they've added their cordon, and the indication from the slip cordon in their discussion there is that Forrester is falling over. So Pamela coming over the wicket to him.
And look, I mean, the one thing we know for sure is that there is obviously a lot of green grass on the pitch, a lot yesterday, a lot this morning. As the sun continues to beat down on it and there's activity on the pitch, you'll actually see a lot more of the straw color come through. In fact, as I speak now, I would say that we're beginning to see less of the green tinge that we did for most of yesterday and this morning. So it will get easier. And they always say the second and third days are the best days to be betting on.
Indeed, as we saw in the Test Championship, the third day is what swung that particular match, that final, in South Africa's favour. As we come to the end of the 43rd over here, 141 for 7 are the Dragons against the Lions. Yeah, so the third day is what swung the World Test Championship in our favour. Just the occupation of Temba and Makram at the crease in that second innings worked in our favour.
So that should actually better last season, just for Martin to have scored that magnificent winning. But yeah, they always talk about the moving days, the third day. The best day to bet is the second and third day. We've seen other odd things happen in Test match cricket where pitches into the third and fourth day still played in favour of seam bowlers. So Swanepoel continues. He's into his 18th over. He bowled 4 overnight. So this is his 14th over of the day. And this is exactly the point I'm making. If you have, let's just say your middle order batters are out in the middle and you're forcing these bowlers to keep coming at you, and they bowl a number of spells, eventually they will have tired feet. Maybe they lose their rhythm. Suddenly there's the odd loose ball. And that's when a batting team does take advantage. So Plaatje has bowled just 5, Potgieter has bowled just 5, but Potgieter came in for some punishment, especially against Herman, who really treated him as a medium pace bowler. And Fortuin obviously has just bowled the 1 over, and that was last night. So that's what this partnership should be all about. You have time on your hands in this format, and with Hlatuka, who's about to face his first delivery, be able to hang in there with Forrester.
And he leaves the first ball that he faces as Swanepoel puts it just wide of him, tempting him to have a go and bring his slip cordon into action.
So Forrester brought into this game because of the, I'm not sure if it was an injury to Van Tonder, but he has played 9 matches and a top score of 94 versus the Titans in Potch this season. He's got 350s to his name. He's a fine bowler too. Oh, that's a
Gloriously played. Glorious shot. A glorious shot. Did we doubt his ability because of the number he bats? But that looked like a top order batsman. That gloriously played, foot to the pitch of the ball, and just bat coming all the way through.
Let's just say I didn't have an opinion because there's no stats to guide us in any way. But yesterday we were talking about foot to the pitch of the ball and how important it is. And we talk about the head and just pure balance when you're looking to play those strokes. There you saw the hands come through and just produce a beautiful off climb. Awesome, excellent delivery given out LBW. I think maybe that was a little rough on the young man. The finger went up before the shout from the bowler in fact ended. But it is Latuka who's fallen to that swinging delivery, and that's his 11th first-class 5-wicket haul for Bayer Swanepoel. What a way to welcome yourself at the home of cricket, or your new home of cricket. Let's watch this again.
He certainly answered that drive with a Yorker of note. I see what you mean by possibly a bit unlucky for the batsman.
It's happening at high speed. The umpire himself was in high speed, I can tell you that much. But it was a classic delivery in that there was this, he obviously allowed it to be in the air for a lot longer with a fuller length delivery, aiming for the Yorker. And he got the swing through the air, which I must say is fantastic. I'm not too sure if there's maybe a hint of reverse swing, but that one swung appreciably. And in the end, it was the umpire's call. He judged Latuka out LBW for 4. And they find themselves now 147 for 8, 92 runs adrift.
Akil Kluter comes to the wicket now at the fall of that wicket. And yeah, 92 adrift. This is only the second day of this 4-day CSA match. Bayer Swanepoel being congratulated by his teammates on his 5-wicket haul. Yeah, and truly, what a way to be welcomed to your new home ground. That heavy ball that he bowls certainly came down very quickly on Latuka.
The new batter coming in at number 10 for the Northwest Dragons, Akili Kluter.
And so leaving the not necessarily a docile pitch out in Port Elizabeth, Gqeberha, and chosen to come up to Gauteng to maybe stake a claim at international level on a surface that really does help. His quick bowling produces a wonderful first ball to Akil Kluter. So 5 for 67, a fabulous performance from Swanepoel. So obviously also coming down from the coast would mean that he has to adjust himself, obviously physically, playing on the high veld and putting in these type of long hours and long spells into his 18th over now, 14th of the morning, 14th of the day, and in general you normally have bowlers bowl a total of 14 overs by the end of the day, so he's certainly putting in a real effort for the Lions at the end of that over, the 44th, 147 for 8.
And he certainly doesn't look like he's getting tired either. He's determined. Having taken 5, I'm sure he would want to carry on. Only 2 more wickets on offer And with that said, we see the return of Sia Plaiki coming on from the golf course end. Let's see if he would have picked up from his senior colleague and bowling partner, Lotus Sipamla, as to how he should be attacking the left-hander here. It looks like he's going to come over the wicket to Forrester.
So now it's all really a case of hanging in there and maybe just occupying for as long as possible. Whatever runs come, take them as they come, and at least try and just reduce that deficit, which is now 92. It's not impossible, but they can bring it down to say around 40 or 50, and they're very much in the game still, because we're just about reaching the halfway stage, or less than halfway into the second day, of course. Halfway stage in the 4-day setup would be at the end of day 2.
Yes, that would have hurt. That would have hurt wherever the ball made contact with the body. That would have hurt, and we see Forrester going down.
Plaiki generating pace. He did certainly in that first spell of his as well, and it was a good spell because he bowled 5 overs and picked up 2 for 24. Hit for a number of boundaries there, but he was really trying to get so much out of this wondrous pitch. And if he can continue doing that, but on that sort of teasing length, the testing length, he'll certainly gain a lot more out of it. So he'll learn under tutelage of Alan Donald.
His bowling action, though, is remarkable. It is very smooth. Doesn't halt at all. Runs through smoothly and delivers with the follow-through as well. You had indicated earlier, Aslam, that yeah, we take a break after this for the white ball competition, and then get back to 4-day cricket again in February. I'm sure both the Dragons and the Lions would want to carry on being 1 and 2 in this particular division at the moment. Beautifully played by Forrester, just for the single though to the fielder out on the offside as he played a cover drive there. Coming down the wicket now is Forrester to go speak to Klutter, give him a bit of insight as to what Plaiki is doing with the ball.
Plaiki has played 11 matches, made his debut in 22-23, part of the South African under-19 team. It's a little surprising that he hasn't played more cricket. And perhaps that's another angle to the discussion we had earlier about a ball that just held its line, good bounce, left alone by Klutter. So that's why I'm saying it's surprising. He's played 11 first-class matches, and in that he's picked up 31 wickets, his best of 5 for 19. That was for the Warriors versus Western Province in his debut season. And he's picked up 5 wickets on 2 occasions. So I'm just saying, surprised that we haven't seen more of this youngster. He's certainly more than just a medium bowler. He's medium fast, and on a helpful pitch, he certainly looks dangerous when he does bowl those really good deliveries.
Very lively indeed. At the end of that over, Plaiki picking up his rhythm again and the pace that Aslam was alluding to. Right then, away from the pitch, we've seen a lot of movement amongst players either from the IFA going down to the coast. You've just pointed out that Plaiki coming up from the coast up here as well. Bayers as well. would you encourage that sort of thing to get an all-round feel of the pitches around the country that would possibly aid you playing international cricket on different pitches as well? Bayes comes in, Forrester keeping that one out. Bayes looking for that Yorker once more.
Yeah, you know, in the old days, you wouldn't see a spin bowler looking to take up an offer, or probably wouldn't even be given an offer to come and play up in Pretoria or in Johannesburg. So you don't see that type of movement. But it's a professional era. As I said earlier, coaches and unions are looking to find a perfect balance. More so now is if your province produces a whole lot of internationals playing in the national team as well as the A team, then and you want to win domestic trophies, you have to shore up your depth of strength. So that certainly moves. And then when you're a union like the Lions, and you realize that a lot of your top bowlers are now playing at international level, so you would go to a chap like Swanepoel and say, listen, you'd be better served up on our fast pitches here, and here's the offer you can't refuse. So I reckon that was possibly the byplay that brought him here eventually.
Including the fact that there are numerous sponsors up for the Lions. So that offer, that monetary offer, would not have been scoffed at. I'm not asking you to disclose as a board member, but yes.
Look, I mean, that's certainly a case, especially if you find a player like Swanepoel, who's now knocking that door for international recognition. And if you really want the player, you're going to make an offer he can't refuse. And if he's wise enough, if his agents are wise enough, and those that have sort of been alongside him during his career will all help in making those kind of decisions.
And the professional era does now have the game being played, unlike the past where it was 7 months of the year, being played all around the year now, all year round now.
That's correct. It's well played by Klute.
Yeah, he just kept it up.
Yeah, he's also off the mark now. Maybe it's Klute's chance to show his coach that I should have actually gone into bed ahead of Latuka. I just think Latuka was maybe a little hard done by.
150 runs off.
There'd be one player right now in the dressing room that you wouldn't want to, approach for the next, say, half an hour or so.
That ball rose exceptionally in strong way as well. At the end of that over, the 46th over, as the Eastvaal Renault Dragons reach 150 runs. Current score 151 for 8 after 46 overs. Yeah, the professional era and the opportunities granted to players now in the first class, opportunities are a lot more. Just scouring the amount of sponsors that the DP World Lions have. They have a kaleidoscope of sponsors.
I think the sponsorship is tiered, A, B, C, D. DP World would obviously be the key alongside, say, Telkom, and then also McDonald's. And then you get the second, third and fourth tier that come in there. So obviously all of that does help. And it helps to also then recruit the likes of Hashim Amla and Alan Donald and Russell Domingo into your squads. I mean, if you look at this team itself, Dominic Hendrick is from out of town. Not too sure about Mokwetu. Mitch van Buren is a local boy. Seletswane has come across. Astazen is a local boy. But Gieter, John Fortain is from Paarl.
That's what you're forgetting. I'm not getting an opportunity.
Slightly loose and wild there from Blakey.
He's the type of a bowler that you're going to expect. You must expect some of that. High wayward stuff by signaled by the umpire. Wicketkeeper almost looked like he was reluctant to get his hands to that because if that
So
hits
we
your
might
middle
lose some
or,
shots
or,
more
or,
into our zoom in, our hold it and zoom out.
your middle or your
index finger,
then when it pushes it back, there's a lot of pain. So, he, as I said, looked like a bit of a reluctant move.
Sure, I think he was equally surprised at how that ball rose, but well stopped this time around. The ball going down the leg and pretty low as well. Eastvaal did extremely well to stop that ball from running to the boundary. The run rate has also dropped significantly since after lunch.
No, because Nosna
3.7
action
just
is
before
Once
lunch.
they start getting it off the bat, it's
Significantly to 3.3 now, as the bowlers have really worked hard at trying to get to all these wickets now. So 2 wickets have fallen since lunch. Aslam?
Correct. Nicely played, yep.
Yeah, worked that well off his feet for a single.
Manaka, botata ke gore bolo ha ke bone. As soon as ke create zoom ele, bowler e release bolo ha ke bone. That's the problem. I'm not having a chance to see the ball so that I can follow the ball because I'm so busy trying to set zoom.
Not prodigious, but enough movement from Swanepoel to keep the batters guessing.
One understand
that it is a good time to be betting out there. It's the second day, there's good sunshine today especially. So even if you're the lower order, just try and hang in there. And you know, as they say, try is your wicket. Don't give it away so easily.
And especially in this format, as we watch Blakey. Wicketkeeper taking that particular ball just in front of the second slip there.
Yeah, there was a bit of movement after it hit the pitch, but I'm sure that the more Alan Donalds watches this young man, that he'll be sort of, you know, almost aligning him into thinking from the head down to his shoulders, and then his whole rhythm. A lot of it, as they say, is what happens between your ears. But bowling is so much about rhythm and getting it right.
And
much better.
When he does get it right, his rhythm, he just looks like such a smooth bowler. Does Blakey. As we come to the end of the 47th over, 154 for 8 of the Eastvaal Renault Dragons. As Kampa comes to join me for his afternoon stint. How was lunch, sir?
Amazing. Thank you for welcome back, Gordon. Amazing lunch, enjoyed myself. Quite full, quite full. Nice lunch, and amazing to listen to you, gents, and also amazing to see the 2 wickets that have fallen from the brilliant bowling of players Swanepoel. Tidy stuff. You can see both of his exaggerated celebrations. Cool. I think and also nice to see with the bowling change at the moment with Brian Fontaine coming into bowl. We saw him earlier in the morning at deep cover trying to, or he actually not tried to, but rather actually executed a great fielding save. And but due to doing that, he injured himself in the process and came off for pretty much the whole first session. Good to see him in and back in the bowling, and they're able to rest his fast bowlers that have bowled brilliantly up until this point. With currently the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons 85 runs trailing with just 2 wickets in hand with the score 154, just over 74 overs gone. Interesting to see how this next couple of minutes will carry on with him bowling and how the pitch responds to his type of bowling.
Once Aslam had spotted that he was back on the field, as you watch his first delivery, It's right on the money. Righto. Forrester coming forward and defending that immaculately. Aslam had spotted Bjorn was back on the field. And that first session that he was off post his injury and his rehab, then off the field. I posed the question to Aslam whether the rule still applies, the amount of time that he was off, so he can't come back on and immediately start bowling. He's got to pay off that time that he was off before he bowls. And clearly this is an indication now that that the seamers are probably getting tired.
Would you like to clarify with the viewers how long that period usually is?
We were trying to work it out. Yeah, I think anything over 20 minutes or so,
okay.
And then the match referee or the fourth umpire would then start calculating.
Just on talking about injuries in terms of cricket in general, it's been a big major talking point in terms of injury replacements and a lot of guys getting injured and it's pretty much changing the whole complexion of the game. And a lot of past players, current players have different views on this regarding when players get injured. Obviously we do have currently injury replacement for concussion, but we don't unfortunately have injury replacement for such injuries of maybe digging your knee into the ground, hamstring injuries. And in many cases when that does happen, in terms of to a fast bowler, to a side strain, it's usually does affect the team that has the injury, and it then does compromise them in terms of possibly getting a result. In particular, in a wicket like this, losing the fast bowler would be such a difficult thing. So what is your thoughts regarding that injury?
Indeed. As we watch Bjorn bowling and the batsman getting on the back foot there, and Kluter carting it through the covers from his back foot to the boundary. But Gamba, yes, my feeling to your question is I think that's what makes cricket. In that, should a player get injured and they go off and wickets fall, there's nothing as fascinating as seeing an injured player come face the ball while injured. And we've seen it so many times at international level. Blakey coming in again. Remember earlier on we were speaking about the plan? He's now come back over the wicket to the left-hander. So clearly after lunch, all of this has changed. But straight from Blakey.
So, our legend here, Aslam, has given us a note of the injury rules and changes that have been implemented now. So we were speaking about, just if you had missed, we were speaking about the injuries regarding if players, in terms of hamstring injuries and replacing those. We get a note from Aslam saying that if there is an injury that does take place early on in the game, usually maybe let's say the first innings, first day or so, then there is that allowance for a replacement for the player to be replaced for that particular reason.
Outside off, Blakey plants that one and Forrester lunges forward, comes off the bat not a convincing stroke at all, but yeah, they run through for a single, bringing that total for the Dragons up to 160 and trailing by 79 runs. So then your 12th and 13th man then would then come into play. Should you have that injury early on in the match?
Yes, definitely that would be the case, and I'm actually happy to hear that there is that change. But a lot of past players and current players have had an issue with that injury replacement. I'll delve into it now. Oh, nice delivery there by CSA.
It was a beautiful delivery, pitching on and just outside off, and then moving away beautifully. Kluter at 6s or 7s, not too sure what to do. Get forward, get back. Aslam just saying to us that CSA has a tendency of bowling. I'll complete that just now. Absolute beauties like he just has there now, and then absolute rubbish on the odd occasion. So yeah, I suppose it depends on how excited he gets or what he sniffs at the time, and the control.
Look, I'll come to his defense. I think he's bowled really well today. Yes, he's had that odd deliveries that has been out of line and missed his length at times, but just in general today he's bowled beautifully. When he started off his spell in the initial overs, it was very tidy up until he changed his angle to the left armers, and then I think he lost his way, and maybe because he's a tad bit tired maybe. But
and here at the end of this particular over, the 49th over, umpires have called for drinks as the players make their way off the field for a short drinks break.
I think as we just come to this drinks break, just see where the scored at the moment, and we start off early this morning with a bit of a feisty start with the openers, and we're quickly dismissed, and where the Lions quickly got a ascendancy, picked up 4 wickets in that early session, and then now in the current session we're in, they picked up 2 quick wickets already in this particular session, with the score currently 160 for 8 of just past 69th over. We'll have drinks at the moment, and just for correction there, it's 49th over, my bad. And we'll have drinks at the moment, and we'll be back with you shortly in about 4 minutes.
And we're back at the DP World Wonders as Bjorn Fortuin is back in action. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Deon Forrester. Yeah, it has been, before the drinks, somewhat easy going for the Dragons in those 2 wickets that they've picked up, looking to consolidate clearly, and the pace bowlers taking a break from one end in particular now that Bjorn is on. This partnership is already built to 13, and the deficit is 79 as Forrester punches that one out or keeps it out and it goes to the offside. Comfort, your assessment of what should be done now?
I was actually about to touch on that exactly when you just asked me the question. It was around about this time yesterday when things settled down. But the only difference is that the Dragons are 8 down, and there were 5 down the Lions yesterday, and they had a bit more batters in and guys that were more capable with the bat. As we see Bjorn Fortuin by the Lions, a bit leg-side-ish, but clipped straight to the fielder by Kluti. Loving Aslam jokes today. He's really got us going today, Aslam.
Oh, that ball there, did it rise? Yeah, and it just sprung up. Let's watch it again.
Would you call that a good lead? Look at that. I'd say it's a good lead.
Well, he's still there. He's still there. That's what's important. So yes, so you got the tail enders now for the Dragons, whereas yesterday you had middle order batsmen at the crease.
Look, with the sun baking on this pitch now, and yes, still a lot of life in it for the seamers, a lot of life in it for not so much for the spin. There's still the opportunity for the Dragons to chip away with some runs, a couple of runs here and there. Bit of a loose stroke there from Forrester. He's looked resolute in his batting, well, at least occupied the crease as best as he can since he's been there. You wouldn't want him to lose his wicket after spending 57 deliveries out there and occupying the crease for so long. His team would really rest on him now and want to hopefully maybe chip away at that tally of 78 odd. Trailing, you maybe want to bring that down to about 20 odd as best as you can. Maybe obviously you look at it target by target, maybe looking at about getting it down to 50, getting it down to 30, but just taking your time, allowing these guys here. It's not the shot you'd be looking for.
Well, I'm sensing Blakey is purposely bowling a bit wide, trying to entice Forrester to have a go, and then get the edge. So yeah, occupation of the crease is what you were alluding to, right? There's another 57 overs in the day left. So yeah, ideally you would want to have the batsmen out there and wear out the Lions bowlers.
Yeah, they'll want to make them spend as much as time as possible out there. They've only made them spend about 50 overs already now, 50.3 overs that is. And they want to push that again a lot higher to maybe around the 70 mark. Well, they will beg to see if they can stick around that long, the Dragons. But with things slowing down now, there is an opportunity to spend some time in the crease, not necessarily to score runs at a quick rate, but rather spend time there, and hopefully at some point they get a more tired version of the Lions bowling attack, where they can maybe punish more the lucid deliveries that they might receive. Up in the air and over the slip cordon, a couple of bounces, and it's 4 runs. Nasty control, I must say, from.
He waited for that. Ball pitched short, maybe slower bouncer, and Forrester taking his time, just lifting it over the slip cordon, not a chance at all, but well placed over the slip cordon and ensuring that the boundary is recorded.
So those deliveries that might come here and there as the day progresses, provided that they spend time out there in the crease, they don't need to go out chasing for the boundary balls or the runs. Maybe the key factor may be to rotate strike, to release pressure at different points of the game, and share the load, I may say.
I get the distinct impression now that Forrester has taken up the senior batsman role and will try to protect the remainder of the Dragons batting lineup. As we see, looks like Sol Plaatje may have been injured by the ball being played back to him after he bowled. Gets up, rubs it off, walks it off, and is now on his way back to his crease. Kamva was indicating that Aslam has got us going. Did I say Sol Plaatje? Is that what I said? Sorry, Sia Plaatje, yes. Indeed, he did. Actually, Aslam, Sol Plaatje University is now 10 years old this year. Yeah. Into the ground, he played that, and the fielder had short cover, extra cover, Wandile Makwetu, picking the ball up easily.
I must say I've had some great fun with the senior citizens here today. Some great jokes, some great insights from our senior jokes.
I beg your pardon, who's a senior citizen?
Look, being a youngster out here, sitting here listening to these classy gentlemen, it's been amazing listening to them have a chat and share their thoughts on the history of the stadium, the history of cricket. You know, just listening here and sitting out here, just being educated by these gentlemen, it's just so amazing. And I hope you as well, back at home, are as entertained as I am.
Beyond Fontaine coming back or staying around the wicket to the right-hander. Bowling that particular ball around his wicket, and the keeper taking off the bails. There, oh no.
That's a mischance.
It's I think it was. That's why everybody had their hands up.
Yeah, that's a bit of a soft one, to be honest.
It's clear that the attack is on. Beyond bowling to a very aggressive field to the right-handed Kluter, comes back over the wicket to the left-handed Forrester now, and the field opens up again, where there were 4 or 5 close fielders to Kluter. To Forrester, it's a bit open, and he could easily just drive that to the cover area where Wandile Makwetu does the fielding.
And he has that fielding change that you spoke about, the aggressive fielding change you spoke about. Slimming it on, as you call it. Tony De Zorza took a brilliant catch of Keshav Maharaj's bowling yesterday in that particular position. position that he's made his own. At short leg, sitting around the region. He's taken some brilliant catches in recent times in South Africa and subcontinent. Makes it difficult to take him out the team with that.
Outside off beyond bowls that ball, and seems to be a little patch over there where either the ball hits a C and then bounces. Yeah. Or the keeper is exaggerating just how much the ball actually rises outside off stump there. At the end of the 52nd over, 167 for 8 are the Dragons. Yeah, specialist fielding has become a feature of the game. I've been going back to the 92 World Cup, where anything had went backward a point, when South Africa was your opposition, you didn't move. And that was particularly because everybody knew John T. Rosefield's there, and you wouldn't dare take a run or venture. Blakey coming in from the golf course end, again hoping to find what he had found earlier in breaking the record.
You actually take note there with Deon Forster not taking the run there with the ball going to D point, clearly showing that he wants to take on the strike and he wants to protect Kluter, so he really wants to take control of this innings run. You can see the dangers that he has in place. The Lions are looking to finish up this innings, and he feels like he's the more in batter at the moment, of which maybe he feels more comfortable with him facing all deliveries from Sia Blakey rather than sharing that load with Kluter.
Now then, here's the opportunity for Blakey to outsmart him and work out a false shot, or having studied him for the period of time that he's been there, to find out where his weakness could possibly be. And in my head, from my observation, any ball that is slightly wide, Forrester will go at. And there lies the opportunity.
Look, I'm Sia Blakey now thinking, okay, look, you've got a man that likes the ball that's wide, full, that genuinely wants to go drive at it. What I do as Sia Blakey, you bowl to the body, tight, don't allow him to free his arms, get up a couple of those dot ball deliveries, and remember this is a longer format of the game. You can really set him up for maybe a bit longer than just an over. You can maybe take 2 overs, set him up, especially he's not looking to rotate the strike, he's not looking to run off you. Bowl that ball tight, bowl 5-6 deliveries consistently, even maybe 7 or 8 of them where he doesn't have any runs, he feels a bit bogged down. Then just give him that full wideish one where he can go at it. Just maybe he might pick out that outside edge.
And the field is still set for that particular delivery. And this time they do take the run off the 4th ball.
What we are accustomed to in terms of when out and out batter is batting the tail-ender, where you're genuinely giving just the 2 balls to face of the seam, and hopefully he can survive those 2. And you can see there's a deep discussion in the middle there regarding how to handle the next 2 balls and what are the plans and how to go about the next couple of balls.
Right then, Delano Potgieter has got the helmet on. He's under the helmet at short square. Wandile Makwetu has gone out a bit deeper on the leg side. Still 2 slips and a gully. And your fine leg, still fine.
You get a sense that some short stuff are coming.
Aha! Indeed.
In that field setting, some aggressive bowling. Here comes here, Blackie.
Indeed. we called it, oh, and the umpires called it wide.
Yeah, I have to say that was a tad bit too short. Not really threatening, not really a delivery that causes too many problems for the batter. Easy to duck. That's probably a waste of a short ball, I could say, if I could be harsh on that. But if you can get that ball just maybe a little bit closer to the body and maybe closer to that badge and that helmet or the chest area, that uncomfortable area, you might see a bit of glove work from the batsman there.
Indeed, indeed. Now it goes wildly down the onside, and yeah, they're not going through for the run. Blackie's inexperience showing here, because that particular ball that he pitched literally on his toes, yeah, should have been pitched up a lot further, maybe mid wicket, and then getting the batsman to either fend it off where a chance would appear, or try and hook or pull it. Like that. Exactly like that. We had Klute at 6s and 7s, not too sure what to do with that particular ball. And it rose in the badge area as Blackie finishes off the 53rd over with a brilliant delivery.
I'm actually convinced that he might have picked up the outside edge. As you mentioned, we come to the end of the 53rd over with the score 169 for 8, with the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons trailing by 70 runs. Still out there continuing looking to put some damage on that lead that the Lions will look to take into their second innings. And the Lions are also looking to wrap this up. Here comes Bjorn Fortuin.
Oh, that looked like a classy shot, that. On the front foot, cover drive to the left arm spinner, who's coming over the wicket. Bjorn Fortuin to Forrester, the left-hander. Notice how wide that was. And Forrester immediately, eyes lit up, and saw that as an opportunity to score. And I think that's exactly where he's going to go. Beyond changing his mind now, coming around the wicket to the left-handed Forrester.
Outside edge it is, and trickles away down to the third man boundary, and they just pick up 2.
Would that have been intentional, or did it come off the edge of the bat?
Depends who you're asking. If you're asking Forrester, he'll definitely say, that was well planned, and I played that really with so much control. You ask Bjorn Fortuin, he'll say that was an opportunity for him to start bowling more and more in that area.
Sure. So he's bowled 2 balls around the wicket, attacking a lot straighter, attacking the wickets a lot straighter. He's now decided to go back over the wicket and changes his field, calls in his offside fielder that was on the boundary. Bowls a bit wide outside off stump. Forrester nudges back and plays it to the cover fielder. End of the over, the 54th over, 171 for 8 are the Northwest Renault Dragons. Trailing here, a deficit of 68 runs. Another 3 overs.
It's been a beautiful day out here in Johannesburg. Beautiful sun, beautiful weather conditions. If you're anywhere around Johannesburg, South Africa, particularly Rosebank, if you want to enjoy some lunchtime cricket, some afternoon cricket, come through. No entry fees, no charges, just come through, have a walk here, sit on the banks. There's a few kids around and a few people around here out here enjoying a bit of cricket. Why not enjoy some bit of cricket out here? And come enjoy some 4-day cricket with us. Up in the air, taken, and another wicket for CSA Blakey. The planners worked, the short boy ployers worked, and he's gone, Clutie.
He had no idea where that ball was. It rose on him. Yeah, a batsman would have got from the back foot and pulled that to the boundary. I think it grew and footed.
Yeah, beat him away ends up. Had no clue what the ball was doing. Picked up the leading edge and went straight to the gully. Forced slip, you may call it, to Gordon.
Joshua Richards, the man that was called into action there to take the catch. So, 67 runs is what the Lions are leading the Dragons by. One more wicket to fall in this particular innings. Forrester still out there on 19, a left-hander. As we see the tail ender, the number 11, make his way to the crease. Alfred Mutoa.
Probably think Forrester will have similar plans here and similar conversation. Just find a single somewhere. You don't want him to face any more of those short balls because he knows it might be a bit of more difficult delivery to face for his partners, his tail end partner.
Indeed, indeed, and let's see if Mutua will stand the test of time and see off Blakey's attack. Rather conventional cricketer. He's taken middle and leg as guard, unlike what we saw earlier. Right then, wicket off the first ball, Blakey. Ooh, what has he got? What has he done? Tempted the tail ender there, Mutua. He hung his bat out there.
Definitely hung his bat out there. You could see his partner immediately going down to him saying, maybe you don't have to play at that one. But look, I have to highlight CSA Blakey. He's bowled brilliantly today. He's really, outside of that maybe 2 overs where he came around the wicket, as I mentioned, after he picked up the wicket of Brian Libba, he's just been nothing short of brilliant today. I've been impressed about how he's gone about his bowling to the top order batsmen and the lower order batsmen.
He would need a bit more guidance though, because in the words of Aslam Kota, bowls magnificently, but he also bowls some rubbish at times. As I get cautioned from the back of the commentary box here. Yeah, look, he's got the speed, he's got the action, he's got the run up, nice and smooth. It's a matter of just working it out. But as we saw with the Pluto wicket, I think they'd worked out exactly what they wanted to do there, and that short ball came into play there.
Happy to see the execution of his plan, and well targeted a short ball, maybe more of a backward wind delivery more than anything else.
Fuller this time, forcing Mutua to come forward. And he just plays it to the third man. Oh, to the third slip gully area. $68 deficit, still achievable with 1 wicket in hand. Yes. Tail-enders bowling to each other. That one short. Welcoming Matua to the crease. But he did well. He got underneath it comfortably.
Yes. I'm not too sure he always liked to use the word comfortable in terms of facing those nasty short balls from CSA Plaiki.
Well, that is a wicket maiden over by CSA Plaiki, getting rid of Pluta in that particular over, and I'm going to get rid of myself in the commentary seat here and allow Aslam Kota to come join you, Kamva. Take a welcome break for my stint.
Well, we have a change in bowling here from the corner drive end with Bea Sonapul coming in. And he starts off with a nasty short one, maybe a bit wideish, but still aggressive, still bowling with a lot of energy. Close, you could say, later in the afternoon. He's also bowled brilliantly in the session, picked up 2 wickets. He's already on 5 for 70 after just 19 overs. You could say the pick of the bowlers, Aslam.
Yeah, good day at the office. It's not closing time yet. He'll be looking to maybe just put the key into the door and turn it finally with 1 wicket in. With this 1 wicket required. That's hit the bottom hand. Immediately he's calling for some attention. Is Forrester. And that really rose up on him. As I said, I've been saying for most of the day and a bit that he bowls a really heavy ball, and he's ringing that wrist. Hopefully it's just bruising and that he'll be able to continue, because it's been a brave inning. 75 deliveries for his 19 by Deon Forrester, trying to just hold the tail-enders together. So whilst we wait for him to get attention, let's just in fact focus on CSA Plaiki for a moment. And I'm certainly not being critical of the young man. As I did say before I left during my last session, is that I'm sure that the likes of Alan Donald will look to just align the mind with the body and the attitude and everything that makes up this young fast bowler. But I admire his aggression, because that's what makes a fast bowler to start with. And then given the fact that he picked up 7 wickets, including the 5 for 64 in that match-winning performance, so he's running in with a lot of confidence. So I think generally with CSA Plaiki, there are more positives than there are negatives. And I like what I see. And I think now that they've discovered or they've uncovered the fact that he has these few pluses on his side, they're going to certainly exploit him while they can. And I'd like to see what happens, let's just say, if they go to Boland, for that matter, on a real docile pitch, whether he'll actually make the team, because he looks like he's made for the fast stuff. And I also know over the years that sometimes on those docile type of pitches, your out-and-out fast bowlers actually do well, because your medium fast guys, they batters toy around with them. So I think as a package, the guy is pretty impressive. And I'm sure we're going to see more of him. And the fact that he's fit and he's got all of the attributes, he's got all of the attributes that you would want out of a fast bowler. And if we look at this, the lineup, Swanepoel and Luther Supamla are pretty quick. And then Potgieter, as we've described him as a medium pace bowler. And then Sia is certainly up there. I mean, if we had the speed gun on him, we'd be able to really sort of make a proper assessment of his abilities and speeds that he's bowling. Happy that Forrester has got the attention that he's deserved, and now he's back on guard.
Nice follow-up delivery there by Swanepoel after wrapping the gloves of Forrester. Usually you want to hit your areas immediately after doing a bit of damage to the body of any player, because they're probably a bit more tentative after a delivery where you've made them feel more uncomfortable. But you mentioned Sia Blakely earlier on already, Aslam. As we just see Forrester just knocked that one down to the third man point, in between point region. You mentioned him being now and earlier about having the all-round abilities and having the skill sets to be at this level. But you did point out a few things. Maybe I want you to highlight that maybe you would like to see that he may improve on, that you think maybe the likes of Alan Donald will be able to work with him and be able to kind of sharpen up that skill set he has, that raw talent he has.
Yeah, you know, if you're bowling 4 good balls and 2 not so good ones, it should actually come down to 5 good balls and 1 not so good one. So to get the type of consistency, because I must say that the performance he's putting in, he's making it difficult for the likes of Cody Yusuf, the most successful bowler in the Lions lineup last season, I think in two of the 3 formats. So that's why I said earlier as well that it does allow the Lions to build a good squad, because if players get called up for internationals, that at least they have a good battery of players, a good backup of players, so that they can continue to remain in hunt for honours. But yeah, I think the more that he's playing in this big company, he'll definitely improve. And there's always room for improvement, and he himself will tell us that.
Nice delivery there by Swanepoel. Just catches the inside edge of the bat as we come to the end of the 56th over, with the score currently 172 for 9, as the Lions look to hunt down that last wicket. But we have Dean Forrester and Mator fighting and looking to stay out there, score as many runs as possible, and chew up that lead that the Lions would like to have.
At lunchtime, they were still trailing by 114, so they've brought that down to half. 67 is what the deficit stands at right now. And I must say that partnership between Akile Klute and Forrester was just worth 24 runs, but the fact that they've brought it the other side of 90 and 80 is very good, because it just keeps them in the game, no doubt. Blanky again.
Short one and called wide by the umpire. Well, a couple of those short ones as Blakey, and maybe few of those ones have been called wide, misdirected. But the intention is still there to be aggressive, as you mentioned, that how he's gone about his work today. But you want to maybe be a bit more accurate with that shorter ball, to be more effective in terms of getting a result out of it.
Yeah, also maybe what happens is you want a shot bowler in your lineup. So who knows, Russell, Domingo and Donald may just give him the license to express himself, maybe with just a semblance of more control. But it's always good to have a shot bowler in your lineup, and if he gets it right, I mean, he can decimate teams. He can pick up early wickets and really set the tone for the team as well. He did come on as fourth change today, and that was because overnight Bjorn Fortuin did bowling over. And then this morning it was back to Swanepoel and Sipamla who operated until I think 70 minutes into the game, when he did come in after the first period of play, where he then produced those two deliveries to pick up the wickets of Jan Libbe, and very soon after that the wicket of Mikael Prince, who between them put on that partnership of 68. So that will be another bit of an encouragement for the young man, because you know, to be involved in picking up a winning spell, match-winning spell in the last match, and then here breaking the partnership and picking up the other guy who was also settled into a partnership at the same time, I think there are more pluses in the way he's gone about his work today. But I'm still very curious to see how he progresses through the season. And oh, that's a good shot. That's 6 all the way. That's a big 6. That's magnificently hit. He certainly got his eye in after over 2 hours at the crease. Jan Forrester has faced 80 deliveries, and boy, has he dispatched that with disdain.
Look at that shot again, and really climbs onto that one so quickly and hits it clean. Gives no chance for any field to even have sight of that one. Beautiful stroke, and you can't even really criticize Siya Plaki of that short one. One say it was badly directed, but it was brilliantly put away by Forrester. And that one, that time around, guided to third man, and they push for 2, and brilliant running that is by the Dragons as they slowly chew down on that deficit, which now goes down to just about 58. Something that the Lions won't like to see. They want to see the back of Forrester, as he's creating problems now for them in terms of having a potential first innings lead.
Yeah, from a healthy lead to a moderate lead, and that's exactly what the visiting team want. Now a change in field with 2 balls to go. All of the fielders have come off the boundary since the fielder at long leg. And beautifully dispatched. Magnificent stroke, superb timing. Once again on the line of leg stump. Earlier you described that 6 very nicely. It was on the line of leg stump. You didn't have to do much to dispatch it. Even though that is the shortest boundary, it went way beyond. So it would have been a 6 on any ground in the world. And then this one, he just plays it off his toes. Good to watch.
This time around, I have to say, Aslan, more timing more than anything else. Didn't really look to play with hard hands, and just put his bat there and allowed the ball to hit the bat quite nicely. And he kept his, more importantly, he kept his head down and was balanced in playing that stroke, and what beauty to watch.
Decided to straighten up there, Plaki, so a much better delivery to finish the over, but 12 runs off it. 12 overs, 3 for 46.
You mentioned about Siya Plaki regarding him being able to progress in the rest of the series and this, the rest of the season, how he progresses, and he spoke about Cody Yusuf being the other man on the sidelines, being an option for this team here. Cody Yusuf is no slouch at all. He's recently made his debut for the Proteas against Zimbabwe, and a great start to his international career. So it's going to be tough going here for positions on this team. And it won't be a negative thing, it's going to be a very positive thing for the Lions, because they're full prong attack and is all looking to have an opportunity to play.
Yeah, good point, because that may be the reason why they went for Plaki, when they saw that Cody Yusuf got the nod, has played a bit of international cricket and possibly a lot more, because there's just so much of cricket that there's this whole tendency these days of the coaches resting some of the key bowlers. So it is the likes of Cody Yusuf and company that then get their chance to play. And that's why Plaki has been brought in. Good take down the leg side by the very reliable Eastvaal. So Forrester, in the meanwhile, we're keeping an eye on him. 9 matches, 15 innings, 94 his best score for the Dragons against the Titans at home this season. He's got 350s to his name, and I must say he's impressed in the way he's just sort of taken care of his wicket during this period where things haven't been too easy for his team, especially after they were recovering to 80 for 3 from 2 for 12. And aside from anyone of the other batters, he certainly looks he's looked the most accomplished.
Yeah, just look off screen there. Just look at Sia Pamela just stretching. He was doing a bit of shuttles, running up and down there, and you get a sense that they want to wrap up this innings. Huge shot there. A correction on my side, Sipamla, not Siapamla. Sipamla, you saw him, I've seen him warming up there and getting ready to get on. You just probably get a sense that his captain is probably looking to wrap his innings up. Maybe worried about that lead and worried about the potential of the rest of this innings.
Well, also what he would have picked up is that Swanepoel now into his 17th over of the day. He bowled 4 over 9. So it's been tough work, and there's still so much of cricket to be played. As many as 50 overs, more than 2 hours and a bit still to be played today. And he's picked up the 5 wickets. But it may just be a wise idea to be swapping the bowlers around a bit to make sure that they'll be more than ready when it comes to the second innings. But it's all out attack against Matau. 4 slips in position. Yeah, I reckon Swanepoel needs a break, a cool drink, maybe more than one. You may be right. You will see the introduction of Sipamla into the attack. He's bowled 15. He bowled 2 of the overs last night. 2 of the, I think it was what, 6 overs that were bowled last night. So he bowled 3.
Outside of Ben Swanepoel, I feel, yes, Sia, like he has bowled brilliantly, has run. Outside of him, I feel like Luther Sipamla, he's probably one of the pick of the bowlers. He's bowled really well. He's just been unfortunate not to pick up the wickets in terms of wicket column, but I've been impressed about his work today.
Yeah, what you want to see out of one of your leading fast bowlers, and it happens so often at any level, that you know, your leading bowler of the attack doesn't pick up wickets, but keeps it consistent, makes sure that it's tight on his end, and I think that's exactly what he's done. I mean, his figures speak for that. Into his 16th over, 1 for 35. So just over 2 runs and over, but more importantly, he's kept it tight. Also, widespread field for him. If you look, Kamva now deep mid-off, and then a deep cover, and then a deep backward point just off the boundary. A third man, a fine leg, a deep backward square leg, deep squarish mid-wicket, and a very deep mid-on. So they're hoping that he'll look to pick up a single, so that Matau can come in and bat and face Sipamla. The captain himself is the lone figure alongside the wicket keeper.
I just hope that with the word that you mentioned a lot now when you're describing this deep, and that is due to the widespread spread field at the moment that we have. And I just hope that the Lions are not missing a trick, because I still feel Sipamla is doing enough to be able to pick up the outside edge of Forrester, and maybe just one more slip in there may be a need for it, I feel, because he's beat the outside edge twice in this over, if I'm not mistaken, and I still feel he could just have that opportunity come in, and they might miss an opportunity in a slip corner if that ball catches that outside edge.
Short delivery, it's up in the air, it will just drop in front of what's his name, Potgieter. Now, I must say that whilst it was happening, I was about to say that the fact that we've watched Plaatjie dig in a few short deliveries and he, in fact, picked up a wicket, with the fact that you have fielders so deep, Sipamla should actually be feeding even the likes of Forrester, who, as I said earlier, accomplished player, hold the short one at him because he can absolutely hold out. And there you saw an example where it almost happened. So 2 balls remain for Matau to just see out and see if Forrester can continue to just whittle down that deficit. It's 53 right now. Very well bowled, that's not hit anything on its way through.
Yeah, nasty ball by Sipamla. Back of a length delivery, and just really been doing that all day, and you can see with that one again, just jags back in, quite a way, but you can see how much the keeper moved there to regather that delivery. As far as close to that 7th stump to get him, probably take about a couple of steps across him to collect that one, just to show how much movement took place after that ball had passed the batsman. And that brings us to the end of the 59th over, as the score is on 186 for 9, where the Dragons are still looking to build on the current partnership they currently have of 15 runs and looking to put more damage onto that lead that the Lions would look to have. It's been a brilliant day out here. It was in good conditions. Throughout since the morning, we've had clear blue skies, not a sight of rain.
A beautiful high-felt day, without a doubt. The players who we thought will finally get the break that he deserves, 5 for 71 in his 21 overs. He continues, and this is again well played. It's up in the air, there's a fielder runner there, and he's dropped it, and it's run away for 4. I'm not too sure who the fielder is. I'm trying to have a look again. It may be, is it CSA Plaatjie? So Swanepoel down on his haunches, very disappointed, because that is a perfect setup. That was exactly what I was talking about in the previous over, where you've got to dig in 1 or 2 short ones at this player. If you're keeping a deep set field, you suck it into the stroke, get into a good position, and then with that technique of fingers up sometimes doesn't work. He would have rather allowed it to fall into a pouch as he was running, and that didn't happen, and in fact it's gone for a boundary. And now he's up on the back foot and plays a beautiful looking drive. Does Forrester, doesn't want the single, coming into his own, isn't he?
Yeah, coming to his own indeed, and you're absolutely right there, Aslam. That short ball ploy clearly worked at that time, and he went for the Australian style catch and completely messes it up. And you like to think you look comfortable under that one.
Yeah, I think the technique there is very, very important to discuss, because a catch at this stage, at any stage of the match when it's dropped, it's always costly. The fact that the ball went across the boundary and the deficit is now 49, all of the hard work that the fast bowler has put in, when you set it up, the one thing you want to do is your effort's got to be a really good one. And I must say that the technique was completely wrong there. If it's overhead and coming straight at you, and you have, as you described it, the Aussie style, you can do that, because there's no hard and fast rule. It's not a written rule that you need to have your hands in a pouch as if you're in a position of prayer. But this one, as you're running, you need to let the ball actually come into your hands. You need to ride it. The momentum of the ball on its way down, that didn't happen. And in fact, as we said, 4 runs to Forrester. He's played beautifully. He's 37. He's now the second highest score of the Dragons innings. One slip of gully, everyone's come in to try and block him from taking the single, and Swanepoel does produce a very good Yorker length delivery, forces him to play straight back at the bowler.
With the deficit currently on 49 now, how crucial will that drop catch be? You've got Forrester looking to play aggressively with the short ball, hasn't really looked to pull back on it, and you don't want him to get comfortable under it right now and be able to score runs off it.
Looking for the one, won't get it. Excellent delivery, good concentration from Bears Swanepoel to keep the main striker as the non-striker now in this over that will follow up. So, what was that question?
How crucial would that be?
Oh, I mean, now the thing is, even 10 runs, if it's worth 10 runs to the opposition, it's going to mean 39. And you know how hard it is to actually score those runs. So you want to make sure that you have a reasonable lead. A healthy lead, of course, is anyway beyond 120, 150, because you're very much in the game and in the pound seats. But when these type of drops, they are costly, and sometimes you actually see the shoulders drop. So what the captain has to do right now is to make sure that he just keeps his charges G'd up, that guys, we're still in this game, maybe even just to go have a quick word with Blakey to say, listen, we're in here, just concentrate, it's going to come to you again and you're going to make the catch. So you're telling him that there's still another chance, and you know, if you've led teams, you realize that that's actually more important. The psychology of the game is so much in play. It doesn't matter what level you are at.
Lovely stroke straight down the ground there by Montage. And this time around, he times it really well, just past the fast bowler, and picks up a boundary, that is.
It's a good solid block, and more importantly, it's hit the meat of the bat. So once it leaves the bat at that speed and there's no fielder in the way, you're going to get 4. So 4 very important runs. And yeah, it'll hurt the Lions for a little while. Then you just need to concentrate. And I feel for Blakey because he's had a good outing today. And then that little blotch will stay on his mind for a while.
Yeah, he certainly shouldn't put his head down and be concerned about that. Mistakes happen in this game, as you see that boundary again, the timing of it, and nice stroke play, just on the up.
Not much of a flourish, he's just blocked it for 4. Nice.
More like a top order batsman kind of shot.
The other thing, I mean, CSA needs to concentrate because the next ball could come to you, you know, and then you redeem yourself with a good catch. So just stay in the game, concentrate.
Look, as much as we're not looking to be critical about CSA Blakey, but the importance of that drop catch, we know every single one is important here in this game. We've seen yesterday, we had 12 wickets fall yesterday throughout the day, and today we had another 7 fall, and it just proves that it's not an easy pitch to bat on. It's not easy to score runs here. So the last thing you want is to allow more runs to be taken away from the potential lead that you have, and that's exactly what's happening now due to a loss of an opportunity. So yes, you don't want to be critical of him, but at the same time, you have to be concerned as a captain, as a coach, that you know exactly what you have in play in terms of the pitch conditions. You want every single run possible out there.
Yeah, in fact, you know, when you get to this stage of the game, and I think you make a very important point about the number of wickets that have fallen in 1.5 days, 19 in total. Every run is worth 2. You know, whether you're going to be the batting team or the bowling team, and I think psychologically, for the fact that they've really been up against it. Oh, that's a good-looking stroke. Doesn't even bother to run. It's found the gap and it'll run away for 4. So Alfred Mthua looks like he enjoys playing off the back foot. He didn't necessarily middle that one, but there was enough bat on it to pick up a second boundary in that over. So tough luck for Sipamla, 198 for 9. I was just saying that the fact that you were in big trouble last night at 2 for 12, at close of play, and then after a very gutsy partnership of 68, which took 19 overs this morning, and worth as I described it, 70 or 80 minutes of play, and then to suddenly find yourself in trouble with a whole big collapse again, from 80 for 3 to 147 for 8. And And then to get closer to that 200 mark, and where the deficit at one stage at the end of the 8th wicket was 92 behind. This is a very gritty performance and led by Forrester. That's a great shot. I think what we will have seen in the last number, maybe last half an hour or last 15 minutes, is that you don't bowl short to Forrester when he's set, because he plays those pull shots and the hook shots with ease and comfort. He's into position so very quickly, and he's dispatched that beautifully for 4. When you're hitting the ball in front of square on the fast wondrous pitch, then you know that there's a quality batsman that's challenging you now as a bowler.
And that's exactly what I was talking about in the previous over, where I felt it would have been a huge issue with him. He missed time. You mentioned the fact that he missed time in quite a few short balls prior to him finding comfort in that short ball. And now that is the concern I have, is that they're still going for that short ball tactic. And my question now, I'll start to wonder, how effective will it be being able to, him now being comfortable with that short ball? He'd already given you an opportunity with the drop catch a couple of overs ago and mistimed a few. Now he's finding the middle of the bat with a shorter one.
Again, the leg side stroke, it's very nicely played. So, you know, maybe a bit of a contradiction in what I did say earlier, but it goes back to, I remember a period where Viv Richards was in fantastic form at the height of his career and up against the Australians, and they continued to bowl short at him, and he generally won the contest where he would either leave it or hit you for 6. And but I think in the end, when there was a stat that was done, that let's just say out of 10 dismissals for that one that they aimed, nice shot again from Alfred Matau. He's really played beautifully. He's not shy to actually launch his bat at it, and now he's picked up 4 through the covers. That's I think he's just dealt with it in boundaries, has he? Three boundaries, and he's played well.
Look at that shot again. Nice balance is showing there, and hitting the middle of the bat. And he's done that twice in the previous over, and then now again, showing a bit of comfort in that front foot. Previous over showed comfort in the back foot and playing it on the up. And now this time around, another boundary, and that deficit goes down to just about 32.
Looking to play expansively. There's a big gap there, so he's obviously looking for it, because he's pierced it on 2 occasions now. But just to go back to that point I made, so if there were 10 dismissals, whether it was in the one-day internationals and in a test series, and I remember in 75, 76 when the West Indies were there, they played a 6-match test series. So I reckon 50% of the time he was caught on the boundary. So it's all about where you bowl the short ball, and if you direct it properly. That's well played. Swinging delivery from Bayer Swanepoel. He's managed to do that for most of the day. That is the end of the over. He looks a tired man, not necessarily spent yet. Wants to add to his tally of 5 wickets. Would love to go with back into the pavilion with 6 wickets to his name. And whilst at one stage, or you'd think that the captain is actually just trying to make sure that he manages his bowlers well. Clearly he's not used more Potgieter. He's just bowled 5 overs. Like he has bowled 12. 17 for Sipamla, who's rewarded with just 1 scalp to his name. And Swanepoel has been impressive enough for the captain to be tempted to continue with him. So now the field is widespread. And what will Sipamla do? What will be their plan? Is it about maybe just looking to get him off strike, or perhaps get him to hold out somewhere on the leg side? So contest within a contest, beautifully driven. He's timing the ball very, very sweetly now in the latter part of his innings.
And off his 96 balls, and his first has quietly gone over to 42. Gone about his job swiftly. Started off very slowly and took his time and biding his time and being watchful initially when he started. And you can see now he has found more comfort. He's found the boundary at more regular occasions, and he's always obviously had the help from Alfred Matur. So yeah, this is going to be interesting time now with the partnership on 36.
He'll take the single. Do they take the two? They do. They chance the arm. The throw is a little wayward from Makwetu, and they do take the 2 runs. So the pressure early on the fielder, and the 2 batters have certainly won. Wonderful response from Montage, I must say, because the call immediately was 2. He could have easily said no, 1's enough, but he put his head down and went to the non-strikers, and that's in fact where the throw went. So good cricket here.
Yeah, brilliant intensity in the running there, and with that throw, they definitely needed a direct hit. Would have been an interesting call for the umpire there. Hits it on the up, straight to the D point. But this time around, they opted not to run. Still smart thinking here by Forrester, not getting carried away by the couple of shots that Alfred Montage played in the previous over, and the sense of comfort that he had. He's still protecting him, still taking the responsibility of majority of the balls in the over.
Yeah, clever batting by Dean Forrester. I'm just looking at all of the fielders, the 8 of them around the field. 3 of them just slightly off the boundary, the rest of them guarding the lakeside boundary, which is the shorter boundary here at the Wanderers for this match. There's the pull shot played, and it's magnificently hit. Such quick hands for that pull shot. It's gone all the way for 6. Forrester goes to 50 in fine style. And if we did enjoy the batting of Eastvaal and Potgieter yesterday, then this certainly is an innings of high quality. Coming in at number 7, and Dean Forrester has gone to 50, has achieved his 7th first-class score, and also has reached 1,000 runs in first-class cricket. Well done, young man.
Brilliant 50 that was, and as I mentioned a couple of balls ago, started off really slowly, took his time, and he's shown some great maturity and responsibility in this innings, and he's taken his team forward here and continues to do that here in this innings, and his team are wanting to stick around a lot longer and potentially go over the deficit and maybe potentially put on a lead for his team as he goes over his 1,000 run mark of his first-class career. Brilliant performance on us, Dean Forrester.
Against a very good, efficient attack, he's come through with a score in an innings that he'll recall. We were just saying earlier that Forrester, this is his 4th first-class 50. We'll probably value this particular one here at the Wanderers because his highest score of 94 was achieved in Potchefstroom, which we all know is much easier surface to be batting on. And now he's really enjoying that cool drink. 62.4 overs. And man, the way he's latched onto those short deliveries. So that's why it brings me back to that point about your direction for the short ball. If you're looking to sucker him into the to being caught on the boundary on the leg side, it has to be very well directed. If it's short and if it's allowing the batsman to stretch his arms and play the pull shot, where he can literally hit it along the ground into mid wicket, or even look to elevate it over the boundary. He's done it on 2 occasions in this innings, and I must say that his innings has grown in stature. He's looked better the longer he's been out there, and I'm sure that some of the players, the likes of Rohan de Swart and also perhaps Ruben Herman, who had a swashbuckling 27 of 21 balls with 6 fours, you just feel if one of them was still around here, they'd be challenging this, as I said, efficient attack for a big score. But now it's almost on even keel, the deficit 24.
It just goes to show then, this was this time in the day where the game changed and where the runs were scored yesterday. And first session, as we saw this morning, wickets fell, regular occasions, and it was basically tumbled, same yesterday, very similar. Then the second session, yes, we've seen wickets fall here in this second session, but the slight difference is that the slight comparison to it is that you've seen that there have been runs scored. It's been maybe a slight bit easier to score, and I wanted to mention that it might be a bit more concerning now for the Lions that their second innings, I up in the air, and just through that cover region, just past that point. They're pushing for 2, turns him back.
Counting the balls, clever fellow. Easy 2 to be taken there, decides 1 is enough. And Forrester in complete control out in the middle. And the other thing is, of course, that I know that the ball is into its 63rd over. We've seen maybe a flurry of runs since the 50th over. But I reckon that it's also an indication of how easily this pitch is playing. The new ball will certainly be difficult to handle. But it does mean that the next 2 days and a bit is going to be exciting cricket here, because the Lions are going to be pushed to do something quite special. And the fact that the visitors find themselves in a good position and in a team that has really been performing well with the bat and ball. I said earlier, I think it was yesterday, when we saw that their bonus points tally was showing a healthy turn of points for batting and bowling. It means that the team is generally consistent in both aspects of the game. So I do think we're in for a good contest here. It's all about whether you have the mental capacity and whether, as I always talk about, the mental stamina to be able to continue to persist and to strive to play. So back in the attack is the spinner.
My biggest concern here, Aslam, in terms of going into, as far as we're going deep into the session, is that we saw yesterday that the first and last session is probably the most difficult times to bat. And the last thing you want is, as we see that one nicely defended by the Forest. The last thing they want for the Lions to start their second session at the end of the day's play. You know how difficult it is to bat out here on this wondrous pitch. At the end of the day, the new ball coming in with these fast balls steaming in, well rested as well. Pretty much rested the whole day, you could say.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. I mean, all those factors come into play. But then, at the same time, all of the coaches and their fitness coaches and their conditioning coaches prepare them for 4 days. So you expect that they must perform at the optimum whenever they're called into duty. That's why the longer version is so difficult. It's a test of all of your faculties, physical and mental.
True cricket.
Yeah, the true format of the game, of the great game.
Many have said in recent times that it might be falling away. That saddens my heart, but I still believe Test cricket is truly still alive and still the best format of the game. I say that because of the amount of T20 cricket that's been played around the world, and the amount of leagues around the world that are lucrative for a lot of players to come out and play, and because of the monies and being offered for the shorter format of the game, because of the amount of crowds that they can build up. But the core of the game and the core of what cricket is about, here it is right here.
You know, I just want to raise the point that I think you asked the question yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. What about this 4 innings Test T20? And A.B. de Villiers is, and alongside the legendary Clive Lloyd and I can't remember Matthew Hayden, are the ambassadors. You can only be an ambassador of that kind of a format if you're getting a lot of money. And I'm not shy to say that. And prostituting the game even more is really crazy. Who will play that? It will probably be all of the retired players who are already engaged in T20 veterans leagues that is being played in England and different parts of the world. So only those kind of spoilers can come in and talk about the longer format being a thing of the past. Yet most of the purists, which I believe are in a greater number around the world, even in non-test playing countries, will know that this is the ultimate format.
Yeah, ultimate format it is indeed, and South Africa right on top of the world regarding that ultimate format, with South Africa currently the current World Test champions.
Yeah, for me, it's sad to see that the likes of Clive Lloyd and, as I've mentioned, the other players actually saying yes to something like this. because ultimately I think it's all to satisfy the gambling houses. 25 hours a day, 8 days a week, 400 days a year. They don't sleep in some parts of the world. They tune into every cricket match that's going on, and there's betting happening there as well. So it's a controversial subject, it's a tough one, but those of us who've grown up with first of all, the respect and the love of the purest format, and then to come up with those type of discussions about the fact that it's a dying sport, for me is a big discussion, and one that I certainly won't hold back.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement there, Aslan.
They are spoilers. There's a big shot for LBW. I can tell you from 120 meters and also 5 stories up that was going down the lakeside.
Yeah, and
I'm happy that Arno Jacobs has agreed with us. He's given that not out.
Yeah, let's have a look at that, how high that was. Yeah, you're right.
Both the toes of his front and back foot were on the leg stump, because he was actually backing away towards the leg side, and that's exactly what Arno Jacobs, an accomplished batsman in his time, picked it up very easily. One of the leading umpires in South African cricket. Well played. Alfred, I think there's a contest with these last 3 batsmen in the lineup here. Kluter and Flatuka, and that, listen, I think I should be worthy of number 8 in this team. There'll be a big argument at dinner tonight. You can be rest assured. Of course, the coach will say, guys, just leave it to me. I'm in charge of the numbers. Where you will bet.
Indeed, they've really fought here towards the end and showed a bit of grit and fight, and has not made it easy at all for the Lions to pick up their last couple of wickets. Every single wicket has come in the partnership before it's broken.
Oh, that's blocked so nicely. That's beautifully played, really. He saw the length of the ball, the overpitch ball. It was wide outside the off stump. All he needed to really do was block it into the gap, and he's got the 4. It's just flown through to third man. 19 is the deficit. The Dragons are 220 for 9 after 65 overs. There's still 15 overs before the new ball will even be considered. So now there's really a big challenge on for the Lions. They'll need to put on, it's not as if they haven't had the thinking caps on, Gordon, but I reckon they'll have to put on the other one as well now. Yeah.
Indeed, they would. Geez, how quickly this game has turned around. My last commentary stint, which was what, 30 odd minutes ago, the Dragons needed 68 all runs. Now they only need another 19, Aslan.
I can tell you the most frustrating for any bowling team is when a 10th wicket partnership gets to 49, when you've really had the skids on the opposition all the way through. And they came together at 171 for 9 with still 68 runs behind. Beautiful leg side stroke. In fact, the fielder at long legs, he didn't even see that. He was maybe going in the wrong direction, but that is a sweet, sweet sweep shot. 50 partnership comes out, and there's every reason for the pair to be celebrating that. And indicated, of course, by that hug at mid-pitch. Harrison Forrest has just been a joy to watch. Eases this into the deep cover region. He could crawl for that single if he wanted.
At the start of his batting innings, he was rather slow, just absorbing every single ball, watching every single ball. I think he scored his first run after about 19 balls that he had faced.
Well, he saw 3 wickets fall on the other side, so he didn't have much of a choice. All about the fact that, listen, if the guys on the other end continue to get out, I want to make sure that I'm not out. And then suddenly he realizes that with Onkenyaku, he had a partner there. 16 runs from his bat. Hlatuka just scored 4. And then Akile Klute, although he just got 7, he was involved in that partnership of worth 24 runs. In a low-scoring game, those partnerships are gold, Gordon.
Indeed, indeed. As is this partnership between Forrester and Matua at the moment, which is more than a run a minute. They scored 53 runs or 52 minutes. And looking to accelerate here.
Oh, he's playing that so well with so much of confidence. He has played 38 first-class matches as Matau, 40 innings, 10 not outs, highest score of 34. It doesn't give the year. 20 and 22 and 1. So maybe he was made for the pandemic year. And he's done well to just ease that away to the leg side to end the over. Deficit 14 and almost at the halfway point of the match. The game is even Stevens. I'm looking forward to the next 2 days of the bit.
It will be exciting times. It will be certainly exciting times, Aslam. And my goodness, isn't this a beauty of cricket? Is that it's so unpredictable? The 1 minute, I mean, this morning we've given the first session to the Lions. After lunch, was quick 3 wickets that had fallen in the second session. Well, we're still busy with the second session.
I think 4 wickets fell before lunch, all in the second hour.
My goodness. Right, looks like change of bowler. Delano Potgieter, having bowled just 5 overs earlier on today, comes on from the golf course end. He had bowled from the Caller Drive end, changes ends with a very spread out field.
4 fielders on the leg side, all on the boundary. Starts with the widest delivery. So I tell you what, the other challenge has now been thrown into the court of Dominic Hendrick is, as I was saying, just what, 4 or 5 overs back. Who does he now use? He's used Swanepoel. He's bowled 19 overs today. Sipamla has bowled 12 overs today. And Potgieter has bowled all of his 5 overs this morning. He's now into his 6th. Sia Plaiki has certainly put a lot of energy into the 2 spells that he's bowled today. He's picked up wickets as well. 2 in his first spell, 1 in his second. So they've all really used a lot of energy on a pitch that has certainly eased up given the fact that the ball is now much older. So he's forced to bring Potgieter back into the attack. He does have the golden arm. Probably told that to him in his ear when he told him, listen, I want you to come in and bowl. And there's a booming drive. Beautiful play, beautifully played. In complete control. He's now totally untroubled.
And just from his shimmy after playing that shot, he's quite disappointed it didn't go where he'd intended it to go.
Yeah, he was looking to play more in the region of extra cover. He actually pointed in that direction. He sees it as a big gap, but that is the longest part of the field. Yeah, he'll take the single. I think he's pretty confident with Matau. The fact that the deficit is 14 has at least kept his team in the game. And this is a towering performance from Forrester.
Indeed it is. A true test of character. And yes, as much as we were laughing about it earlier, I think the tail end are going to put their hands up and say, well, coach, I think you need to re-look the batting lineup here.
Well, Forrester and guys must have had a chat during the break that, listen, if Mutasami and Kagiso Rabada and even Maharaj can do that for the national team, why can't we? So what a fantastic performance this is. I think I'm going to look back to see what is the highest 10th wicket record in South African cricket. I'm sure it'll be here in our stats spec that is supplied by Andrew Sampson.
Oh, and Potgieter bowls a peach of a ball. Just outside off stump. Darted away slightly from the right-handed Mutua.
Oh gee, that was a big score. Cornet Dry and Rudy second, 145 for the 10th wicket for the Knights versus the Warriors, way back in 2013, 2014.
In the franchise era.
In the franchise era. Flays at this one again. Did that go to hand? It was a very good attempt. Diving to his right there. The fielder at gully.
Looking at the reaction of the fellow Lions.
Josh Richards.
Yeah, it looks like it may have been a chance.
No, in fact that is Mitch Van Buren. A very good attempt. Diving to his right.
End of the 67th over, 26-9, are the Eastvaal Renault Northwest Dragons. This partnership of 55 looks ominous.
So I'll tell you something. Looking at the Northwest Dragons Division 1 records in a 4-day series, this is the highest for the 10th wicket. Well done to Dejan Forrester and Alfred Matau. The previous best was 43, batsman by the name of Diseko and Zuma, that was achieved against the Knights in 2021 and 2022. So well done to these two. They've just achieved a new record for the 10th wicket for the Dragons, and all because of Dejan Forrester's well-paced and crafty innings and absolutely brilliant support from Alfred Matau, who hasn't just blocked his end but has also found opportunities to score boundaries, and out of that score of 16 he's hit 3.
Aslam, what does Dominic Hendricks try and do now? Bring on a part-timer?
Himself? Try and buy a wicket, look to see if he can force Matau to play something, you know, instinctive. Here's a big hit, but it's clearing the boundary by a big way. It's a big 6. Excellent hit. Forrester continues to impress. He got under that one and put it away with such ease, and didn't even bother to run. He knew from the moment it left the bat that this was 6 at the Wanderers. It's a great straight hit.
Pitched outside off, and he just freed his arms, threw the willow at it, and yeah, it travelled a long way.
The sweetest of 6s that you'll see, and coming off the left-hander's bat in such control. The deficit now 7, 232 for 9, and the old ball's still in vogue. Can these guys take the partnership to somewhere near 70 and even 80 and get themselves a slender lead? 4 more runs off the bat of Forrester. This is chopped down magnificently. This is an innings of high class.
And an innings of confidence. He is growing in stature, he's growing in confidence, he's growing in self-belief. Might this possibly be his next 100 coming up?
I think his top score is 90 odd, so if Matau decides to stay there for long enough, anything's possible. We just saw that the all-time record is over 100 runs. And I think if we have a stats spec for world cricket, we'll be equally impressed to see that. 237 for 9. This partnership continues to grow. Worth 6, is it 66 or 68? 66.
66.
There's the confirmation.
Yeah, deficit just 2 runs now. That's that.
Yeah.
Now, looks like the field is spreading properly. There's not a single close fielder except for the wicketkeeper and the captain, who are looking at the fielders going to the boundary as Forrester looks around as well, studying where everybody is.
And I've been asking that question for the last hour or more. You've just asked that question. What does Dominic do? We'll get back to that in a moment. Potgieter continues. Oh, that's a lovely late cut. 4 runs. He's split the 2 fielders as deep as they are here on the offside. A third man and deep backward point. That is so well played. Really, I'm almost running out of superlatives for Dejan Forrester.
Actually, Silawani on the point boundary had lost that ball totally. He didn't see it at all as it came off the bat. Now.
So to just go back to that point, I remember yesterday I mentioned that if you had gone off the field at the end of the day's play and asked the Dragons bowlers, what could you have done differently during that partnership, and all they would have told you is they batted well enough. There's nothing more we could do. We tried everything we did in all of the sessions, and I think it's the same thing here. Dominic will tell you, listen, I tried all of my bowlers against this last pair. Lovely looking drive. He has this exaggerated open face in his stance. So when he does play there in that area, the bat is almost coming down at the correct angle, as they say, facing the direction of the intended stroke. And that's why he latched onto that cut so nicely against the seamer and then also against the spinner we saw in the last over when he chopped that down to the third man boundary. So it does help with that grip.
Sure, Potgieter now deciding. Oh, actually, it looked like he was going to come around the wicket to the left-hander, but he stays over the wicket.
Short and punched. Again, challenging the two fielders in the deep.
And they don't take the run. Could have easily been a single there.
Well, he's counting the balls. I think if he gets the opportunity now, he'll probably take the single. But Montage has been so reliable in this 10th wicket, this record 10th wicket partnership. I'll make a note here, in fact.
Here's my 2 cents worth, actually, that the plan...
Make it pence. It's more expensive. Oh, lovely stroke, magnificent stroke, off the back foot with that open face bat, off the back foot, a forcing drive. I think even if the fielders were out in the deep there, that would have beaten them for 4. That's the longest boundary here at the Wanderers, on the offside of Forrester. And another glorious, I must say that we've been entertained with some sumptuous stroke play. And Dean Forrester almost matching the efforts of the 2 Lions batsmen yesterday afternoon.
And he is the highest scorer in the Dragons lineup.
Yeah, by a long way. 48 by Mikhail Prince, the opener. White call.
That almost hit his big toe.
So your 2 pence worth?
My 2 pence worth. Clearly Forrester loves the ball wide. And that's where you got to tempt him. He's bound to make a mistake there because he's willing to hit anything outside his off stump.
Interesting point, and let's maybe just talk about that. But because what I will say to counter that, it's not wrong what you're saying, but to counter that, as a charge of 40 at 246 for 9, and having faced all of 69 overs, this partnership, we're making a note of it, is worth 75 and it's unbroken, and the most glorious 76 of the Forrester bat. And Montage has been exemplary in this partnership, and the deficit now just 7 runs, so we certainly have a match on our hands. And just before we go into the summary here, just to say that when a batsman is well set and you continue to bowl wide at him, you see how he's punishing it, front and back, leg side or offside. So in the end, the principle is to keep it as straight as possible, making play straight. And if it's straighter, you are always in 2 minds. You're going to look to defend first. So really, and that to me, the principle will remain. So if I'm a coach, and if I'm watching my charges doing exactly that, bowling too many wide deliveries, the odd one you can tempt, the odd short ball to see, because you've got fielders in position, you can do that. But you know, it's. I think there'll probably be another 6 versions to the point that we're discussing that will come through. So, the summary.
Well, for the first time, here's a lead. And the Eastvaal, Northwest Renault Dragons are in the lead by 7 runs. Summary of the match so far as we take tea. DP World Lions first innings, they scored 239 for all out in almost 80 overs, just one ball short of their 80 overs, and the top scorer there was their wicketkeeper Corno Eastvaal with 100 not out. And yeah, that ably supported by Delano Potgieter on 77 for 4. For the Eastvaal Northwest Renault Dragons, well, just looking at the score sheet, who would have thought that their number 7 batsman, Forrester, would be on 76 of 127 balls. Next best opening bat, Mikael Prince, 48, and Ruben Herman, 27 of 21 balls, and Captain Vian Mulder scoring these 26 of 61. Key bowlers for the Lions, Bayers Swanepoel, 5 for 84, and Siap Laiki supporting him with 3 for 46 of his allocated 12 overs he's bowled thus far. To back you up, and what you had pointed out earlier, the Lion bowlers will relish these 20 odd minutes of tea, refresh, and probably come back.
So it's tea time on the second day, and we're really looking forward to
very good ball and a fantastic catch, diving.
He does have the ability to swing the ball both ways, so that's one.
We return for the final session of day number 2. Dion Forrest on 76, Alfred Montage 16. The Dragons leading by
2:46 for 9 as you join us again on the second afternoon for the last session. Northwest Dragons lead by 7 runs with a record partnership which is worth 75 runs. The previous record was 43. Achieved way back in 2021-2022 with 2 batsmen, the tail-enders in Tiseko and Zuma, who managed that effort against the Knights in Potchefstroom. But this is a fantastic performance, and Dion Forrester has played one of the most exciting innings in the way it has grown in stature. So C.R. Plaatje, who's picked up 3 wickets in I'm just looking at it again. He's picked up 3 wickets in this match so far. 2 to start with this morning, where he got the breaks, broke the partnership, a stubborn partnership with 68, which grew from the overnight score of 12 for 2 to 80 for 3. And then he's picked up 1 other wicket in his second spell. Has gone wicketless in that period between lunch and tea. He's back in action. And Alfred Montage has batted superbly. 35 balls, 16, and he's struck 3 boundaries in that score of his. But Dion Forrester has played all around the wicket. Front foot, back foot, offside, leg side, in front of square, behind square. He's pulled 2 sixes that have gone a big way, and then he's hit the spin of Bjorn Fortuin straight over his head. So he's hit 3 sixes in that innings of 76, but all eyes are on Montage. And can they continue to grow this partnership and that slender lead from 7 to perhaps maybe even 40 or 50? To just give them a real spring in this step when as they negotiate as a team the next 2 hours of play. So welcome again to Kamba, who's been watching from the sidelines. Now we'll be able to quietly on the sidelines, but now be able to share some of the observations he has made, especially that interesting and invigorating session that we've had, the second session of the second day's play. 2 slips in the gully, a leg gully in position, a short leg as well. So it's back about attacking. They've done away with the widespread field and a good delivery. And I think this is a good ploy here. Or not a ploy necessarily, but a good thing to be doing. Play normal cricket again. Have a normal set field and attack the batsman. Because you're almost looking to defend the one end. Montage has showed that he's more than capable to hang in there with Forrester in fashioning that partnership of 75 runs. So you can see the Lions have actually got back to normal with field a normal field. The only fielder now in the deep is in fact the field at long leg.
He's looked really resolute in his batting. He's looked comfortable out there, played with confidence. It's just been a matter of time now for the Lions to find out how long will it take for them to be able to pick up this last wicket. And then almost with Northwest Dragons, it will be a matter of how much more runs can they put on this lead that they currently have of 7. It's good times for Northwest Dragon and frustration times for Lions. Another one tagging short there by C.R. Plaatje. Just wonder now what the tactics already mentioned that they've gone back to normal cricket straight away from that short stuff. Maybe they still might go short. The leg slip in place, short leg in place, deep fine leg. So the short ball player will still be an option in terms of picking up wickets or in terms of the way, the method of picking up wickets, but also there's 2 slips in the gully, so they're also looking to reduce the outside edge of Utah.
What this has also forced the captain to do at the end of the 7th year, he was 2 for his is that he's had to shuffle his ball in such a way that you're not overwork. We know that he's almost a given when it comes to looking after his But let's see how what that kind of a field set they do have for Forrester, who's now on strike. And do they still look to spread the field wide? And as I watched beyond the screen, 4 fielders again on the leg side looking towards the boundary. Long leg, somewhere between fine leg and long leg, and then deep back with square mid wicket, and then long on, long off, deep backs to cover, deep point, and a conventional 3rd man off the boundary.
You can see with that ball just coming straight out of the bat. He wants to take responsibility. He wants to make sure that they can get as many runs as possible without taking any other risk. Yes, he's shown if the ball is short to him, he will punish you. Ball wide, he will look to punish you.
It's an under edge looking for the cut. I noticed that what they've done now is because he's played that back cut with such ease and comfort and control that they've moved that offside field again out of your picture. The fielder at deep backward point is, in fact, I think perfectly positioned on this occasion, because there was one that split the 2 fielders that was hit magnificently in that period just before tea. Now he's flailing at this one and it's travelling at a good speed, but this is the long boundary and it's long enough for them to complete 2 runs. Good cricket from Forrester and Alfred Montage.
Yes, good cricket from this pair. Really looking great in the current stand of 77. The partnership looking, it's going to go straight to that 100 partnership. Bit of a loose stroke there from Forrester. Could be wanting to add one more onto what they already have in place at the moment at 77 to put more damage to this bowling of the Lions and make them bowl a lot more overs than they were expected. I must say, in the second session, especially how they've gone about picking up those wickets.
So the fielders all come in with a ball remaining. 2 balls remaining in this over, the 71st. All of the fielders have come up. What does Forrester have in mind? Now, that's not what the captain has in mind. Ball down the leg side. Could easily be clipped away and 3 runs ahead once again.
You see the tactics before lunch and after lunch. Asking you to use your cricketing brain, your coaching brain, your understanding of the game, your feel of the game. Would you do anything different right now as a coach, as a captain, in terms of picking up the next wicket?
Again down the leg side. Yeah, it was a point that end of the over, the 71st, 248 for 9, lead 9 now for Dragons. weren't good enough. Like he continues. Yeah, that went to hand, but it will run away for 4 as well. They'll take all of the runs now that they're in the lead. 13. was in front of the
250 runs up for the Northwest Dragons.
It did go to
the score is 252 for 9.
But it definitely went to hand, and they have just brushed the hand on its way through. So another boundary for Alfred Montage.
You can see the way he played the shot, just open the top and then make an area. And the couple regions, point region, both fields in place. So he will be easy runs for him to pick. As you can see, he stood up nicely on that one. Maybe slightly mistimed it as he tried to pieces that gap. That vacant area.
I think that's exactly what it was, because he has played quite nicely on the offside. He's hit 2 of his boundaries in the region in front of square. So he was aiming for that, but the ball did take the edge. So just to come back to the question you asked, and that was my answer yesterday, that if you ask the bowling team, in the end they'll say that we did what we could. We tried all of our bowlers all over again, the guys who were really exceptional in that first session. And it didn't work. The guys, they'll admit that batting effort was out of the top drawer. And I think it's the same thing you're going to say about the way this 10th wicket partnership has evolved. Oh, that's a good shot delivery in at the body. Good surprise delivery from Blakey. I've noticed that he's not rushing in as he was in the session before tea. He's taken a bit of a blow toward the chest or maybe the shoulder as Toa. So he's going to get some attention. Whilst he's doing that, in fact, it has come off the chest. And so if you ask me, I'm sure that's the same thing Captain Dominic Hendricks would say, that listen, this was high quality batting, there wasn't much else we could do. We had 2 form bowlers doing their absolute best. There's another look at that short delivery that continued to follow him. And there wasn't much that Montage could do to get out of the way.
One thing I must highlight is that as much as he wore that one, he said, yes, he was hit, but the important part of him playing that shot, he kept his gloves down. And he didn't really poke at that one, and usually what you see with the batsman being targeted the shot, we would rather maybe go to defend himself and but he did that quite nicely. That's what the first one like to see at least in terms of he's backing him up and showing he's doing it around the edge, stick around as much to repay or separate, but to plan and more runs on the board for the Northwest Dragons.
The lady physiotherapist put the ice pack that little cage. Sometimes you ask yourself, is that the best circumstances? You can't do more. Otherwise, you'd have to bring out the physiotherapist's bench, let him lie down and give him full treatment, but he's ready for action. I was surprised to see that it was also Forrester that was getting perhaps more attention than the injured Montage. But they all continue. You see how likely more at the bat. So I think the discussion at tea time was guys just revert to normal cricket, try and attack the bat and the stumps, and normal field set, and let's see what we can get out of it on this pitch. 71 overs, halfway into the 72nd over. It's a lovely looking drive. It's a measured stroke. Because once it may have looked somewhat unorthodox, he was in a good position, his bowling was round, and then again, to me, the key aspect is what a stroke player is to see that he's actually in the direction of the bat on his way down. You can see it there. Into the gap, 4 runs,
after 12 wearing that ball on the chest, was able to play a convincing straight down the ground, or rather, maybe mid-wicket region.
Expect a short one again. There we go. Well played. Wasn't looking for the boundary. That's the question. So yeah, I mean, 85 is the partnership for the 10th wicket. There must have been lots of smiles and lots of pats on the backs for Forrester and Town when they did eventually get up for that warm cup of tea, if they had any. Now the captain has something to think about because the second slip has been dispensed with. Short mid-wicket and then a short straight mid-on. Beyond him a conventional mid-on. So did they perhaps pick up something about that previous stroke that went for 4? Oh, that's a great catch taken. That's the end of the innings, and it is CSA that picks up that wicket. A very good catch, moving to his left. There's a fine slip fielder, is the captain, moving to his left, suppose to his right, and picking up the catch to find 17 runs. And the innings ends in 256. Exactly 72 overs. So almost halfway into the match. And even Stevens for both the teams. They didn't allow it to go too far beyond that lead of 17.
Alfred dismissed for 24 from 46.
Young Forrester remains 78 not out. An innings that I'll certainly remember for a long time. 193 minutes. 33 balls, 8 fours, 3 sixes. And Alfred Natal, who can give us his figures shortly, 24 of 46.
And 85 partnership at the end between Johan Forrester and Alfred Natal leads Forrester undefeated of 78. Siablaki, after getting 5 wickets in his last innings versus the Titans, backs it up for 4 wickets. Right now versus the Dragons, where Swanpool gains his first fifer for the DP World Lions against 5 to 84. The lead is 17 runs, which is the Lions' trail deficit, and so we shall come back for the third innings of the match. The Lions behind by 17 runs.
And then we had a couple of starts of 26 and 27 respectively. Liver and Ruben Wilman, which was very impressive to say. And then we had one so much coming in as well as John Forrester, who pretty much basically took the innings on and really pushed on the score here to what it is at the moment. Helped the Dragons to a more positive end to the innings with the help from Alfred Natal. Just falling now with the end of the innings with the score on 256 all out, the lead just over 17, and just about to have now the third innings of this series game between the Lions and the Northwest Dragons.
Stand-up performance certainly for the new boy and the Lions, playing for the first time for his adopted province here at the DPO Stadium. Plays Swanepoel, a superb effort with 5 for 84, and supported very well by most of the bowlers, but it was good to see that the outcome was baseman Siablaki picking up 4 wickets again, 4 for 54. Got the breaks earlier today, which broke the partnership, picked up 2 wickets in the first session, 1 in the session between lunch and to finish the innings, picked up a wicket again. So stand-up performance from him as well. It was good to watch players Swanepoel, and also for the effort that he had to see there. Good support from some good control from him. Very good bowling and a good tight match as you can see. Lots of attrition out there. Both of the teams nothing away. And as soon as the boundary came onto the field, the press the heavy bowler. Not surprised to see them trying to
Brentford look to do better than what they did in the first innings. And when I say better, I think better start. I think it was certainly a good start in the first innings. That's something they were trying to look for, and they really managed to pull their way back in with the big match yesterday in the middle session. It proved to be a crucial session again today. That brought a lot of runs and also wickets. They also managed to release the recovery. The recovery squad in the last session also brought a lot of wickets to show a lot of difficulty. So interesting one to actually see the last session with Lions coming in from Gold Coast Dragons seamless, fresh, ready to go, and maybe again picking those wickets in towards the end of the day. Hopefully do damage to this batting line of the Lions and potentially themselves in a much greater position than they are in the 17-run lead that there is. I'm sure they'll manage to pick up wickets in that 17 runs before the deficit goes out. Just a little pressure to the Lions batting lineup, and this time I don't give them push enough again to be able to recover the way they did last season. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are leave us please to join us in about 5 to 10 minutes of this game.
It's a change of minutes. It's just 10 minutes.
It's just 10 minutes.
Yeah. So what I'd like to maybe point out is the lead of 75, I mean of 17, and then the partnership for this season is a record of 85 runs for the 10th wicket between Forrester and previous best was certainly better, 67 for the Warriors against Western Province. Franchise error is at 145 between Ruby second and Cornell Bryant for the Knights against the Warriors. He was 145, so it's a very good performance. He's for this season the record partnership for the 10th wicket. And Forrester's innings of 78 included 8 fours and 3 sixes, 193 minutes, 133 balls. I'm sure that he'll be given the ball very soon at first drop because his confidence is all-time high, and I'd be curious to see how in fact the Dragons come out to play. I'm also actually hoping that they come in with a little bit ready to show that we're certainly here in the contest, and with the fact that they've been almost toe-to-toe with the opposition, which is it's important to give an early impression that we're here for the contest. Early wickets here will certainly be what they're looking for. I'm sure they'll be teed up. I don't think the coach will have much else to tell them to get more out of them. And I always go back to this one point is that do you have the mental stamina to be able to sustain that kind of pressure and positive thinking, not to allow, say, even a opening stand put you off your ultimate goal. So all that comes into a part of our discussion with you as we watch the 2 hours of play that's left on the second day of what has been a very good contest. And I remember saying yesterday that I expect that it's going to be pretty even with both sides. And then by the time we get into the second innings, we're always going to have a situation where two teams are going to be killed. That's a good thing. How we really start late last night and early this morning. Bruce picked up the 2. That was an inside edge and a very good catch by Aston Hazen. And then Sia Plaiki getting the break this morning. Once again, a superb catch, but drawing the captain to play outside the off stump. And this was the second one. He removed 2 of the batsmen who were involved in the partnership. That was the end of Mikael Prince. And then this was the 1 wicket that fell for Luther Supamla. A very, very good catch. That was the only one he had. This one took the inside edge. The batsman wasn't too impressed. Player Swanepoel picking up his 3rd and then picked up his 4th with this curling delivery that the umpire judged the batsman out, and then he picked up another one. Once again it was an LBW decision for a curling Yorker length delivery, and then this time a mistimed hook, an easy catch. See how Clyke picking up his third wicket, and then this is possibly the one that ends the innings. Looking for that shot which he quite profited with outside the off stump. Unfortunately, on that occasion, found the outside edge, and what a good catch that was by Hendricks had slipped to end the innings. So just to remind you that the innings changed, that the lead is a slender lead of 17, but we've been certainly entertained with some engrossing cricket. It was tough, attritional cricket all the way through. None of the two teams at any stage seemed to be running away with it, apart from that partnership of 152 yesterday. But they just hung in there with the visiting team.
Yeah, certainly just hung in there. And as we're about to start this final last 2 hours of the day with the Dragons, with the new cherry, and we look to do damage to this Lions batting lineup. We certainly have seen throughout the day that it has been live on this pitch. Nothing to be too worried about in terms of coming in as a fast bowler. Yeah, you'll get assistance, you get bounce, you get pace, you get a bit of swing as well. It's just about also hitting your areas consistently and asking those questions. Yes, as much as the pitch is allowing for the swing, is allowing for the movement, it is very much assisting for the fast bowler. But it's important also not to just put the ball out there and hope for the best. You have to hit the right areas, you have to ask the right questions, and it's up to the Dragons fast bowlers now to take full flow and go full flow now in the last 2 hours, and hopefully do quite a bit of damage to this Lions setup or batting lineup to put themselves in a much stronger position that they have in this last session. Look, they would have had some great conversations now on how about to go about it and how to pretty much trouble this side of the Lions and how they did in the first innings, and they want to do a lot more of the same as they did the first morning of this game. So now, as we're about to start, we've got Ruan Dessart to start off us, to kick off this third innings, second innings for the Lions. That is, we've got Joshua Richards to start off with, facing the ball. And solid back foot defense to start off with Joshua Richards. He would have loved to be able to score more runs in the first innings, missed out in the first innings, and this time around he will bide his time and look to be able to start off a lot better than he did and to capitalize on an opportunity to score runs out here at Wanderers. Same as his skipper on the opposite end, Dom Hendricks. And equally a good start for the fast bowler, Ruan Dessart, that is.
I think one of the few words that I used during that wonderful first session of when they bowled yesterday was their discipline. And whilst they were getting so much of assistance from the pitch, they just kept to their disciplines. They didn't get over anxious and try to do too much on this Wanderers pitch, which generally most visiting teams do, because they enjoy the bounce and carry. That's a good delivery. A little further up to Joshua Richards, and he's been completely beaten. It was Ruan Dessart that in fact picked up the wicket of Joshua Richards in the first innings when he hit it straight back to the bowler on his follow through.
And you can see the delivery here. You can see Ruan Dessart coming nicely and pitching that ball, oh lovely, pushing him forward, forcing him to play at it, and that's exactly what you want to do as a fast bowler, particularly this time of the day. You've got 4 slips waiting for that outside edge, and the only way to pick up that outside edge is exactly bowling those deliveries. And this time around, Joshua Richards looks to rather leave it than play at it, maybe thinking that that first one was a bit closer to his stumps and maybe rightfully played but beaten. But this time around, he knows where his off stump is and played it more confidently and left it much better.
And from a betting point of view, you're not going to make too much of the lead of 17. You're just going to start all over again. What has happened in a day and a bit is all behind you. It's what you do now that's going to determine the direction of the game. And to try and keep it as uncomplicated as possible when you find yourself in this situation. When there's a huge lead and there's so much at stake, there's always a different approach, because there's a lot of things that are being considered, perhaps being pointed out by the coaches. But right now it's about, listen guys, we're into this, heading towards the end of the second day. It's what you do here now that will determine it. And if you think about the match last week between the Lions and also he strikes him on the pad, it's a bit high up. That's just my guess, because it's a bit on the back of the length.
As we have a look at that one again, you can see the ball a tad bit fuller. Looks in line, but definitely the umpire will be thinking height there in terms of the delivery. Might not have really, wasn't full enough to threaten hitting the stumps. Maybe from the angle we might have seen, maybe there might have been a slight inside edge, not too sure if there was.
You know, watching the monitor, it was so straight that we completely blinded. But having watched it through the side of my eye, the live, I thought that maybe it was so obvious it hit him above the roll on the flap, and that's why the umpire wasn't too interested. But a good appeal nonetheless. A fantastic first over on Kenyaku, in fact, sharing the new ball. And why not? Because he's made the best use of the surface at the Wanderers. Oh, and he starts with an absolute beauty. Good carry through to the keeper on a very good length, a bit of swing on offer.
Yes, and a good start it is, and he was certainly good in the first innings. Bowled 13 overs and picked up 3 for 36 in that first innings. Brilliant bowling from him. You see that start from him there, beating that outside edge of Dominic Hendricks. Really asking questions, hitting his areas immediately. Exactly what the captain would have asked for. And here he comes again.
Oh, he strikes him on the back foot, given out. Beautiful delivery. Excellent delivery. A good choice to start with a swing bowler who bowls the ball in both directions. This one came back at Dominic Hendricks. He had no answer for this particular delivery early on in the innings. That's the one you want to produce on a full length. And Arno Jacobs immediately, with his finger up, sending the Lions captain on his way.
Absolutely nice setup there by Kenyaku. Started off the one that beats at the outside edge, and this time around nips it back in, fuller one, traps him in front, and he's gone. You can see his teammates were absolutely convinced about that one, and Dom Hendricks also as well. The umpire gave that out, and Dom walked away, just knowing exactly where that ball hit.
I think the key there was the fact that it hit the pitch and swung back. Had it perhaps held its line, it would have been outside the line of the off stump and he would have been not out. But the fact that he got that shade of movement on a full length and having the batsman on the back foot is the perfect delivery for a fast bowler when you trap a batsman in front.
And what's important there by Kenyaku was the follow-up delivery after the one he bowled, because that one there bowled would have played some mind games into the mind of Dominic Hendricks, thinking, oh, I should have left better, I should have seen it better, and maybe rocked him a bit on the back foot because it was more of a back of a length delivery. And with his second delivery, his feet not moving. Great follow-up delivery, just go fuller, straight into the pads and crash into the middle stump. And now we have to walk into the creases, Wandile Makwetu. And he'll be looking to
the Lions trail by 17 runs.
See out this new ball spell of Kenyaku.
I was just saying that 17's neither here nor there, so just go in there and play normal and start it all over again. I was going to talk about the previous match where the third innings, because both the Lions and there was a slender lead that the Lions eventually had against the Titans, and it was the third innings where Plaiki then got a hold of the bowling. Now this is a fabulous way to get off the mark by Wandile Makwetu, just helping it along over that boundary, the long leg boundary for 6.
Jeez, that was a really aggressive shot to start off with. No nonsense stuff here almost by one.
I don't think there was any aggression in here. Just watch this, he's helped it. There we go. Simple little swish. And just forward of that field at deep backward square.
Putting a message out there clear, you're not going to bowl there to me.
What a contrast to the over. Superb 2 deliveries to get the captain out. Starts with a wave ball angling down the leg side. Makwetu just helps himself. And so just to go back to this point, if they suddenly 6 for 2, then it changes the whole mindset. And I'm sure that is what happened to the Titans batsmen last week when they got bowled out for 120 odd and allowed the Lions to then polish it off and score a fantastic win there. Again down the leg side, comes off the some part of the body.
And with that ball also, it was a no ball called by the umpire. I believe it's a front foot no ball. There again, the umpire signals no ball. Would have hated that to be a wicket in Renyagu. But that ball was very loose, leg side-ish onto the pads. Lucky not to get that one punished by Wandile Makwetu.
Well, Makwetu has great responsibility on his head. He came in with a score on 4 yesterday. Today he's coming with a score on 0. It's a lovely delivery this from Nkenyaku. He certainly tested batsmen yesterday right throughout his spell. He bowled superbly. Bowled as many as 13 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 36. Swung the ball in both directions.
Yeah, look at that delivery again. And this delivery is just a sign that this session will be very, very difficult for batters to bat on. And to deal with this new ball, this last 2 hours of the day, it's a question of how many wickets can Dragons pick up.
The previous delivery, that the leave was very, very odd from Joshua Richards. I mean, it went between his bat and pad. He was in 2 minds. The fact that it was just offline, he got away with it. But that easily could have taken the inside edge. So he needs to be more sure-footed. End of the second over, and a very, very good one for the Dragons. They picked up the wicket of the captain.
Joshua Richards will know this ground really well. Towards the end of the last season, he scored 100 here. His first of the last season. Couldn't get many hundreds last season. He scored 1 solitary 100 last season here in this 4-day series. And so he'll be very confident coming into this particular field and his ground, his home ground, and he'll back himself to score runs again.
Oh, he doesn't offer a stroke, but it was a double step across, so the umpire pretty sure on this occasion that it was wide outside the off stump. No appeal from Rohan Swat.
No shot offered by Wandile Makwetu. And just to explain that, ladies, I mean, if you don't play a shot, and if the ball then hits your pads and it's going towards the stump, impact doesn't really count in terms of where it struck you if you haven't offered a shot. So that shot becomes very risky to play on, especially with nipping back in. This time around finds the middle of the bat of Wandile Makwetu. And it's going to be important for these guys, these 2 gentlemen here, Joshua Richards and Wandile Makwetu, with this difficult period, to be able to rotate the strike, to be able to share the load, because it won't be easy going here this last period of the day. It won't be easy times, we'll be moving in and out and to ask you a lot of questions. It's be important for them to communicate, to be able to share that load by rotating the strike, getting those singles, and allowing these fast bowlers to settle into lines and lengths and bowling to one person and one player. So it's just about them biding their time now, taking their time and seeing that ball, allowing him to hit the middle of the bat and watching carefully. As much as they'll be doing that, the Dragons will also be hunting for wickets. They'll be hunting to to pick up those early wickets and more of them. The current score is 8-1.
Makwethu's first match this season in the 4-day series, and so Josh Richards, 3 matches, 4 innings, top score of 72. 4 innings, 350s. That's a good conversion rate, but I'm sure, as you say, he'd like to get 100 under his belt. Dominic Hendricks, on the other hand, in 3 matches with his 4 innings, 252 runs with 4 50s. Richards has got 610 50s to his name, average of 39. These days your benchmark is generally 45 plus as far as averages are concerned, but he's been a good player. Never easy to be an opener, as we always say. So that brings to an end the 3rd over, 8-1. For those of you who are just joining us, Lions innings ended yesterday at 239, and then overnight Dragons were 2 for 12, and this morning they managed to eke out a partnership of 68 between the captain Jan Libber and Mikhail Prince. They added 68 runs in a really dogged partnership, which was worth, I think, close to 80 minutes, and then a double strike saw both of those batsmen removed by CSA Plaiki, and right at the end, partnership of 85 for the 10th wicket between the undefeated Dion Forrester's 78 and Alfred Matawa's 24 saw them eke out a lead of 17, and they've accounted for Dominic Hendricks already here in the 3rd and last session of what has already been an intriguing contest.
Intriguing contest has been. About to get even better. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. More runs and more wickets yet to come. And we've had a really great contest between bat and ball here in this game. Really been impressed by how this pitch has played. It just showed that if you really do take your time here and be able to leave well and respect the good ball and punish the bad ball, is rewarding for the batter. And you are able to score runs on this particular pitch. And then as well for the fast bowlers, if you hit your areas and you hit your lines consistently enough and ask the right questions, it is rewarding to be able to pick up wickets. Like we've seen for the likes of Bayer Sonapol picking up a 5-fer, as well as there'll also be a 4-fer from
4 from CSA Plaiki.
Thank you.
And then two 3-wicket hauls for Rwanda Swat and Onkenyaku. The seamers have dominated, not surprisingly, at the Wanderers. Short ball pulled away, 1 bounce and into that wide long on area. That's where Josh Richards does normally play his pull shots. Early on, he's picked up the short delivery from Nyaku.
Yeah, the welcoming short delivery that was. Played really well in front of square.
Gets off the mark with that boundary, in fact.
Convincing strike there.
Just a hint of away movement, no ball called. And Jakob signaling that to the fielders and also scorer. What I'd like to maybe just make a note of now, and we'll keep an eye on it in this period when Onkenyaku is in operation, is under the conditions that he bowled yesterday, he was certainly served with the conditions good enough for swing bowling. It's been hot and dry today. The pitch has dried out, no doubt. It's a good single. And that's what I'm going to be looking out for now, to see how, in fact, he deals with the fact that maybe there isn't too much of swing on offer, and how he uses the width of the pitch, his lengths. How often does he perhaps dig in the short ball? Because the one thing that I was impressed with, even with the older ball, it was Bear Swanepoel got the ball to swing quite a bit, and I think he was managing to get a bit of reverse towards the end of his last spell, and picked up that second last wicket in fine style. There's a pitched up delivery which will give you some kind of indication if there is any swing on offer. It was pretty straight, well handled by Joshua Richards to end the fourth over of the second innings. Now that boundary having been scored, they trail by just 4 runs with 9 wickets in hand.
Yeah, it's been interesting observations for how he goes about his business for sure, Aslan. Because yes, now the conditions that we've seen in the afternoon session haven't been as assistant. Yes, there's still a bit of movement. Yes, there's still a bit of life in this pitch. But it's going to be a bit more challenging and a bit more, maybe it's going to expose a lot more the skill sets of what the fast bowlers have right now and what they can offer with the ball. It's not going to be hoop around as much as it did in the first day. You see there, Ruan started struggling there. I'm not too sure what happened. As soon as he bowled the delivery, he really started clutching, I think, his shoulder. Or I'm not too sure if he's coughing or clutching his shoulder, but it doesn't look comfortable at all. I'm interested to see if he's going to call out the physio or anything.
He's going back to his mark. The way he was approaching the umpire, maybe I thought he was going to say, listen, I think I've got a bit of an injury, I'm going to need to abort this over. But he's back at his mark. Did he perhaps just get a bit of a niggle on his follow through? I'm not sure. Good powerful run in for the Swat. It's really nicely played by Joshua Richards. In no real hurry. He was just happy to push it into the gap on the onside, and he gets 3 runs to his name.
It was good running there by Joshua Richards and Randy McGuire, able to capitalize on that run, finding that gap there. Usually you like to see sometimes batters lack intensity at times and maybe just settle for the 2. Always like to see batters always capitalize and running intensely in between the wickets. Something that the great Virat Kohli used to do a lot. Back foot punch to the covers, and this time I'm going to push for 2 again. Good running again from the pair. It's important they do that and continue to do that to be able to turn out these runs here as they trail now and they lead by 2 runs now as they get those 2 runs. Something that they would have spoken about in the changing room as the change of innings, get that lead out the way, get that deficit out the way and start putting out our own score out there. As you see, we want to start coming in. Brilliant catch there, mid-wicket. Nice wicket there. It was Forrester that would picked up that wicket there, straight into the hands, and Wanted McQuaid chips it up in the air. Wanted McQuaid will be disappointed with that one. Would have loved to rather clip that one, maybe along the carpet, and he just really gave his wicket away there by just chipping it up in the air. Soft dismissal, and it's a wicket for Ruan Swat.
Yeah, so it's not been a good outing for him with the bat. Picked up 9 in the first innings, he's got 9 in the second innings.
Yes.
So, you describe it as maybe a soft dismissal. I think it was good cricket all round because you got a squarish mid-wicket in position. he had to make some ground to make a good catch. So it was more about the planning, I would reckon. And that because he is so much of a bottom-handed player, that anything that's in and around that off-end leg stump, fuller length, instead of him driving it straight, which we saw him do on the first morning, he played this one a little wider, perhaps looking for that area around mid-wicket, only to find that the fielder was there. It was airborne for a good distance. In the end, a good catch, but that's the end of Kretu and 2 wickets down. So that brings me to ask the question about Reza Hendricks. Was he injured or was he dropped because of a moderate start to the 4-day series? I'm not sure. I certainly can't answer that question. But it does make things difficult when you have a batsman in the top order who's not really accustomed to that position, and then you find yourselves invariably in this kind of a position at 18 for 2. So Mitchell van Buren, who got a corker of a delivery in the first innings from Nyaku that dismantled his stumps, is out in the middle now. Quality player, real gutsy player, a workaholic. And we have to mention, I mean, all formats play as well.
When you speak about his characteristics of being gutsy and all formats player and a hearted player, you have to show those characteristics right now. His team really need him to show up, and can't afford to lose any more wickets. If they lose any more wickets, it'll be a second collapse in 2 innings, and that's a sign of maybe concern from the batting coaches of the Lions. Wouldn't want that to happen, for them to have 2 back-to-back collapses and then again being saved by the middle order.
Oh, that's a good straight drive for no runs. So De Swart, having picked up the wicket, the last 2 deliveries he ran in with a lot more purposefully. I'm not too sure what the issue was early in the over, but he's picked up the wicket, 18 for 2, technically 2 for 2, and it's almost like a pattern that we saw in the first innings. 1 for 4, 2 for 15, 3 for 17. So the Lions now have certainly a lot to think about. It does change the tempo of the game, and you have to say that the opposition, the visiting team, probably feel that they are more in control, their tails up, and they need to continue to just make inroads into this attack. They've got a long time to bowl in this last session. Not with those type of deliveries, and Joshua will pick you up very quickly off his toes, and he picks up 4 easy runs. So it will need a period of sustained concentration. If you're not getting any movement, this is what I was talking about, then how do you actually measure yourself, and how do you look to deliver consistent deliveries to test the batsman, and perhaps make them play to the field? That certainly wasn't.
It's a freebie there on the legs of Joshua Richards. Really fed him on the legs there and gave him a free option to score runs and to release pressure, especially after that loss of that wicket. The last thing you want to do is give away a boundary. You want to apply that pressure, you want to press on. Now that was a pressure releaser, that was, and you want to squeeze them out and make them feel like the game is on moving forward. With those type of balls, you are releasing pressure. But Nyaku will have to find his areas again. Nyaku's got 4 slips in place there, and you want to bowl to them. You want to hit those areas that are going to get those guys into the game and get into play, and that means he has to hit that first stump line and not completely forward, maybe not to allow Joshua Richards to completely drive, but force him to go forward at least. Round about there, but maybe a little bit closer to that 4th stump line, just to ask a bit more questions. And yes, that delivery wasn't too far off. Asked for a good leave from Joshua Richards, but you want to be just a tad bit tighter. Then if that ball moves in or out, it will be very challenging to play.
I'm just thinking about 3 slips in the gully. Look, they do have them 2 down. We are only into the 6th over. Can Nyaku produce something special again? Just on that line of middle and leg. That's why he's got his hands on his head. Get the feeling if Richards was beaten, he would have been trapped well in front. But he does pick up the single, watched it very well all the way onto his bat and played it to the onside. So that's the key really. Now Van Buren facing his first delivery on Kenyaku. I'm sure he'll be replaying that dismissal from yesterday. I'm sure he watched it a number of times just to see exactly what that ball did to have beaten him neck and crop.
I think it was a delivery called the delivery of the day.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, and he's trapping him in front again. LBW, no doubt. 2 out of 2 on Kenyaku, strikes again. And it's a beleaguered Van Buren who can't believe what has happened. He's the forlorn figure at the wicket. It's not been a good match for him. And a very good one for Kenyaku. He strikes again. That's his 2nd wicket out of 3 that have fallen. 24 for 3. Van Buren out without scoring.
Kenyaku has got his number. Look at that one, that delivery. Yeah, Aslam, just have a look at that one. Just kept a bit low. Really just squatted that delivery, and you can't really blame their being able to play that shot. It was quite difficult to play for Van Buren. Really kept low, squatted on him. And you'll feel like he's a bit unlucky on that one. Was beaten all ends up yesterday. Last time around again beaten with the one that squats a bit low, and his wicket gone for Van Buren.
Now, I think the key really here is to make sure that you keep the ball up. And Kenyaku would have learned very quickly that that's the area where I need to continue to bowl. The fact that he got the ball to swing back, whether it kept low is obviously the point that you make. But the fact that he got it to cut back, and having the beating of the same batsman twice, he's dropped his bat and he makes his long, slow walk up that long stairway here at the Wanderers. He's decided that maybe he's just promised to the viewers that he's actually dropped the bat on the boundary and he's taking a slow walk without the bat in his hands all the way up. Is he hanging it up perhaps? I don't think so, but that's the end of him. And Seletswane now comes to the middle to join Joshua Richards, and he's going to really need to put in a good performance here. More about just hanging around and making sure that you see through this early period with the new ball. It's a long session, and it's one that Eastvaal Northwest Dragons are really enjoying. 3 wickets have fallen. They got themselves into the game with a superb 10th wicket partnership with 85 runs. And that really has been the difference. The Swart starts the new over. Oh. Yeah, very eager he is, and good to see. His consistency in the first innings was perhaps the outstanding aspect of his game. And he does lead the attack very nicely, does this all-rounder.
Led it was both a lot of energy, and they're both backing each other up. And we speak about partnerships in batting, but how important are partnerships in bowling as well, because these 2 guys are bowling in tandem and they're really applying a lot of pressure onto this line side and not allowing them to set it at all. You see every ball, they feel like they're in the game, they feel like they've got something, they feel like they can pick up a wicket. Lions will be worried now. They'll be 3 down, just only scoring 23 runs, just a 6.2 overs. Ball still very new, still very challenging out there. It's still a bit, as you mentioned already, Aslam, long session. Still a long time to bat here tonight. So they'll have to be able to conjure up some sort of partnership here to stop this momentum from the Dragons. Here comes the Swart. This time to Swart, bit leg side-ish, allowing Joshua Richards to clip that one down to fine leg, just for a single.
Yeah, I was saying in the previous over about the field set and 3 slips in the gully, and should he be that attacking? But as I said, 2 wickets were already down. It was early on in the innings, so maybe to remain in that all-out attack was important. He started with 2 slips in the gully with this the swat over. Now with the 4th ball about to be bowled, the captain now slots himself into the 3rd slip. He's got a short cover in, so exerting pressure. This is good captaincy from Libba. And with the new batsman in Seletswane, I'm sure that his heart rate must be well above 170. And the captain will have raised it by a few more notches by getting that fielder close in on the offside and then posting himself into that position at slip. So we have 4 slips in position with a bit of a bigger gap between 3rd and 4th slip. So can they pick up a 4th wicket here? Full and wide outside the off stump, so that won't bother Seletswane at all. He was caught by Ruben Herman of the bowling of Nyaku in the first innings for one of just 2 deliveries. Very good catch by Herman on that occasion.
Yeah, brilliant catch there by Herman. We need some brilliance now from the Lions. Something. A bit of fight, a bit of restraint.
I must say that that's the end of the 7th over, 24 for 3, and they lead by just 7 runs with only 7 wickets in hand. That having a closer look at the Dragons, having also gone through their recent records and how they've done over the previous 2 seasons, they've obviously been building a team, and they've also allowed Riaan Libba into his 3rd season as captain. He's handled the team well. But the feature of this team has been that there's this element of self-belief, that they stay in the contest. They've been scoring high runs. They've been, I think, 2 occasions already in this season, I stand to be corrected, 400 plus. Just good to see. Oh, edge found, and it's going into that gap. They'll pick up the quick single. It's a very good stop by the fielder at is it gully or backward point?
Yeah, a bit of a backward point. Look, Assam, I have to come in here and mention this fact. At the start of Nyaku's spell, you ask questions of his abilities to be able to bowl in these type of conditions now. Maybe not as much as assisting as it was in the first day. I think he's answered your questions. He's been able to nip the ball back in from both the left hand and the right hander, beat the outside edge.
There was a bit of an inside edge. That's why it was a half-hearted call, really. But you're right. I mean, he certainly proved himself, and that's why we ask those questions in the commentary box area, because that's what you want to see out of these young guys who are playing there. And having watched enough of cricket, those are the things that come to mind. I haven't seen too much of Nyaku, but he's been impressive in what we've seen so far. Let's just watch this again. It was certainly a woody sound when Seletswane got forward. Well, I tell you what, you could see the leg stump, and had that not hit the inside edge of the bat, that finger would have gone up. So impressed to see this, and you know that if it was moderate conditions yesterday morning in which he picked up his wickets, and then let's just say not so helpful with overhead conditions and pitch conditions, then you probably wouldn't have asked it. But because you know that that's what was assisted the bowler, now in order to see more of him, you ask that question. And I think it's important that we do that, because it allows our viewers to also sort of put on those thinking caps with us, alongside us. There may be others who are watching us will say, Aslam, you watch this fellow, he'll prove you wrong. And it's not necessarily a point of a matter of wrong or right, but that he will prove to you that he is capable. And that's really what you want to see, because to me, It means that the quality of cricket that we watch domestically is good, and that the teams that we watch playing against one another are not pushovers.
Yeah, certainly, Aslam, having listened to you over many years and you've been able to analyze and understand the game, so I definitely understand that you're not coming from any point of criticism, but rather setting the bar high and wanting the standard to be high of this level of cricket. Yeah, you don't want a huge difference between the international level and our domestic level, because this is the level. These are the players that are going to be the next in line for the Proteas guys and being able to be in the senior side. So you want them to be able to be performing at a high standard, producing high results, bowling in all sorts of conditions, and be able to bowl at long spells, be able to apply pressure at all times, and be able to stay focused in different times of the days and conditions. So I know for sure what you mean is basically you want the standard to be high.
No, and over the years, I mean, in the 70s and 80s, we used to get lots of videotapes from overseas with highlights, and listening to, you know, commentators like Bill Laurie and Tony Gregg, Richie Benno. And because they also had played the game and watched so much and commentated so much, those are the type of questions they did ask. And in recent times, if you listen very carefully, end of the over, 8 gone, 28 for 3. If you listen to the likes of names that just come to mind now, Nasser Hussain and also Michael Atherton and others, those are the type of sort of points that they raise, because they're thinking about it. And they don't keep it to themselves, they mention it so that you, as a viewer, think about it as well. So that as the game progresses, you get the answers, you know. And so that all does come with a bit of experience. Sometimes there's criticism, and you need to back up your criticism. That's very important as a commentator. Because even the player, if he's listening to you, will understand the context. And I'll also say one other thing, is that it does help when you write, because it allows you to be more impartial, but more forthright and assertive in what you write, because you back yourself with what you are saying. So it's the same responsibility behind the mic in the commentary box. That is absolutely vital, because 9 times out of 10, if you do it contextually, even those that may disagree with you eventually will hear you out and see the point that you made, or understand the point you are making. So it is almost a responsibility as a journalist we have.
Exactly that, Aslam. So see, we want to sort of continue to bowl here. He's continuing his lovely spell that he's getting through, hitting at the back of a length area. And as we look over to the field now, as we look over the conditions, as we come to the end of the day, Aslam, we can see we're looking from the quarter drive end on our left hand side from the quarter drive, and we see the shadows coming right across the pitch. And we just start to wonder how long will those take to come right over the pitch, and what influence that will have in terms of what the umpires are thinking in terms of lighting, and how the visuals will be for the batters, in particular from the golf course end.
Good straight drive, but no single. Well, it's the same point that Hussein Manna raised yesterday, and I just told him that the one thing at the Wanderers I'm very sure of is that as long as your overhead light is good, the shadows go right across. And yesterday I actually said the shadow had finally scored a boundary, because it actually got to the boundary on the other side. Of course, there's no way to record it, but yeah. And overhead light was fantastic. Game went right up till, I think, 10-6, if I'm not mistaken. And today there are no clouds about at all. So that is the least of their worries. I think the only concern is certainly in the Lions skim, because there's still 45 minutes of tough cricket to play here. And the one thing about the Dragons' attack is they've not made things any easier.
Yeah, certainly. And the Lions would take anything to maybe come off the field now and restart tomorrow with the position they're in, the 28 for 3.
And as far as that is concerned, you can be rest assured with the clock on the big scoreboard showing 17:02. This is going to go all the way through. And the only satisfaction they will have is if they don't lose another wicket. Because you don't want to go back into the at close of play with maybe 4, even 5 wickets down. Because you really open the door very, very wide for the opposition. It's a very good pitch to bat on. And it was demonstrated on 2 occasions in 2 partnerships that we saw in both innings, end of the over there, 28 for 3 after 9. So this is really very good contest. I must say I've enjoyed it. It's got me thinking. I'm literally on my toes watching this and asking a lot of questions. And as I say to you, as I've mentioned to most of our commentator colleagues, is that you need to be thinking of the game all the time, when you're off air, when you're on air, and then you need to try and be, and this was advice given by many commentators way back, and I think it's a written comment that Richie Bano made, that you need to try and stay 2 overs ahead of the game. So you're going to be in the boots of the bowler, the captain, the batsman. And so you are actually the cricket's true all-rounder, the commentator is. Because you're even the umpire, then sometimes you have to your expertise regarding reading the weather comes into question as well. So you, and then, you know, even what's the match referee thinking? What are the rules? You've got to have all that as part of your makeup as a commentator.
100%.
So you are the game's true all-rounder. Abort, wham, wham, wham. Call it off, start again.
And a comedian as well.
From time to time, it does certainly help.
No, today you really brought out the jokes today. Throughout the day you kept us entertained, and the education as well that you given us throughout the whole day with regards to different points and perspectives of commentary, and it's been an honor to be with you, Islam.
No, and I think that's my duty. And Ken has been asking me for a while now to get involved, and I said, you know, if you've got a list of 140 keen commentators, and I've done it for 23 years, then why should I be hogging the space? And he says, no, it's not that. You need to come in and share the knowledge and guide the guys along so that, you know, the future is in good hands. Shot for no run. So there's a sense of responsibility really here, and I must say that, and I'm going to be pretty open, that some of what we've heard over the last season and a half hasn't gone down too well. Because you get used to a certain quality, you feel that the game needs to be upped, and I agreed with Ken eventually that is important. So that's why the likes of Hussein, like myself, it's good to see Brett Proctor, also. This is wide and woolly, and a wild stroke as well from Josh Richards. Also to see Andy Capistano, guys who I worked with in the early days of my commentary period, and learned a lot from those chefs, and with Brett in particular, both radio and television. So he was certainly one I sponged off very, very much. And obviously, having worked with some real world-class commentators locally and internationally, definitely helped. And it does fast-track your abilities. It's a very good delivery, getting the ball to just swing late. Fortunately, he gets back to ball there, does Josh Richards.
Yeah, Onkanyako again with that delivery, that jags back in. It's been his stock ball, really. Bowling here at the end of the day, he's kind of really set batters up with that delivery. He starts off with those ones that are a bit wider, just creates the illusion to that batter that the ball's not coming back, and he maybe gets into a pattern of leaving and maybe playing at balls that are a bit wider. Then he just finds that one that jags back in. Exactly that one. Maybe not as accurate as what it was liked, but that is his danger delivery. That's what the delivery that the batters need to worry about. facing him at the moment. He's picked up 2 wickets in the same fashion, trapped 2 batters in front already, so they'll know he's the danger man at the moment.
Yeah, they will have taken note in the first innings and immediately now as well. So the rest of the guys coming in, I'm sure that Hashim Amla would be earnestly chatting with the likes of Eastvaal and Potgieter, although they saw a lot of this attack yesterday. Good straight drive here by Seletswane. No real flourish, just got back to ball, good balance, bat paired together. Once you find the gap in the straight, or on the straight, you will pick up a boundary.
Look at that shot from Seletswane again, showing the full face of the bat there, and showing great balance in that stroke as well, putting his head down and playing right underneath his eyes. And that's the hallmark of playing a straight drive. You want to really play underneath your eyes and play with control, and he did exactly that. Put his bat there, didn't really look to play too hard, rather just put his bat there and looking for more timing more than anything else. But nonetheless, great delivery, and as well as met with a great drive straight down.
We're just talking about that Eastvaal and Potgieter partnership, which I'll remind our viewers, 152. They faced 44.1 overs in that partnership, so they will have seen enough of these guys. Perhaps they'd be ideal to share some of the knowledge and observations that they had made. So change of bowling on the far side. Alfred Matawa.
Starts off with the widest delivery. Matawa. Yeah, we had a bit of a struggle with pronouncing his name a little bit today, and trying to get that pronunciation right.
Matawa.
Hopefully, we do apologize if we do get it incorrectly at times, but we do our best to get it right.
Oh, that's a good half stop, because there was 4 written all over that back cut. 2 runs easily taken. Yeah, Matawa, very impressive yesterday. Picked up just the 1 wicket, but the way he supported the rest of the bowlers in that first hour, perhaps first 1.5 hours, was quite exceptional. He seemed to lose it a bit during the ensuing periods after lunch and tea, but he's tall, he's well built, he has a bit of an awkward action, good powerful run in. Doesn't use that front arm that much as you would have for anyone using the new ball, but it's not so much about doing it like the textbook all the time. You talk about bowlers like Malinga and also Bumrah these days, and we know what they achieved as bowlers, so you can't read too much into that. It's more about consistency, and to just observe if the bowler has control. Does he move the ball in both directions? Does he hit a nagging length more than often? Those are the few observations you make about bowlers, and then you assess them from there.
Exactly that, you say that, and what's going to be important for him now is finding that consistency and finding those areas. We've seen what the areas have been rewarding here. It's been that back of the length line, slightly foolish length, that has really asked a lot of questions of the batters, and at times the back of the length delivery as well has picked up wickets. So you want to bowl it really tight to the batsman around that 4th, 5th, 6th stump line, and constantly asking questions of that inside edge, outside edge, and you can stick your hand around there and keep on bowling those areas, not allowing to, or not giving width to the batters. He should and definitely get reward, and he's coming off a really good innings that he batted, and he batted really solidly right towards the end there, and he was stern and he had grit and he wore quite a bit. Bit of a wayward delivery there from him, leg side-ish, to go for buys and batted 1 for 2. So you have a bit of confidence in him, maybe batting confidence, but we know cricket and confidence in cricket can translate into your bowling, or from your bowling to your batting. So it's just about a matter of him just looking to find his areas, and as we come to the end of that over, maybe drinks break. So we'll take drinks as we had a start here of the first 11 overs. The score currently on 38 for 3 with the Dragons picking up 3 wickets. And Onkanyaku responsible of 2 of those, and Desart 1 of those, and bowling in great partnerships, the 2. But we'll take a drinks break now. We'll be back in about 5 minutes to have the last bit of the end of this session.
Yeah, we'll continue actually. It's a good time to maybe expand on some of the things that you've observed about the match, because it's just 5 minutes. There are no adverts on YouTube right now. Hopefully we'll have a whole lot more in the not too distant future. So, which will allow us to do a lot more commentary, hopefully in time to come some internationals as well. 38 for 3, as you say, the lead 21, and Joshua Richards now, the experienced man at the top of the order, is to really make sure that he gets things together, because as I mentioned yesterday, to have the likes of Makwetu up in the top order and you find yourself in this position, and I'm going to repeat it because I mentioned it yesterday, that it is a sacrifice. It is something that you need to do if you're looking to bowl a team, so you've got to give them these type of chances. Unfortunately, it's not worked for him, and it's not worked for the Lions, because on both occasions they find themselves 3 down with not too much on the board. So to sandwich these youngsters in between some of the experienced players, so Richards and Hendricks certainly very experienced, and then Makwetu coming in at 1 down, Van Buren a very experienced player as well, and then Salet Swane sandwiched by Esterhuizen will come in next. So it's an opportunity for the young man to also make sure that he puts in a good performance here. And really all the team would enjoy in I think the next 40 minutes or so is that, and they'll appreciate, is that he hangs around there and shows a bit of grit and staying power. The powers of concentration is all what the longer version is about. And if you can come through with that tonight, there's a little tick in the box, and then you can build on it tomorrow morning. So that's really what it's all about. Richards has this huge responsibility now on his hands with his team 3 down and just 21 ahead. Having conceded a lead of 17, find themselves in this, not necessarily a precarious position, but not a very comfortable one right now. And this is the difficult period. As you go towards the close of play, the whole mindset changes. Suddenly you're looking at the clock, you're looking at the number of overs, you're thinking about a whole lot of things there, because that responsibility rests on the 2 batsmen who are out in the middle. And that is why this is such a demanding format of the game.
Yeah, indeed, Aslam. They'll have to, after this drinks break, you know what drinks break does, sometimes you have a lapse in concentration, as we mentioned already. In the last, 45 minutes to speak of, 40 minutes left of this day, batters will be thinking, you want to get past this 40 minutes as quickly as possible. You want this time to run as fast as possible. But the important part is to stay focused, to be able to keep your mind focused and be able to respect every single delivery for the next 40 minutes. And keep that scoreboard on just 3, and hopefully that those runs continue building and going up. And right now, building on runs is probably not the most important thing. I think the most important thing now is spending time out there in the crease, being able to preserve your wicket, being able to stay strong and be able to stay mentally strong in whatever difficulties that you're facing right now at this difficult time of the day.
So Forrester into the attack, he replaces Nyaku, 5 overs 2 for 28. And a very good spell that certainly was. Forrester, who is the star with the bat, now with ball in hand, will look to continue this all-round performance and do something extra special for his team.
Extra special indeed, and extra special is the description of his performance that he had in that innings there now, just before the tea break. And the innings break, that is, got the team into a really good position. So yeah, he'll look to do a lot more of the same here. Look to be able to pick up maybe 2 more wickets for his team, or at least apply that pressure, keep on applying that pressure alongside, have another partnership again with Alfred Motor. Again, look to salvage this game and be able to
well, he bowled beautifully in the first innings. 15 overs, 6 maidens, none for 27, so he was unrewarded. But when you consider those figures, then his supporting act was very, very valuable. And it's a great example of you don't necessarily have to be in the wickets. I was also saying yesterday, was it today, that sometimes you're leading the attack, and I think it was about Sipamla. But you just keep the consistency there and keep your team in the game with good bowling. That's a lovely, lovely leg cutter. And then coming back to the point you had made just earlier about how to negotiate the session. And I think the greatest example was the way Potgieter batted yesterday. In the way he had gone about his innings. 3 hours and 4 minutes for his 71 runs. He faced 130 balls, 184 minutes, 14 fours in there. So it brings me back to the point you're making about today, is that you bide your time, you watch it carefully, you consolidate. The longer you stay, the easier it gets. It was proven by the 2 batsmen yesterday. It was proven by Forrester today, batting with a low.
It's going to be important.
As I said earlier, sorry to interrupt you, 3 for 17 in the first innings here, 3 for 38. They were in fact 3 for 23. So following that pattern, but you've got to take a leaf out of that partnership and say that can be done. It is what we are capable of. If we can see through today, tomorrow will be an even better day to bat, especially through the early part of, say, tomorrow, first and second session. And then perhaps, there's so much grass on this pitch, I don't think it's going to break up that much. How much will we see spin come into the equation? But they must consider that, think about it, and make sure that they occupy for long enough. Matua continues. Oh, he's bowled him, he's played on. Joshua Richards has played on. He can't believe what's happened. Earlier in the innings, I was talking about the one ball that went between bat and pad, and he wasn't too sure whether he was leaving it or not. I'm not too sure. We need to watch the replay. But he wasn't in a good position. He wasn't sure-footed here. Let's keep an eye on this delivery. Yeah, he's played on a fuller length, playing on the back foot. The ball doesn't rise up much, takes the inside edge. It's a type of dismissal you see on a low flat pitch very often. So Matua, because he's medium pace, I suppose that's the type of delivery that he's just produced to pick up the wicket of Joshua Richards. 4 wickets down, and the Lions are in big trouble. Richards out for 15 of 30 with 2 fours.
Yeah, and perhaps he could have left that one, I think, you feel as much as he played that stroke, he played off the back foot for starters, and secondly, he really wasn't really convincing in the way he played it, and it wasn't there. The shot wasn't really there to be played on the back foot. He could have just left and allowed it to go through to the keeper, and maybe pushed it at one that was not necessarily there to play for. And he was surely punished for that, and he was dismissed. And that's maybe the lack in concentration that we were speaking about, when you have to be able to occupy the crease here, particularly in this pitch here. You have to be able to focus throughout the whole innings and be able to judge those deliveries that are not there to play. Poor shot selection from my point of view.
Yep, should have left that, as you say. Good point you're making. But you know what? It's also in that, and that's when you use the term, the area of uncertainty, the channel of uncertainty, and perhaps that's exactly what it was. But what a way to go, and 28 for 4, 38 for 4 it is. .1 overs gone.
And that fall of the wicket brings Connor Eastvaal to the crease. He comes in a difficult position as well, with his team currently on 38 for 4. difficult times for them at the moment. Lions won't want to lose any. We've been saying this since the first fall of the first wicket that they don't want any more wickets to fall. And they're currently on 38 for 4. Any more wickets from this point onwards, that can't get any more difficult than this. Yeah, they have to now really dig deep and try to find every little bit of inch of confidence they can find to play every single stroke, focus on every single ball. We've got just about 35 minutes to go, 30 minutes to go till the end of play. To be tough going it is. And as we look there at the stance of Connor Estes, and you might not see his name on the screen at the moment, ladies and gentlemen.
The strap is being updated, I can just tell our viewers, because it is 38 for 4. It is Alfred Matoa who's in operation now. Josh Richards is actually out with his score on 18.
Yeah, as you look at the way he finishes when he faces that ball, he's really looking to go across the stumps. It goes completely across the stumps there, and Alfred Matoa looking to follow him on his pads, but doesn't really direct it well to his pads. But it'll be interesting how he plays that. I know he's trying to negate that outside swing, away swing, but covering going completely across your stumps slightly might get him into trouble. Just have a look at him there when, just as Alfred Matoa gets into his gather, steps across.
I'll tell you what, he did that for most of his innings yesterday. It's a point that I made. And batsmen do have differences in the way they trigger movements. 38 for 4 after 13. If you're just joining us on YouTube, Pitch Vision, this live and exclusive broadcast coming to you from the DP World Wanderers Stadium. The Lions mustered 239 after being 25 for 5. And then the Dragons in reply 256. They managed with a lead of 17 and immediately made inroads. And they have 4 wickets down. The first to go was Hendricks for naught, followed by Wandile Makwetu for 9. And then Mitchell van Buren out for naught. And Richards just out in the last over for 18. So Seletswane, who's facing now, is accompanied by Eastvaal. And they still have a half an hour of real tough cricket and some quality bowling to face. The shadows do lengthen here at the Wanderers on the beautiful blue skies. The light is absolutely perfect. And certainly it seems that it's more about the Lions whose lights are out right now, because they're not finding any comfort in the way this attack has gone about them, even in the second innings, following a pattern it did in the first. Forrester in search of his first wicket in the match. For those of you who are joining us, I can tell you that a 10th wicket partnership of 85 is a record for this season. And that was fashioned by Forrester's superb 78, 8 fours and 3 sixes. He faced 133 deliveries, and he got wonderful support by Alfred Matoa, who was eventually the last man out, caught by Hendrick at slip of the bowling of Plaiki for 24 valuable runs in that partnership of 85.
I ask you, Aslam, with the fall of the 4 wickets right now, and would you say these 4 wickets are from maybe poor shot selections, or they've been from good bowling that has come from this Dragon side? Because you can be overly sometimes be critical of the batting of the Lions, saying that maybe they could have given away the wickets. But is it maybe, can we give the credit to the Dragons the way how they put together their bowling, in particular in this second innings?
I think that's a very good question, because it raises a few points that I had made earlier about how you actually set your lineup. So Dominic Hendricks has played the game for a long time. This is his 100th first-class match. He's got the records to prove himself. He goes out to a very good delivery. And then you get Makwetu. So we always talk about bowlers who set the tone, batters who set the tone. And so that's why the weight of responsibility for the top order is massive. So I do feel sorry for Makwetu, but to be out twice in 2 innings, and I'm not just focused on him because of criticism, I'm just trying to make the point that that's what it's really all about. So when you lose 2 quick wickets and you find yourself at 2 for 18, 1 run above the lead that you had conceded, it does certainly change the mindset for those who are coming down, and suddenly there's so much of pressure, and cricket is about creating pressure. Most of sport is about creating pressure, and if you time it right as an opposition, you can really put the noose over the batting team, and that's exactly what we've seen. And the 4th wicket has just made that even more interesting in the context of what we've seen. So it's about pressure. It's a mixture of a little bit of both. You do need good bowlers, and Nyaku once again produced fine deliveries. It was good to see that De Swart in fact got amongst the wickets as well to remove Makwetu. But that's the key point, who's setting the tone? And you have to say in all 3 innings now, into the 3rd inning of this match, is the bowlers have set the tone. And in almost 2 days of cricket, we've already seen 24 wickets falling, which is quite extraordinary.
Yes, quite extraordinary indeed. And what we definitely guaranteed that as much as the bowlers set the tone, we've definitely been set to get a result here in this game without a doubt. Because the way this game has progressed with the amount of wickets have fallen on day 1 and 2, it's been exciting stuff. Absorbing cricket as well, always engaging, always wickets falling, always partnerships bowling, and it's really been, as much as we've seen a great contest between bat and bowl, but the most true thing about the batting now, what it's actually really shown, is that the only way to score runs, you have to really apply yourself. I think certainly there's no 2 ways about it. If you don't apply yourself and you don't really dig in deep and show in real fight, you won't get runs. And the only guys that have really managed to score runs are those guys that have dug in deep through and through, and if initially rather maybe start off slower and then slowly build your innings or fight hard, but there's no one that's been rewarded to go out in full blast and score runs quickly. So it's important to really dig in deep, and what is required of them is a huge task at hand at the moment for this current country. It stays in a Seletwane, and you just wonder, can they do it? Can they even get to the end of this day and be able to not lose any more wickets? That's been the question we've asked of every single batter that has come in here, and they haven't been able to answer those questions. I mean, obviously, it's been proven by the actual pressure that's been put on them, but also the difficulty of this pitch. So it really just requires batsmen to apply themselves here.
Yeah, just trying to also see what are they doing differently now here towards the closing stages of day 2. To Connor Easthuizen, 2 slips in a gully, and then they have a short mid-wicket catching. A squarish mid-wicket adjacent to the umpire, to the left of the umpire. So those are the lakeside fielders close in, and then you've got the conventional mid-on wideish cover. 1 fielder on the boundary. And that is the fielder at fine leg. So a bit of a misfield allows Easthuizen to get off the mark. Yeah, I think digging deep, showing great resolve and fight, grit, determination, thinking powers, to not make any mistakes. And that is why you need to appreciate batsmen when they put in the long innings and they don't put a foot wrong. They play a faultless, a chanceless innings. That's when you begin to appreciate what 100 is all about, or what a good score in a tight contest is all about. And we've seen that in both the innings with Pretorius and also Forrester. Easthuizen, of course, went on to achieve triple figures. He was undefeated in the end. So end of over number 15, 39 for 4. So there's so much to think about, and at the same time, and this is such an anomaly, almost a contradiction, that with so much to think about, you're always asked to be clear-minded. that don't overthink it. So, yeah, it's maybe the type of questions that you would ask, say, Connor Easthuizen, given the fact that he's batted so well. He was there for a long time yesterday. He's now being asked to dig deep again to pull his team out of a deep, deep hole. And it does become that much more difficult because now you're in the third innings. There's no chance of another innings to recover. So those are the pressures that lay on the shoulders of this pair and of course the rest of them coming in.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on Eastvaal because he will know that the responsibility is really on his shoulders, as it was in the first innings, and he really stood up to the occasion when the pressure was on. Really took his time and managed to graft it out and get his team into a really good position and be able to be fighting at this moment. You have to do more of the same.
Yeah, Forrest very impressive with the bat, was very impressive with the ball in the first innings. As I said, he went wicketless. He's one of few players that we see around the world and even domestically, of course. Bats left-handed, bowls right-handed. A wonderful package cricketer, and we see so many all-rounders now actually play in not just in international cricket but also in domestic cricket in most of the competitions around the world, and that is I think through the advent of T20 coming to the fore. As he got him, there's an appeal for, was that an LBW?
Yes, definitely an LBW shot that was. Would have been a huge wicket, that is. And they know the Dragons how big that wicket would have been for them.
Well, let's look at this first of all, the replay, and then just to see whether Dean Forrester's Oscar performance is worth mentioning, because you know that you want this wicket. Easthuizen is the key man in this lineup. Yeah, he didn't offer a stroke, but it's pretty wide, high, wide outside the off stump. In the end, I think that was a very good decision by the umpire, and he certainly didn't raise his finger on the play acting of all of the players.
Well, I certainly think that was a lot closer there, Aslam. I don't think that was a particularly good leave.
We'll watch that again. It's good that you contest the observations here, because I always put myself in the umpire's boots, as I was just saying earlier. You have to do all of it. Here's the replay. Watch the double step across. Watch the double step across, which you were talking about just a short while ago, and I've been talking about it throughout his 4 hours vigil at the wicket yesterday. And that's the first thing that the umpire would look at. So into the mind of Arno Jacobs, what did he see there? The double step across, hitting him high up. He didn't offer a stroke, no doubt, but clearly outside the line.
I just feel that there was enough movement coming in for that ball to, yes, it came quite a bit down the ground.
But it's not about the movement. It's about the fact that it was wide enough for the umpire to judge that as not hitting the stumps. So that's how I would read it. And the other point, of course, to make is that the umpire himself is watching the batsman. He's already playing in his mind that if he does this or if he does that, he's going to be a sitting duck. So the umpires do have preconceived notions as to how they're going to rule. And I will say that if you maybe measure it as 50-50, which way do you score it? I would score it as 70-34 favor of the umpire. You would probably make it 45-55 in favor of the bowler. And that's really what it is all about. We'll watch this again. To me, it's this double step across. Hitting him on the back leg, above the roll, at least 5th stump. You can actually see the leg stump. You could possibly see even the bottom of the middle stump. And that's my final decision.
I'm still not convinced, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not convincing you. I'm challenging you, because then...
I hear your point.
And listen to this. The viewer is challenging you and I. And that's really what it's all about. there's a viewer who's agreeing with him, there's an appeal for a whole lot of them agreeing with me. And that's really what it's about, because you're eliciting argument, observations, agreements, disagreements. There was a good ball, it did come back, and I don't think the umpire got carried away with that appeal as well, because this is the prize, this is the wicket they won, that of Eastvaal. Anyway, that over is gone. It's a thing of the past.
Big moments.
Kluter into the attack, by the way.
Yeah, to just finish that off. Big moments require big decisions, and that was certainly a big moment. Well, here's a moment, another moment that we have in place.
And you know, unlike the fact that we don't have the pictures from the front end of the bowler, like bowling in this case, Kluter is operating from the golf course end, so we're seeing the back of the batsman. So we're not in a real position to judge, and we really leave it to the umpire. Now, if you're watching big cricket, you've got cameras on both ends. And in this case, we actually were in clear view with the umpire as well, because we had the front end view of that decision. And again, I'm not speaking to convince you. I'm just saying that these are the things that come into play. So it does help when you have the technology. And my feeling is technology would certainly have ruled in favor of the umpire.
And in saying that, I for sure do respect the umpire's decision at all times. I just obviously have a different perspective that I would like to share. But at the end of the day, you have to respect the umpire's decision as much as the players have to do the same. That is the integrity of the game, and that's how you have to go about respecting the game, because they're human after all as well. They make great decisions most of the time. They're there for a reason. That's why they're here at this level, at this stage, because they're entrusted with the responsibility of making the right decisions.
And to just maybe close off this point that we're discussing is that I'll just re-emphasize on one thing, is that clearly when there are batsmen in position that don't offer a stroke, and the umpire feels that it would have hit anyway, then the finger goes up. The fact that Eastvaal, and they've not only watched him this evening, they watched him all of yesterday, has that double step across, was what worked in his favor. And I'm convinced that was the reason why Arno Jacob said not out. The light meter is out, the shadows have gone way across, and would you believe it that this afternoon, with 5 minutes to go, the umpire has decided that he's going to allow the batsman off. Rian Libbe with his hands on his hips, as you can see there, perhaps not too pleased, may have wanted his bowlers to operate at the batters in this closing stages to perhaps just pick up one more wicket, but that's not going to happen. So close of play on day 2, 39 for 4, the Lions with a lead of just 22. Saletswane on 5, Connor on 1, and what a period this has been. There again, the fact that I can see leg stump from here, maybe even the bottom of the middle stump, tells me that the umpire has actually judged this to perfection. Did I say we're closing off that point? But the fact that we're getting the replays here has got me speaking about it. Yeah. No, I think it will be a talking point in that dressing room, and of course those loyal cricket watchers watching us. 239 all out in the first innings after being 25 for 5. Eastvaal Northwest Dragons were not in a dissimilar position at 2 for 12, and then a collapse this morning after a fantastic first hour that saw a partnership of 68 that stretched the third wicket partnership, and soon after that It was a double break and a triple break, and then a partnership of 24 for the 9th wicket and a record partnership of 85 for the 10th wicket between Alfred Matoa and also Dean Forrest, who was not out on 78. Was the reason that the Eastvaal Dragons managed a lead of 17. And then they came back with a vengeance. Have picked up 4 wickets in this last session to have the DP World Lions tottering on 39 for 4, just 22 ahead, and all to play for tomorrow. It's been a wonderful day's cricket. I'm not sure if we're going to be getting any of the bowling figures or any of that sort. But just to say that it has been a really good day. We are in fact going to get those, and we need to describe that Kamba.
As we look at the bowling figures of the Lions, right at the end here, with Ruan Desart and Onganyaku starting it off, and brilliant start there by the pair, picking up 1 wicket is Ruan Desart, and then we had Onganyaku picking up 2, one that trapped 2 batters in front, really got his team to a really good start, and then we got another wicket from Alfred Matoa, to pick up the last wicket of this evening session. And a brilliant day all in all, and brilliant bowling conditions for the bowlers today. And as we end this day on 39 for 4, and great outing we've had today, Aslam.
Last point, and I'm going to ask you this question. So there's this confirmation of the batting card. Richards out for 18. Dominic Hendricks first to go for Nord. He was followed by Makwetu, Mitchell van Buren, again falling to the wiles of Nyaku for no score. And then Saletswane and Connor Esterhazen saw through a very difficult period, and with just 10 minutes to go, the umpires have decided that the light is in favour of the batters going off, and offered them to go back to the dressing rooms. But what I wanted to ask you is that we were saying that the game is on even keel with just that lead of 17. Now at 39 for 4 with a lead of only 22, who do you reckon is the happier of the two this evening?
Oh, without a doubt, Aslam, it's definitely the Dragons that I feel will be in control right now. Though I will say that as much as they feel in control, they know this game. Both innings have started particularly in very similar ways, losing early wickets, tumbling quite early on. So they won't be overly convinced that they have complete control of this game up until they get all those wickets. They'll want to make sure they come in tomorrow morning, pick up early wickets, make that maybe 60 for 7, really apply a lot of pressure on this Lions and not allow them to get away at all. So yes, the Dragons, the happiest out of the two now, currently in a great position. The Lions only having a lead of 2, which really makes the Dragons feel like if they can get them out quickly, they'll be chasing a score maybe just under 100. So definitely I'll say the Dragons are on top at the moment.
So absolutely the reason why you should be joining us tomorrow morning, because we're in for another exciting morning. Both mornings have been pretty interesting already, the first and the second morning. What does the third morning hold in store for us? Don't forget to join us tomorrow morning at 5 to 10 when we do the build-up and into the third day's play of this 4-day series. Until then, goodbye from the Wanderers. Well done.